Hello and welcome to this Azure full course by Intellipaat. And before we begin, let's quickly talk about why Azure is important today. See, whenever you order food online, watch a show, track your cab, or even sign into your office system, some cloud service is running in the background to make it all work. And in many companies, that cloud service happens to be Azure. Now, Azure is basically Microsoft platforms that let you run your application, store data, manage servers, and handle security without setting up physical machines. And whether you want to become a cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, or data engineer, or simply want a skill that stays useful in upcoming years, learning Azure is a really good place to start. In this free course, we will start what cloud computing is, the main cloud models, and how Microsoft Azure fits into this ecosystem. From there, we will focus on Azure services you'll actually use, things like virtual machines, storage, and virtual networks. As we move ahead, we will explore how subscription and resource groups help you organize resources and how Azure Resource Manager makes deployment easier. By the end, you'll have a clear idea of how Azure works in real project and what skills you need for cloud related roles. So whether you are a student, working professional, or preparing for certification, this video will guide you step by step. So let's get started.
Okay, so let me just tell you what are the things required for creating your Azure account. First of all, the very first thing you'll be needing is your phone number, your email address that you have not used earlier with the creation of Azure. So right now we are going to create a free trial account for you, right? That where you'll get $200 worth of free credits which you can use for a month. So you'll be needing a phone number, your email ID that you have not used with Microsoft Azure earlier, and you'll be needing a credit card or debit card. Now, one thing to remember, debit card or credit card in both can work. Okay, so you'll be needing your cards where it should be a master or visa only, right? Mastercard or visa card only, and make sure your international transaction is enabled in your card. Got it? So first of all, your email ID, your phone number, and your cards will be required. Okay, after you'll reach to this page. Here you will be clicking on create one account. So even if you have your own Gmail account, right, you can enter your Gmail account over here which is not registered with Microsoft. After that, click on next. I was telling you that it will redirect you to a create account page where you'll be entering your current email address. Got it? Now after you enter your email address over here, click on next. In this part, you'll be asked to create a password for your Azure account. After you're done creating your password, you have to verify your email address by entering the 4-digit code that has been sent to your mail. Here you have to enter the verification OTP that you'll receive in your original email account. And now here you will see two or three options. One is your start with Azure free trial, manage Azure Active Directory, and access student benefits. You have to click on start with under this start with Azure free trial. Got it? And now it will redirect you to a page where it will be given two options: pay as you go, start free. Click on start free. Got it? And now after you click on start free, it will ask you to enter your details, your personal phone number, name, address. You'll get the option to enter your PAN number as well, so you can just, that's optional, you do not have to go ahead and enter that. Anything that is compulsory, please go ahead and enter, and also verify your phone number there. Don't worry, this before this comes, it will ask you to go ahead and enter you about yourself, your phone number, name, address, surname, and everything, right? And after that, it will ask you for your card details. After you verify your phone number, you will be asked to enter your card details when you click on next, right? There you have to enter your card details and make sure your international transaction is enabled, guys, otherwise it will not work. Enter anything, you can enter student, you can enter Intellipaat, anything, it's up to you. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
Okay, great. So we are going to cover specifically Microsoft Azure Administration. Microsoft Azure Administration, that is also known as AZ-104 Certification Preparation Training. Okay. So in this particular training, we are going to cover all the topics officially that comes under Microsoft Azure administration. Now, when I say officially, it means that there is a specific curriculum designed by Microsoft that we would like to cover over here. So we are going to start, however, apart from that, definitely we are going to start with the fundamentals of cloud, where we assume that you guys are not, maybe have basic idea related to the cloud. So that's what the consideration. I know there would be mixed, crowd over here, but definitely, like, we will start from the fundamentals of the cloud. So we'll start like in the module one, you can consider as in cloud fundamentals. So we are going to start with the cloud fundamentals. We will try to understand when, how, and what is the current status of the cloud in terms of the platform, how it is going to helpful for the industry, and what would be the future of the cloud. So those fundamental things we are going to learn in the module one. That's going to be start. However, in the module two, we are going to cover something related to the Azure Entra ID. So under the cloud fundamental, we will definitely, like, go ahead and cover the fundamental of the cloud as well as Azure introduction. These two topics majorly we are going to cover in the first module. And later we will go ahead and cover the Azure Intra ID. When we say Azure Intra ID, Azure Intra ID, where we are going to talk about the account details, how the user ID, password generally going to be work, how the MFA generally going to work, what are the basic ways that we can go ahead and define identity management system. So all these things we are going to learn in detail under the Azure Entra ID. We will go ahead and try to understand about the multiple concepts related to the user credentials. What are the authentication process? What are the authorization process? What is multi-factor authentication? So those details we are going to cover under the Azure Entra ID. Then we will start with the basically module 3. When we talk about module 3, this is related to basically Azure policies and resource group concept. When we talk about the resource group, this is one of the most fundamental concepts where we understand that how the services and what are the services which has been offered by Azure and how these services are going to be managed. So there are a lot of details in terms of the managing the multiple services and resource. So we have something as a resource group, how we can deploy the resources over here. Not only that, we are also going to understand the policies that we can associate with these resources. And these policies are related to the rules and regulations, which is going to control these resources. Because definitely we are going to apply these services and resources with one of the most important aspects of the business. Microsoft Azure or such type of cloud technology is the platform right now. When I say platform, so anything and everything we are going to keep over here. So if we don't know how to control these things, it's little difficult to go ahead and basically manage. So policies are at the same time very important. In this module, we are also going to learn about the costing part, how we generally go ahead and control the cost of the resources. So there's a concept of the subscription over here, pay as you go concept. Also, there are few new concepts related to the basically enterprise costing. So when enterprise companies use the resources, what are the ways that Microsoft Azure go ahead and charge them? Because definitely when we talk about the enterprises, so there would be a lot of benefits that enterprise get because Microsoft is going to get a lot of business from them. So definitely we are trying to learn about the particular, concepts over here. Then next module is going to be related to Azure administration. When we talk about the Azure administration, we are talking about over here the PowerShell. We are going to talk about over here the ARM. ARM is again Azure Resource Manager. So we have something as in JSON, that is JavaScript object notation, which is going to be cover the coding part over here through which we go ahead and actually deploy multiple Azure resources. Okay. So definitely, like, through PowerShell, we can go ahead and manage multiple resources over here. So we have something as an Azure module of the PowerShell that we are going to talk in detail. And similarly, ARM, we will not go in detail, but definitely we'll see like how it is going to be helpful. So these are the four modules that we are going to cover. Now, when we talk about the module 5 over here, let me tell you guys, module 5, we are going to start with the Azure networking. Okay. So there are three modules for the Azure networking. First is going to be related to the fundamentals of Azure networking, how we can create a virtual network. Then again, in this particular module, we are also going to see concept of IP address. When I say IP addresses, see, there is a different way that we go ahead and deal with IP addresses in Azure. We'll have a private and public IP address concepts, how we can go ahead and basically associate these addresses with the multiple resources over here, like a firewall, virtual machine, and other resources. Apart from that, we will also try to learn over here some network security concepts. So one of the concept is NSG, network security group, where how we will go ahead and manage the network traffic over here by providing certain security. Okay. And those security would be in terms of the port numbers and the protocols. So that also we will go ahead and cover over here. Not only that, we will also see some fundamentals about the Azure firewall. Okay. And definitely like whatever topics I'm, mentioning over here, we will keep the module in such a way where I will start with the fundamental concepts and later I will go ahead and basically perform certain lab. Similarly, we will go to the module 6 over here. In the module 6, again, some advanced concepts related to the Azure networking. So generally we say that it is about intersite connectivity concepts. So Azure intersite connectivity. Okay. So over here we are going to learn about Azure peering and Azure VPN. Now, when we are talking about the Azure peering and a VPN, so consider that in the module 5, we are actually going to cover about the we'll talk about a single network. Okay, how this single network can be managed. However, in module 6, we are going to talk about multiple network. How multiple network can be connected securely, where in case of both the networks, those multiple networks are going to be in the Azure infrastructure. In that case, how we can connect. However, there would be a lot of situations where we say that one network is in the Azure and the other network is going to be basically outside of Azure. We can say like hybrid networking. So that is what the Azure VPN, then Express Route concepts. We are definitely going to see lab for peering as well as VPN. Again, there are multiple types of VPN we have. So we'll go ahead and try to explore that. Express route, definitely we will go ahead and cover the theory part. The lab we are not going to do, but definitely you will get the basic idea about the express route as well. That is again for the hybrid networking. So this is what basically module 6 over here. When we are talking about the module 7, again, there would be Azure networking related concept in the module 7. In module 7, we are going to talk about the traffic management. Now, in there are three modules of the networking over here, 5, 6, and 7. In fifth module, as I told you, fundamentals of networking. 6, I told you like intersite connectivity, like interconnectivity basically. However, over here, we are going to talk more about the traffic management. So there are concepts of the load balancer. There are concepts of the application gateway. In detail, we are going to cover over here. All right. So those concepts we are going to cover in detail. Now, considering over here that we would be, covering all the concepts related to the network. Now, this is the time when we need to understand something related to the storage. So module 8 is about the storage. So Azure storage, where there would be you know, uh, four types of storage services, you can say. So the service name is basically Azure Storage Account, and in that you will have something as in blob, we have something as in queue, we have something as in table, we have something as in file share. Okay, so we are going to cover all these, through which the fundamental concept is we need to understand how we can manage unstructured data, structured data, as well as semi-structured data. So these are the 8 modules. As you can see, we are going to cover in detail over here. Module 9 is all about something as a virtual machine. So Azure Virtual Machine. This Azure Virtual Machine, basic concepts definitely will start right away in the module 4. You will see how we can create. However, there are some advanced topics under this virtual Azure Virtual Machine that we are going to cover. That is basically high availability, again, scaling. So, high availability, scaling, or you can say security and automation. So, we are going to cover related to the Azure Virtual Machine these concepts in detail over here in the module 9. All right, coming to the module 10. Module 10 is all about basically over here Azure PaaS services. Now, PaaS is what? Platform as a service. So there are a lot of services where, as a user, you don't need to go ahead and manage the Azure infra. Okay. So users like developers, they will concentrate on their coding, and Azure will take care of the underlying infrastructure as in virtual machine security, virtual machine compliances, virtual machine management, where exactly developers are keeping their codes. So the scaling part and all. Till module 9, we are going to understand how the infrastructure is going to be managed by us. However, in the past, we are going to learn how Azure is going to help us for this. Now, over here, services like web app plan, then web app, then we are going to cover containers and some fundamentals about the Kubernetes. So it's basically AKS, generally we say Azure Kubernetes Service. It's a Azure version of the Kubernetes, you can say. This is what we are going to cover basically in module 10. Module 11 is going to be basically related to the Azure backup, or you can say, like, simply data protection. Now, what is this data protection basically? So over here, we are going to learn about the backup concept. We are going to cover about the basically Azure disaster recovery DR plan. And again, it is not just for any specific service. However, we are going to learn about basically the virtual machine backup. We are going to learn about the storage backup. We are going to learn about any on-premises infrastructure if we have and we want to take the backup of that, how we can go ahead and do this. So services like Recovery Service Vault will go ahead and actually deploy this and try to understand in detail. Finally, the last module that we are going to cover is going to be related to the Azure Monitor. Now, over here in the Azure Monitor, whatever you have learned so far till module 11, whatever I've told you so far till module 11, how we can monitor that, how we can troubleshoot that. Because definitely we are going to learn the fundamentals, we will learn the implementation, we will try to understand how we can go ahead and modify them, upgrade them, or maybe automate them as well as manage them. But monitoring is a service which is going to give you extra information, real time information, and the information through which you can go ahead and analyze and plan for the future for these services. So we are going to cover Azure Monitor. In that, we will go ahead and cover the metrics monitoring. We are going to cover the log analytics. We are going to cover the alerts over here in detail. So these are the 12 modules that we are going to cover. Okay. So see, ultimately, like these 12 modules are going to give you a lot of insight about the Microsoft Azure. Okay. So let's start with some fundamentals of the Azure over here. Okay, cloud and then Azure. So when we are talking about basically the cloud system, so let me tell you like how this cloud era has been started initially. Okay, so definitely when we talk about the particular era before cloud, what used to be happen? So we know that on those days, there's something as an OP or we say on premises concept we had. Now, what is this on premises? So, on premises means if we have the server, like consider that we have any business, something like a bank branch. Okay. If we wanted to start a bank branch, what used to be happen? We used to have specifically a server room where we used to keep servers. We used to keep a lot of machines like a router and switches, isn't it? Like a firewall, maybe, or Windows server as such. And we interconnect all these devices specifically for this premises, for this particular bank branch. And we used to have an internet connection through which we connect to the world. However, to manage the server rooms individually for each and every such bank branches. Now, when we are talking about the bank branch, you can consider that how many branches of any bank exist right now. So we used to get a lot of issues related to the, you can say, data transfer. You can say related to the basically server down and centralized storage was not very much user friendly. As well as when we talk about one of the most important aspect of the cloud right now is the cost. So initially, what I believe that cloud started to solve two types of costing problem in the IT world. Before cloud has been introduced in the market, we used to have something as in capex, that is a capital expenditure, and the second important aspect was operational expenditure, that is OPEX. And the capex was very important aspect in terms of the costing, capital expenditure, the money that we need to put to purchase such type of servers, to purchase such type of machines, and we need to put a lot of money for that. Let me tell you, not only once, however, multiple times on the basis of the geographical location where we are expanding our business. And because of that, small businesses could not afford that. And they used to say, or there was a, you can say, like, concept or say in the market that IT is something as a premium service. Every business could not afford that. And that was a problem statement. Companies like Microsoft, Dell, companies like Google, they understood that if they wanted to expand the market, they need to come up with this particular, solution where they can reduce the cost of the IT equipment and the services. Now, when we talk about the hardware costing that comes with the capex, again at the same time, to manage the server rooms, definitely we need a lot of again cost to manage the air conditions over here to manage these rooms. We need like housekeeping services. We have a real estate cost. These costs are considered as an operational because it's a recurring cost every month on month basis. You need to put money on this. Again, at the same time, if you think in a remote location we wanted to start a bank branch, we could not hire a very expert guy because they don't want to go over there, isn't it? To manage these server rooms. Again, the operation expenditure increased to get people from main branch to these remote branches. So such type of problems used to become in terms of the operation expenditure. Even if you are putting the money, you are not getting one of the best services over there to manage these server rooms. Then from the on-premises, they came up with a solution as in virtualization. So virtualization technology came after that. Again, one of the best thing that came after the virtualization was cloud system. Now, in North America, when AWS, that is Amazon, thought of let's go ahead and basically start with a pilot project, they thought let's go ahead and have a centralized location that is considered as a DC data center in a centralized, basically, location over here. And the DC is going to be data center is going to be contain a lot of these type of servers. DC would have basically not only these servers, however, the security systems, the switches, multiple switches, and they say that we will go ahead and expose these all basically in the internet. So anyone who wanted to basically connect these servers and utilize these servers, they can come to the internet and they can go ahead and open an account and they can start utilizing these servers. So we say that remotely you can go ahead and basically connect to these servers and then you can start utilizing. Now the benefit over here. So again, I will come to the costing part. And I always say like cloud initially was not the technical innovation. However, it was a basically business innovation where the capital expenditure, if you think in terms of the capital expenditure over here, the capital expenditure has been almost, nullified over here because these users now don't need to purchase these particular, equipments. This has been purchased already by the data center owner over here. Now, these data center owners say that you don't need to worry about the capital expenditure as such. We will go ahead and purchase the hardware for you. You can go ahead and basically start utilizing these servers, and every month the number of hours you have utilized or the amount of data that you are keeping over here, we will have a unit price and you can go ahead and pay on the basis of that. They came up with something as an pay as you go. They say pay as you go. So the more consumption you go ahead and do over here, our data center resources, on the basis of that, you need to go ahead and pay us. In this case, in terms of the OPEX, operational expenditure, that is a recurring cost every month, is going to be almost fixed on the basis of business, definitely. However, we don't need to worry about managing our server room because again, everything is going to be taken care by the data center owner as such. Now, data center owner would have a centralized location where they can hire expert people. They can have a good setup in terms of the air condition, in terms of the power backup, in terms of the projection that how much resources are going to be consumed over here. And after this pilot project success, they started developing such type of data center throughout the world. And they made the things in such a way where all these data centers depend upon each other to the backup of each other. So there would be high chances of scaling, there would be high chances of backup, reliability, and they started working on the security and other aspect as well. That actually had given the growth right away from costing part to the technical aspect of utilizing these infrastructure. Okay, all right. There are two important points that you need to understand. First is what is on-premises. So on-premises is nothing but a particular framework where we go ahead and basically deploy the multiple servers or similar devices within the premises of the business. Then I have talked about the capex and opex, capital expenditure, and the operational expenditure. Hope you got the idea what is capex and what is opex. Capital expenditure is basically the upfront amount that we need to put to the business before before the operations are going to be start. That is the upfront amount. Operation expenditure is basically the recurring cost that you need to bear every month to run your operations. Then I told you that how this particular data center, the first data center, when I say data center, it is nothing but a specific building where we are going to keep a lot of IT equipments which connect with each other and create a platform. And those equipments we expose securely in the internet. That's what the data center. Now there is a concept of pay as you go. When we talk about the pay as you go, this is a costing model that all the cloud providers generally follow, where users are going to consume the services that has been offered by the cloud providers, and there is a unique price defined for every service. For example, if I'm using a server, we say that for 1 hour we will charge $10. So if I'm consuming for 20 hours, it is going to be $200. So that unique price would be defined always by the cloud providers. And every month, how many services you have utilized, how much hour you have consumed, there would be a bill going to be generated at the end of the month. And that, as a user, you need to go ahead and pay. Initially, the pay as you go was big success, as in for a small businesses and individual users. Later, for the enterprise companies, cloud providers came up with some advanced discounted price for the enterprise, because when cloud providers started deploying multiple data centers, then the expectation of these cloud service provider has been increased, that even enterprise companies start consuming those services, and they consume in a bulk. So definitely, if there is a bulk business, so discounts comes in picture, and that's what the other models has been introduced in terms of the Azure specifically. So this is how generally the cloud journey has been started, and it has been done. Now today you may see we have three types of services by any cloud service provider, or you can say like the cloud service provider has categorized the services in three categories. Now, before I get into those three categories, I would talk about something as in what is the basic difference between the product and services. Okay, so many of you must be aware of this, but to just give you brief, when we talk about the product, basically, the products are nothing but the ownership is going to be transferred. Suppose you purchase a television or maybe like a mobile phone. When you purchase that, initially the ownership would be of maybe manufacturer, then the reseller, or maybe like shop owner or distributor as such. However, the moment you pay certain amount for that product, the ownership is going to be transferred. Now it's you who is going to own that. However, initially it was not you. However, when we talk about the services, services are nothing but the ownership is not going to be transferred. When we talk about this particular cloud services, the ownership is still with maybe with Azure or Google or maybe Amazon. However, you are consuming those services for certain period of time, and on behalf of that, you're going to pay a certain amount to these cloud service providers. This is what the service. Like when we talk about OTT channels in these days, we are watching the movie. However, at the same time, we don't go ahead and own that copyright of that specific content as such. So we pay certain amount every month as a subscription, and we go ahead and basically consume those content. That's what the service basically. So when we are talking about the Azure over here, the complete IT world has moved from the product trading, that is a purchase and sell, to the service model. The software industry has been moved from the product to the service. Not only software, however, software industry, however, multiple industries has been taken this decision. There's a better model actually to opt to run long-term businesses. Now, in this case, the responsibilities are also getting shared. Over here, you see that the ownership is still with the basically provider. So they keep the responsibility to go ahead and, manage these complete, platform as such. On the other hand, the users are sure that, okay, in my complete journey of my business, there is a technology service provider who is going to take the responsibility to run my business, because my business completely depend upon these services over here, which is basically owned by the provider. So the business owner will go ahead and always relax as such, where the IT is not going to be fail, as in there would be no issues with the IT, because there is set of people, there is an organization who takes care of that. If they will not do their work, we will go ahead and change the provider. As simple as that. So they need to be in the business. For that, they will definitely go ahead and, help us with a proper responsibility. So these are the certain things that definitely the cloud service provider go ahead and take care. Now, coming to the next point about the cloud service providers. So, as I was telling you, they have categorized the services basically into three categories over here. First is known as infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Many of you guys must heard about that. Second is nothing but the platform as a service. I actually talked a little bit about that when I was explaining you something related to the modules over there. And third one is SaaS, that is software as a service. Now, why these three categories? So understand this, cloud service provider wanted to offer the cloud services to everyone in the market. Now, when I say everyone, they have divided the market, they have divided the customer into three categories over here. The first one is in people who understand the infrastructure, IT infra. And then they say that infrastructure as a service is going to be something which is offered by the people, which is offered to the people who understand the IT infra. They will just go ahead and provide the hardware to them, and these set of people go ahead and manage those hardwares. This is what the infrastructure as a service. Now, second set of customers are supposed developers. They don't understand, they're not skilled in the infra part, basically. But yes, they are skilled in the coding part. They're skilled in the particular sector where they can develop a lot of applications. So cloud service provider says that, okay, you can go ahead and concentrate and expertise in the coding. We will take care of your infrastructure where these codes are going to be kept and published to the internet. That's what the platform as a service. Last not the least, that is software as a service. There is a other set of people. They may not expert IT guys or the developer guys, but they have the licenses of the software. They are the business people basically. So what they do, they develop or maybe they go ahead and take help of multiple experts, coder, and convert their idea in the software form, own the copyright, and they say that now I need to showcase to the world. So they say that, okay, I don't understand these coding, I don't understand the infrastructure. They go to the cloud service provider, they say that this is what the software, please keep over there in the platform, and we'll start selling out this particular, you know, software or maybe certain services through the software. That's what the software as a service. So if I take an example of software as a service, you may see we have Outlook, we have Gmail, we have a lot of accounting softwares as such. So over there, as a user, we are consuming a certain set of services that is provided by these software as a service, like accounting service, or maybe like keeping the data, like a OneDrive, Google Drive, or maybe email services as such. So all these cloud service provider actually categorize and develop their services by keeping in mind these three categories over here. Okay. All right. So when we talk about the infrastructure as a service, so right away from module, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Till this, we are going to talk about infrastructure as a service, where we understand that how the infrastructure we can manage. However, module 10 is going to be platform as a service. Again, module 11 is somehow platform as a service, and module 12 is going to be infrastructure as a service. Okay, so we are going to talk about Microsoft Azure over here, as we discuss a lot about cloud services related to the cloud, how many categories of the services. When we talk about Microsoft Azure is one of the service providers right now in the world. There are three leading players. First is Microsoft Azure, then AWS, then we have GCP. Apart from that, there are other companies as well, like Oracle. We have we have over here VMware and other companies as well. But these are the three major players. We are going to concentrate specifically this Microsoft brand, that is Azure. Now, when we wanted to use Azure, we have multiple interfaces to go ahead and communicate with Azure. Now, Azure has same concept of the data center that I have discussed. As I told you, throughout the world, all these cloud service provider created their own data centers, and in these data centers, they have multiple, again, equipments through which they provide IT services remotely. And that's nothing but the, you can say, your cloud services. When we say, suppose there is a data center 1, DC1, or maybe DC2, DC3, similarly, there are multiple data centers over here in multiple geographical locations. And through these data centers, they are actually providing lot of, IT related services over here. So the question is that, do we have any specific count of these data centers? Do we have any specific, number of geographical locations as such? So let me tell you, Azure has data centers in 140 plus countries right now, and gradually it increase. And at the same time, they have divided these data centers location into multiple regions. So they have 60 plus regions right now. Do we have any specific document regarding that which is available in the public domain? Absolutely. So you can go ahead and try to search, like I am over here trying to search over here Azure data or Azure virtual tool, something like this. As I told you that I'm going to show you. So suppose we have Azure virtual tool. If I go, so you can see virtual data center tool over here, and you may get a portal as in datacenter.microsoft.com global explore data center. So over here, once you go, you may see okay, back to the global infrastructure map over here, maybe. And it's going to load the globe over here. So this is what the globe that we have, and showing data center throughout the world that we have. So suppose you just go and hover the mouse on a specific point, you see Italy North over here, or maybe this one, United Kingdom over here. You have Finland Center. So these are the data centers basically. Okay. So similarly, if I talk about specifically you can say specifically any country like India. So let's go and search. No, 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 no. Or maybe anything as such. Any location. So suppose Poland Central. So you can click on this and you may see announced region with availability zone. If you scroll down a little bit, you may see the location, year opened 2023, data residency and other details, the product and services that is offered over here, sustainability details, the compliances what has been followed over here, like GDPR, then standard contractual clauses, and so on. Again, global compliances over here related to security and all, right? So you can see the details, something like this. Similarly, you can go to any of these data centers and you can get the details over here. All right. Now, if I say, suppose this data center, this is Australia. So I hope This is Australia. This is what? Okay. Southeast Asia, East Asia, Korea, Taiwan, Central, South India, suppose this one. Okay, I'm going to have South India. So you have India, South, Central, South India, Central India, India, then DEL01. You can see this one as well. Uh, so these are the data centers that we have. These are the sub data centers like Bomb. You can say Mumbai. Then we have over here. So we go South India data. So you may see data center virtual tour. So suppose this is a data center over here. You can go to the inter lobby over here and you can get inside basically and see the multiple operations area as in data center area over here. So those things definitely we can go ahead and check from this particular portal. Okay, so the lobby is getting basically load over here in few minutes. So this is like way that you can go ahead and explore a lot of things in the Microsoft offices over here, like the cloud security. You go inside, you see what are the things in the cloud security, how there are certain pictures. It is these pictures are going to showcase that what are the basic things that in terms of the security we are following, as it's mentioned over here. Then similarly, like you can go over here, community development. So you can play audio and you can see details over here. Similarly, then similarly you can go over here, then the data center jobs as such. So you can go ahead and learn more. So are you interested in working with our data center team? You can search and open job availability and all. So those things you can go ahead and see. So this is what the virtual to story lab over here. You can go over here and then you have a lot of details related to the basically Azure. So this is one of the things that if you're trying to learn certain technology, you may get little interest when you go ahead and do all these this kind of research over here. All right. So this is a simple virtual tool that I wanted to show you guys. Now, if we have these data centers in 140 plus countries, what they have done, they have actually divided these 140 countries data center, basically 140 DC into 60 plus regions. 60 plus regions. Now, when I say regions, regions are going to be considered as in it is basically going to be, you know, the particular segmentation or segregation of the 140 countries. So we can say that every country, every region, every region would have basically multiple countries over here. Okay, every region would have multiple countries over here. 140 countries and 60 plus regions. So when I say regions, regions would have multiple data centers. So if I say suppose this is one region as such, this is one region as such. Suppose the region name is R1. So it would have multiple data centers inside that. Okay. So when I say region, you need to understand in Azure that you'll have multiple data centers in that. And within a region, there would be multiple countries as well. Okay. Or maybe countries like India, US, you may find that we would have multiple regions over here as well. Okay. So this is what the basic concept. However, we are also going to understand about the region in detail very soon. Whenever you deploy any, now, when we are talking about to go ahead and communicate with these data centers, to go ahead and give instructions to these data centers, to use multiple, again, equipments which are actually reside in these data centers. Okay. So what are the options do we have? So when we talk about that, we have basically three options over here. Okay. We have how many options? Three options. So let's talk about that because that's a very important and interesting part that actually we need to learn as an Azure expert over here. So Microsoft Azure can be reached basically through something as an Azure portal. Now, what is this Azure portal? So this is a simple portal. In other words, it's a simple website through which you can give the instructions to the Azure data center that you want XYZ servers. You may need like this level of security. You may need to go ahead and utilize the server to host the websites as such, or you may need virtual machines over there. So that's what through the Azure portal. When I say portal, it's basically you can say a GUI interface. When I say GUI interface, graphical user interface, and we are going to talk about the GUI interface in detail today. And most of the part of the course, we are going to use that. So when I say GUI, so definitely there would be multiple, again, buttons over there, multiple, text boxes over there, multiple, again, uh, colorful images you may find over there. So it would be easy and user friendly. That is always a TRP or USP of Microsoft that you will get over here. However, as an administrator, generally, traditionally, it has been, said that when you are talking about the administrators are going to use a lot of commands. So we have something as in PowerShell over here, or you can say like, Cloud Shell basically. Inside the Cloud Shell option, we have PowerShell and we have Bash. So what is this Cloud Shell basically? So you have the administration option where you can write a lot of commands. And how you are going to write the commands? With the help of PowerShell as well as Bash. So PowerShell and Bash are the two options, which is fundamentally from the Microsoft, as in like PowerShell. If you are from Microsoft background, you understand what is PowerShell, how it is, how much it is important in terms of basically you can say go ahead and manage the systems, servers, or maybe SQL as well in these days. So you can go ahead and automate. Nowadays, it's considered as a programming language altogether, scripting language, right? And on the other side, when we talk about the Bash, if you're from the Linux background, you know that the alternative of PowerShell is Bash in the Linux, environment. So over here in Azure, they said that even if you're coming from the Microsoft or maybe Linux background, it doesn't matter. You may have very good knowledge of either of these and you can utilize that. So these are the two options that we have through which we can write thousands of commands and we can manage, we can communicate with Microsoft Azure. Very simple. Okay. So we are going to learn definitely like, PowerShell in little detail and the bash. Okay. That would be come under the module three, basically. Now, the third option that we have is basically JSON, Java Script Object Notation. And also in these days, Bicep. Now, I'm not sure how many people have heard about Bicep. However, most of you guys heard about JSON, right? JavaScript Object Notation. Now, these two are the programming language which would be considered as an infrastructure as a code. So when we talk about the infrastructure as a code, this is basically going to be utilized over here to, write the infrastructure through the basically programming language. Okay. So you are going to basically utilize either of these three ways to go ahead and basically, use the uh, like communicate with Azure or use over there. All right. So these are the particular ways that we need to learn over here. We are not going to learn in detail about the JSON and bicep, but definitely I will give you some fundamental, details about that. Okay. Let's start with the Azure portal. So I hope everyone over here now aware of how to create a Azure account, right? Yeah. So I'm considering that you guys are aware of a particular. Okay, let me go to this and write over here Azure free account. So I hope everyone has seen this particular portal, isn't it? So once you go to this portal, you can go to like, try Azure for free, and then you may see a lot of services over here. You will get like, Azure free account where you will get USD 200 credit over here. And this particular credit is going to be available for you for next 30 days. However, the free monthly amount of 20 plus popular services for 12 months, that is a Azure new customer only. Free monthly amount for 65 plus always free services are available. And again, access to full catalog of services up to free amount and USD $200 credit. Spending protection credit card won't be charged. No upfront commitment. Cancel anytime and move to pay as you go pricing to continue beyond 30 days or after credit is used. Okay. So this $200 is going to be valid or you can consume within 30 days. In case that 30 days, is not over, however, your $200 has been consumed completely. Okay, you have consumed $200. In that case as well, you need to move to the pay as you go if you want. Otherwise, you could stop using Azure. So they have mentioned very clearly USD 200 credit to use on Azure services within 30 days over here. You can sign up and start that. So there are a lot of services over here. Take advantage of free products. So they have given like these are the free products. You can see the free services list over here. It's mentioned that free period always, then they have mentioned somewhere like, 12 months or maybe like, always 12 months, something like this. Okay. So these are the services which are either, free for 12 months or maybe always. However, there are services for which you need to go ahead and pay. And if you're going to pay, you are going to utilize this $200 credit initially for 30 days. Okay. And you can go ahead and basically explore multiple options of Azure. So there's a, initial story of Azure that you need to go ahead and utilize and you can go ahead and basically explore Azure. Once this Azure account has been created, you may need to go ahead and always log into portal.azure.com. There's a website. So as I told you that the GUI name, this is nothing but like you have over here as in portal.azure.com. Okay. So this is, you need to go ahead and, consider that portal.azure.com is the website that you are going to utilize over here. Okay. So this portal.azure.com, always you need to go ahead and log in. And once you log in, suppose I am over here right now, I'm going to use my Piyush Academy Pune at gmail.com and I'm getting login over here. So it will let me log in. Definitely, like I'm using like very frequently as such, and that's the reason it may not ask the password to me because it has been saved, and here we go. Okay, so this is my basically first screen over here, portal in the portal.azure.com, and we are going to basically, utilize multiple resources over here. Now the question is that there are a lot of options over here. What exactly every option mean? How we are going to utilize this complete, screen? So this particular screen is considered as an home screen. In the left section, you have basically something as in like menu bar. Okay, portal menu over here. Portal menu bar. Now in the portal menu bar, you have option as in first option, create a resource. Resource means what? There are a lot of services, and what you wanted to utilize, that is considered as a resource. It's an instance of the service. So definitely we'll come to that in just few minutes. However, we have homepage. Homepage is this page basically. Okay. Then we have dashboard. So similarly, you can click on dashboard and you can have a lot of, again, options in the dashboard. So dashboard you can create, and whenever you open portal.azure.com, you may have those dashboards. So either you have the choice, either you can go ahead and keep as in first screen dashboard or maybe the home page. So I like home page, so I keep as in home page. However, you can change to the dashboard as well. Now, what is the benefit or advantage of the dashboard? Suppose you are working on a specific project and you want list of resources to be showcased whenever you open the first screen. So that is what the dashboard where you can get always. So this is what the dashboard, and how we can change from the home screen to the dashboard as in first screen, I will show you in next few minutes. Then we will have services. So we can suppose I need to learn and check what all services do we have. So we can go ahead and click on all services over here, and we have list of services. Okay, so we have list of services, and these are the some major services at the top. You can see like service providers and release status over here. However, to understand more, in terms of the category of the services, they have divided the services into multiple categories over here. So we have like AI plus machine learning, we have analytics, we have compute related services, we have container related, database related, DevOps, journal, hybrid and multi cloud, identity, and so on. So we have a lot of services over here. On the basis of the category, we can get that. We can click on all, and we can see like all services over here. You can see like, we have services related to AI plus machine learning. 22 services are there. They have listed over here. Similarly, you can come down and you may see like, compute related 34 services and so on. So that is also there. And through the category list, you can go to the services over here. Okay. So this is all about services. And again, you can get more detail from the services very soon. Like each of the services, how to get a detail, I will show you. Apart from that, we have like, favorites. So under that, you have like few favorite services over here, which I use frequently. It's mentioned over here. You can go to the all resources. Now let's talk about the services and resources. So pay as you go subscription service get charged per hour or per day. Okay. So basically, when we are talking about the pay as you go, it is basically, you can say, on the basis of the unit. Okay. Now, unit could be most of the time as in per hour. All right. But it depends upon service to service as well. There are services where we charge per second as well, per hour, per second. I haven't seen anything as in per day as such right now, but definitely it is depend upon the particular services. Now, how you would get those details, I'm coming to that when we talk about the subscription. Okay, so we have a dedicated. I'm planning to give you dedicated time to make you understand how the particular subscriptions are going to be work. Now, when we are talking about the service and subscription, service and basically resources, so the architecture diagram of the Azure would be something like this. So suppose this is Azure. This box is, consider that it is Azure. Okay. Now, the first layer of Azure is going to be considered as a service over here. Service means what exactly Azure offers, isn't it? So we say this one as a service. Now, consider that we have service as an Azure virtual machine. Now, this is a service. Now, this service is basically defined under the Azure. There's a definition of the virtual machine. They say that, okay, there's something as a virtual machine over there. And these are the set of features of the virtual machine. Like it would have CPU, it is going to be have RAM, it is going to be have networking feature, and so on. Similarly, suppose we have Azure Virtual Network. Okay. Now, this is the icon that officially we use for the Azure Virtual Network, and so on. You have seen that when I talk about the services, we went to all services and we saw like there are multiple services like this is a virtual machine, there's a virtual network, and so on. So this is the template that has been defined over here. However, when as a user I'm going to utilize these services, I need to go ahead and make the resources. What is that? Resources. We are talking about the resources over here. Now, I could have three virtual machines. Okay. What I will do, I will create basically three virtual machines, something like this. I say that suppose this is VM1. Okay. Now I could have VM2. I could have maybe VM3, isn't it? Now, what is happening over here? I have a service and I'm creating basically multiple instance of this service, isn't it? Multiple instance of this particular service. So I have three service. I have three instances. Means these three instances are considered as a resource. So this is what the service where the definition, the template has been defined. However, with the help of these, basically, I have created three instances where I am going to actually going to keep our applications, host our websites, keep our database. I'm actually going to, put our database over here, isn't it? And this is what the resource is. So I can basically go ahead and make multiple instances. So this is something as in you can say services are nothing but the planning, the template. Okay, this is a template, and this is the actual, resources which is going to be, utilized over here. So this is what the service and the resources. So when I say service, it is the exact offering of the cloud service providers. However, the resources are nothing but the actual instance of the particular services. Am I making sense? So instance of services are considered as in resources, and services are nothing but the actual offer, the template, the offering, the product, the like similar to the product we have services over here. Where the definition, the templates. If I say that I need virtual machine, they say that okay, there is a service name as in virtual machine. Please go ahead and understand that, take the template and make multiple resources out of that. So this is the way that this particular thing, Azure has planned their like services and resources, and these services and resources are going to be utilized multiple, uh, again, multiple instances you can create as a resource. So this is going to be applied to all the services, and I've shown you how many services are there. So let's go ahead and see actually how does it work over here. So when we are talking about, suppose I go to this, and over here they say that create a resource. Once I click on create a resource, they will say, all right, what type of resource you want to create, which service you wanted to basically use. So they have given you a list of services over here again. Okay. So suppose I say I want to create a virtual machine type of resource. So they have given you option. Please click on create. If you wanted to know about this service, you have dot. If you wanted to learn, you have MS Learn over here, like some updates and all. So you can click on create. Suppose the moment you click on create, you have confirmed, you have given the confirmation to them that you need to create a resource which is of type as in virtual machine. And again, it's virtual machine what? Virtual machine service. Okay. So you can see like all services from there, I went to basically virtual machine. So you have all services. Again, if I go to this, I say create basically resource. You can go to any of the category over here. Suppose I say databases. I am in the database. Since I would like to create a resource, I have told to Azure. Azure has not only given me the list of service details, however, they have given me a particular option to create a resource of a specific service type. Okay, so suppose we have Azure SQL, I need to create a database. I'll click on again, create over here. So I'm giving the instruction by clicking over there that, I need a resource, means what? I need a resource, something like this, of what service type? Of database service type. So you can say that suppose this is Azure DB. This is a service, and I'm going to create, suppose, the instance of this service, isn't it? So I say that, okay, this is my DB1, which I'm going to actually going to utilize. All right. All right. So we have these services and resources concept. Now coming to the basically again the fundamental of the home page, there is a second option as an Azure, Microsoft Azure logo is over here. Next to that, we have a basically this very rich search bar. When I say very strong, it's a strong search bar where you can get anything and everything related to Azure. And it is going to search not only the service details, however, multiple things related to the document, related to the content type over here, something as an search as an Azure virtual machine. So now what you see, if you see, click on this for more, you are getting like, this keyword, there are suggested 99 results under bucket as in services. Under the marketplace, with this particular again keyword, we have 31 suggestions. Under the document, we have 99 plus suggestions. Under the Microsoft Entra ID, we have 30. Resources, 0. Resource group, 0. What does it mean? It means that it is going to basically show you the result in multiple buckets. Okay. Now it's you who is going to decide exactly what do you wanted to see. Now, those buckets definitely they have suggested multiple, results over here. However, they have given first four results details over here. So you can see like four details. You can click on see more. So 99 plus results are going to come. Similarly, you can scroll down and you may see like, details like what is Azure Virtual Machine as a document. So you can click on this and you can get all those. So this search bar we are going to use multiple times, guys, okay, throughout our journey of Azure learning. And we will see like how we can go ahead and utilize. All right. So there's the second option. Third option we have as a co-pilot. You can click on this co-pilot over here. I hope everyone aware of what is Copilot. It is nothing but the chat GPT of Microsoft. Simple. Okay. Very clear. So if you are facing any issue and you wanted to know about the specific term, about the specific feature, or maybe like how to do something kind of question, you can come over here. You can just click on Copilot. See, right now it is doing how to create a virtual network using Terraform. You can click on this. The moment you will click on this, it is going to give you result. It is going to give you like, complete steps that through the Terraform next option that is basically over here, Cloud Shell. So once you click on Cloud Shell, I told you if you remember that you have second way to go and interact over here as in like PowerShell, Cloud Shell, through which you can write the commands and all. Okay. Next part that is the Cloud Shell. So once you go to the Cloud Shell, you may find over here a terminal over here. Okay. Now this terminal is going to show you basically two options. As I told you, if you remember, under the Cloud Shell we have PowerShell and Bash. So right now you are in a PowerShell basically terminal. Okay. Similarly, you can click on switch to Bash and you can get into the Bash part. So you can write lot of commands in this terminal. You can give lot of instructions to this terminal now, and this way basically you can go ahead and manage again the Microsoft Azure with the help of Bash and PowerShell. You can switch to the PowerShell again, and you can get the PowerShell thing. So this is what your command line. But this is not the only way to use it. There is a other way. However, over here in the portal, they have given this option. So basically, over here, this is the way that you can come. Basically, this is the fundamental way that we can use, and PowerShell and again Bash we are going to see as a separate topic altogether, where I will tell you about the multiple commands. Now we have something as a notification. Once you click on this notification, now you whatever you do over here, whatever instructions you are giving to the Azure, there would be chances that it is going to be complete, but it will not tell you how it will notify you that it has been completed. So for this, you may need to monitor this notification. Now, how to monitor? So in the monitor, like in the notification, it will go ahead and actually, pop up automatically and says that, okay, you had given me instruction to create a virtual machine. It has been done successfully. In case there would be any issue, it will go ahead and give you, this is what the error message. Making sense? So over here, we have basically it is going to give you a lot of basically details, lot of success, lot of error and other things you can go ahead and check in the cloud over here. Now coming to the settings, once you come to the settings over here, I wanted to show you like you can go ahead and check your subscription details. So the monitoring part, okay, the charges, the cost over here. So you see, like I had a Azure Pass and like pay as you go. So I have multiple subscriptions over here. So you can come to the directories and subscription, and you can go ahead and basically check how many subscriptions you can have multiple subscription under one account as such. So those details I'm going to talk once we will go ahead and talk about the subscription section. However, you have directories as well. So generally we have like domains, Entra ID. The first thing on next Saturday we are going to start with the Entra ID concept where we have domain and all. So this is what we have domains. So it's nothing but in general you can say whenever you use your corporate systems, you have always domain over there, right? Like xyz.com. So you have like Akash at the rate xyz.com. So xyz.com is your domain, isn't it? So how you can manage that, how you can create, so those details over here. Then we have appearance and startup view. when we have appearance and startup view, you have menu behavior over here. So like you can click on suppose dock over here and apply. Now what will happen? You see that this part is basically dock over here. Okay, this part is going to be over here. If you say fly out, apply, then what will happen? You need to click on this and then it will, go. So this is what fly out. Then we have service menu behavior. So we have collapse and expand. So like, you have like menu behavior over there as in collapse and expand whenever it will open, basically. Okay. There would be sub menus and all. So those things are over there. So I just keep it as in collapse so that in a small screen as well, we are able to see that. Then we have theme. So we have like, dark theme as such, something like this, light theme, something like this, auto theme, something like this. Okay. Then we have starter view. So again, if you remember, I told you about the home and dashboard. What is the home page? So this is the home page. If I wanted the dashboard to be open something like this, whenever I open portal.azure.com, I will do, I will come to the settings. I will go to the appearance and starter, and over here, I will go ahead and basically, you know, uh, select over here just the basically dashboard and apply. So this is basically the startup view. However, I will keep it as in home. I like home basically. Then startup directory. Now we have last view and the selector directory over here. So we have selected directory. We can select this directory. This is my directory, fundamental directory. I'm keeping this. Otherwise, I can keep as in last viewed as well. So suppose I'm working with multiple clients and I have multiple directories. In that case, last night, like last visit time, which directory I was in, that is going to be shown over here. However, I'll keep as in right now the basic directory. Now we have language plus region. When we are talking about a language plus region, do you know like Microsoft Azure has option of multiple languages over here, isn't it? Now again, the regional format also we have available. So we can go with the regional format as well. My information. So definitely we are talking about like, my email address, my again, like, Azure portal plan, personalized plan, and all. We can go ahead and select over here. Select what you plan to do on the Azure, get personalized tips and all. You can keep over here. Finally, you have something as sign out and notification. So we have over here sign out. So enable directory label ideal timeout. Okay, so you can click on this. So we have basically, hours. So enable directly label idle timeout. They have given the option if there would be, certain directory label. Ideal time would be suppose 5 minutes, 1 hour, or something like that. It will sign out automatically. Generally, people don't keep this. Sign me out when inactive. Inactive means in this portal if I will be inactive for a certain period of time. Okay. So these are some fundamental things, guys. Then notification. So show pop-up notification. So this is what the notification part, right? I want the pop-up. Like once the particular instruction we have given, if it has been successfully completed, so go ahead and just, pop up the information it has been completed successfully. There's what. Then show teaching bubble. This is a new thing that they have introduced recently. They say that like, if something's silly mistake you are doing and all, so it will go ahead and basically show you that teaching bubble over there. So these are the certain things under the portal setting. Then we have over here support and troubleshooting. So you can come to the support and troubleshooting and then you can start with ask to the Azure community, explore document, billing information and all kind of a support. Then we have feedback. So you can give the feedback to Azure. They take it seriously over here. They will definitely email you on the basis of your feedback. Maybe you don't like something and all. And it's okay to contact me about my feedback. You say like, okay, that's fine if you want. Then finally, you have basically your users. So you can switch from one user to another user as well. Like I have multiple users over here. So I can switch from one user to another user, switch directory as well as sign out. So these are the most uh, important part or aspect of Azure as of now. The top section I have covered. So the similar things at the bottom over here, you can see like Azure services. We have multiple list of services which you have used, last. It is going to show you there. Okay. Now I'm talking. I'm I'm going to talk about the resources over here. So these are the resources which you have, which you will may create, and the list is going to show over here. The resources. Then we have navigate. When we say navigate, this is basically some important again options like the subscriptions. How many subscriptions do you have? How many resource groups do you have? Resource groups means it's a group, logical grouping of resources. How many again resources, all resources options that I told you, the dashboard. So they have given the quick navigation link. Apart from that, we have tools. So we have Microsoft Learn, we have Microsoft Azure Monitor, then Microsoft Defender for Cloud, then cost management. So these tools are over here, which is going to give you like self-explanatory, options that if you wanted to learn and see each and every options and all, you can definitely go over here. Monitor is for monitoring all the resources. This is related to the security. Then cost management option is there. Then useful links. So we have technical document, Azure migration tool, again they have given specific link over here. Azure services, then find an Azure experts like us if you wanted to know about them. Then recent Azure updates, this is very important. Like if you're going to learn Azure, it is always suggested that at least once in a week, mostly like once you are starting the week, the first day you go over here the Azure recent updates, and you can see a lot of things over here related to maybe specific product or in general. So you can see like this update is January 2025 journal availability. There's going to be retired this particular thing, that is retirement Microsoft Fabric runtime 1.1 end of the port in March 2025. They are giving journal availability means it is available for the production right now. This is open source feature update, KAITO, retrieval augmented generation, RAG support, January 2025. Again, public review. What do you mean by public review? So there are a lot of resources, sorry, not resources, services which Azure says that we are going to put in the Azure portal, but it is recommended don't use for the production purpose. It is for the testing purpose. So you can go ahead and basically use for the testing purpose. So JavaScript code interpretation dynamic session in Azure container over here app. So that is again going to be available for the preview mode in January 2024. Then general availability, user managed plugin. So you see, like, all these particular updates you can see like at least once in a week, and you will be updated over here. So this is what we have. Apart from that, you have Quick Start Center, where if you wanted to learn anything and you wanted to just see, like, explore any services, you can go for the Quick Start. Then you have option as an Azure mobile app. So suppose in a mobile app, you wanted to basically, check about the Azure. So you have App Store as well as Google Play Store. You have both the options. You can go either of that, and then you can basically install, and you can go ahead and utilize even in your tablet, in your mobile phone, in your particular devices, which is mobile right now. Okay. So we have covered the concepts related to the cloud and basics of the Azure, and as I have told you, that we are going to start concepts related to the actual module one, that is nothing but the understanding of the Microsoft Entra ID, that is related to the identity management system. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to understand this particular concept of Azure, that is Entra ID. Okay. So when we are going to talk about the Entra ID specifically over here, we are going to cover over here the examine of the Microsoft Entra ID service, description of the Microsoft Entra ID concept, comparison between the Entra ID and the Active Directory Domain Services, that is ADDS. We are also going to learn about multiple Entra ID plans, that is P1 and P2, and some depth related to the Entra ID, that would be basically self-service password. So these things we are going to cover in detail. Now, when we are talking about the basically the Microsoft Entra ID, you need to understand, first of all, this particular service is related to what type of benefit in terms of the IT infrastructure. Okay. So before I start with the Entra ID, let me tell you that in a traditional IT infrastructure, we know that every day when we use computer systems or server or maybe any application to provide the security to these systems, we have something as an username and password. Everyone must be using username and password over here, isn't it? Now, whenever we type the username password, there is a backend system which is going to basically help us to certify or to check that the user has mentioned the correct username and password or not, isn't it? Now, what is that system? You are doing this in all the social media like your Facebook, LinkedIn, or any other social media. You're doing this with your corporate laptop as well. You're doing this with your phone system and in your email addresses as well, isn't it? So when we are talking about this particular type of system, is this system is considered as an identity management system. Now there are multiple companies came up with their own identity management system. And similarly, Microsoft came up traditionally one identity management system that they have named as an Active Directory. Okay. Now, when we talk about the Active Directory, this you may find like, almost every servers, almost every, you can say Microsoft applications, isn't it? However, when cloud has been introduced, over here as well, we wanted this identity management system. Microsoft thought initially, let's go ahead and use the same Active Directory. However, because of XYZ reason that I'm going to talk in a few minutes, it could not implement the same Active Directory over here. So this is all about the new identity management system in Azure. That is nothing but the Microsoft Entra ID, as you can see. So what all we can do over here? You can see over here in the left section in this picture, we have virtual network as a managed domain. Then they say automatic background sync to your managed domain. Means Entra ID is going to be automatically sync with the managed domain, that virtual network. So people who are going to use a lot of applications in this virtual network are going to be like, details of those users, accesses of those users are defined in Entra ID. Similarly, this is like, left side, as you can see in the picture, that is the Azure part. In the right section, they say on-premises Active Directory. So it is not only just going to help the Azure, however, it is also going to help the on-premises, systems as well. So the on-premises is going to be connection is going to be happen with the help of Microsoft Entra. So that happens with the Entra ID Connect. Now these things are going to be always there to provide a basic level of security to the infra systems. Now we need to understand how this particular Entra ID is going to be worked. This is the basic objective of this particular module over here. So first it is going to configure the access to the application, include the single sign-on. It is going to manage and provision users and groups, so they need to go and define. Providing an identity management solution, including federation, implement security features like multi-factor authentication and conditional accesses as well. This is what the Microsoft Entra ID is going to do. Now, let's try to understand how it is going to be. So, to understand the Entra ID or the identity management system, first we should understand some fundamental concepts related to the Microsoft Entra ID. Number one, identity. What is identity basically? So, an object that can be authenticated. That is considered as an identity. Okay. So, any object, it could be a user, it could be a like a computer systems, applications. So, if any object can be authenticated, it is considered as basically identity. Okay. So, anything that can be authenticated is considered as an identity. Now, when you go ahead and associate certain data with the identity, when I say data means there is an identity as a user, and consider that I'm adding the password, I'm adding the user designation, user address. That is what the set of data that I'm associating with the identity. In that case, this identity generally becomes basically account. When we associate certain data, it will become an account over here. So we say that this is basically like a account over here. Yeah. So basically, it's a very simple. Like if we have consider that a certain system over here as an Azure. In that Azure, consider that we have lot of applications. We have lot of consider that we have lot of applications. Also, we have VM and so on. So there is a system named as an Azure Intra ID. Now, what happens in Azure Intra ID? We create set of users over here. Okay, we have users. So consider that these users are basically the list of users are going to be over here. All right. Now these users are going to access this virtual machine. These users are going to be access applications. Now these users would be going to be have basically username, password, designation, and other level of accesses. Now, all these are basically going to be managed within the Entra ID, and this is what job of Entra ID. Now, the question is that this is not only manage the Azure, however, there would be suppose on-premises OP system as well, OP environment. In that case as well, this is going to be helpful over there. Okay. So when we say account is nothing but when identity is going to be associated with certain data, then it is going to be considered as an account. So I have added certain details with the user, and I say that I have created an account over there. Now the next concept over here, if you see, is something as a Microsoft Intra ID account. Now such type of accounts, if I'm going to create in Azure environment, if I'm going to create with the help of certain services which are related to Microsoft Cloud, then it is going to be considered as a Microsoft Intra ID account over here. Now, when we are talking about a particular system where I'm going to manage thousands of such accounts, basically, their accesses, the computer inventory, lot of applications. So I need to make traditionally a directory, and this directory is considered and known as tenant over here. Okay. So the collection of users with their permissions, with the other details are considered as a directory of the tenant. Now, a dedicated and trusted instance, generally how to define the directory or tenant, we say that a dedicated and trusted instance, a tenant is automatically created when your organizations sign up for a Microsoft Cloud service subscription. So consider that your organization first time going to log in or sign up with the Azure, that time basically the account that we need to create, which is going to help us to create a complete directory, and that is considered as intent. So again, there are two important words in the tenant. Number one, a dedicated and trusted instance. So let me tell you why it is dedicated, because it is only for that specific organization. So it is going to be a dedicated for that as well as trusted, so that you know there is a trust instance are going to be. So this is what the tenant or debt. Now Azure subscription. So definitely we are going to pay for everything to the Azure. And if you are going to pay to the Azure, then there would be a plan, something as in. So the plan and other account details are going to be managed through the Azure subscription. And this is what the Azure subscription is, where we are going to manage the pay as you go. This is what considered as an Azure subscription. So before we go ahead, let's go ahead and understand over here. So generally, that is not the ideal situation. However, even as an individual, if you are going to create an account, you see that the tenant you have created. Okay. So definitely it's not only organization. Suppose you need to go ahead and start practice, right? So you'll definitely go ahead and create a new tenant over there. But ideal situation is this is for the organization. Okay. Now coming to the other questions, what is the difference between the Entra ID and the Active Directory? So see, basically, when we say the comparison between the Microsoft Entra ID to Active Directory domain services, we have over here Microsoft Entra ID as a primary and identity solution. So when we say Microsoft Entra ID is primarily an identity solution, however, when we say ADDS, that is specifically like used for multiple purposes. Then again, if I talk about the basic reason why this Entra ID has been created, why not we are using basically, you know, Active Directory domain services. So Active Directory domain services are defined with the help of two types of protocol. First is the Kerberos protocol and second is NTLM. So if I come out of this, so you can understand like this. Suppose there is a basic difference between the Azure Intra ID, if you talk, and second is OP ADDS. Now, in the Intra ID side, what is happening? Everything is on the cloud base. However, in the OP, we have everything is on the, you can say, on premises. So when I say on the cloud, it means that is on the internet. So traditionally for a long time, we are using the Active Directory, and this Active Directory is going to be basically, manage the complete domain, complete system. The particular OP, ADDS or Active Directory domain services are depend upon two types of protocol. First is known as Kerberos and second is NT. Now, the complete job of authentication, the complete job of managing the user and other basically, identity related services is basically based on the Kerberos and NTL. And these both protocols have been written in such a way that it doesn't support HTTP and HTTPS. So in this case, definitely Microsoft wanted to write an identity solution for the cloud. They said that, okay, we will keep this Kerberos and NTLM aside. We'll keep the basically OPADDS aside, whatever happened. We will start writing a new set of protocol, and those protocols are going to be under the Azure Intra. So this is the basic concept over here. Now coming back to the presentation, okay. Now over here, if you see, it's mentioned that in the Intra ID, it is going to query using REST API over the HTTP and HTTPS. Now, REST API is going to perform certain query and find the filtered information. Okay. At the same time, we are going to use HTTP and HTTPS protocols such as SAML, WS Federation, OpenID Connect for authentication, and OAuth for authorization. So this is what the basic concept. Now it includes federation services and many third-party services such as Facebook. So that also we can do. We can have, like, in these days, multiple applications says we are going to give the access to the user so that they can easily log in with the third-party application as well. For example, Facebook or maybe LinkedIn or any other. Now, Microsoft Entra ID users and groups are created in a flat structure. So there are no organization unit and like group policy object. All right. So group policy and the OU organization unit are no more there in the system. All right. So over here we have organization unit and group policies are no more going to be there. Only the basic things related to the policies we are going to define over here that I'm going to discuss. Now, apart from these features, we have a list of features which is going to be, help us to understand. Suppose we need to go ahead and compare Microsoft Intra ID plan. We have a free plan, then we have P1 plan, then we have P2 plan, and again Microsoft Intra we have. All right. So in the left section, there is a like set of features has been mentioned. In the right section, first is free column, then we have Microsoft ID P1 column, then Microsoft ID P2 column, and then we have Microsoft Intra suite. All right. So when we start talking about the features, you see the first about SSO, single sign-on. You see that this feature is available under the free P1 and P2. Now, what is this SSO and single sign-on? So technically, we need to go ahead and explain in this way that if there are good number of applications are already there in your system, or maybe it is there. In this case, if we will go ahead and use a single user and password to log into all the applications, if we have multiple applications and we need to use the same basic user and password, so what will happen? Suppose I have 5 applications, and for the first application, I have the user and password I have typed it. However, like I don't want to type again and again same username for other applications which are authenticated. So in this case, what we have, done or what Azure has done, they say that all those applications are going to be from under the single sign-on. These single sign-on, we will go ahead and basically deploy with unlimited applications. So suppose I'm saying that I have a set of applications where I need to apply the single sign-on. In this case, we can go ahead and add n number of applications. So the user doesn't need to type the credentials again and again. The moment it will open the application, automatically it will let the user. Then we have Microsoft Intra ID, same single sign-on is there. Then ID2 single sign-on is there. Second is cloud and federated authentication. So we have free and then again P1 and P2. Cloud and federated authentication is going to be like authentication process where we can go ahead and do the authentication from multiple sources. And this is again available everywhere. Advanced, and again in the authentication, we have processes like creating the user, managing the user, and multiple things. Then we have advanced group management. When we are talking about the advanced group management, there are certain, you can say, there is a group management where we have basically example of federated authentication. So this is basically related to the hybrid authentication, where the users are going to be in the on-premises as well as, few users are going to be in the Azure. So go ahead and make the authentication, whatever changes needs to be done, we can go ahead and define that, and then we can go ahead and basically share the details. So over here, when we are talking about the advanced group management, you see that it is only available with P1 and P2. So group is nothing but logical grouping of multiple users. So there are a lot of ways that we can manage users within a unit, and that is what the group we have. Now, advanced group management, there are a lot of features through which we play around. That would be considered as an advanced group management. Self-service account management portal. So we have a specific portal. We can go over there and then we can reset the password. We can go ahead and reset our own password. So this is the opportunity like where the user could go ahead and reset the password and they can start using it. Then multi-factor authentication, again, it's going to be everywhere. So you must have seen a lot of situations where they say that username and the password. After typing the username password, after that, it is going to be asked for the OTP number or something like that. That's what the multi-factor authentication. So Shivam is asking MFA means only Microsoft Authenticator or any other studio that is mobile. Any other as well. It's not only Microsoft. So over here, you see that in the MFA, we have free P1, P2, everyone. Like over here, we have username and password, and after that, we need to type in the credentials. So definitely the OTP or something will go either to the phone number or maybe email address. We need to go ahead and check over there. And once we type in, system will check is it correct user? Does it able to authenticate over here? Okay, so in these days, if you may see a lot of give example of condition access. So there would be situations where we say multi-factor authentication is going to have a extra layer of protection. Then we have conditional access. So conditional access means what? Like on the basis of certain condition, we are going to provide certain access. So we can go ahead and consider that there's an option for you where we say that four people are working on a project and everyone works in a multiple shift. Now, whoever comes to the last shift, we say that that time we need to provide certain kind of admin access to that particular user. So if the user will work on Saturday, Sunday, and there is a possibility of the outages, so we say that whoever works for Saturday, Sunday, whoever works on the off hour, automatically that user would have the admin rights. The moment user will complete their off-hour work. The conditional access, as we have defined, the moment it will done, it is going to basically remove the accesses. So on the basis of certain condition, if the permissions, accesses are going to be changed, that's what is the condition access and defined. Then risk-based condition access, similar to that, then like automated user and group provisioning. Again, like automatic user and groups provisioning to app, automatically it would go ahead and associate with the app. Then PIM is a report that every week, if everything goes well over here, so every week it will go ahead and send the list of username who are basically not logged in or maybe password reset. They did not like users could not logging for a certain period of time, then user will over here as an admin take actions. Advanced identity governance. So again, some advanced level of governance and identity solution it is going to be defined. So there is a basic feature of Entra ID. Now, the first one that we talk of in terms of the self-service password reset in Microsoft Entra ID, I need to understand about the self-service password. So if the users want to reset their password themselves, in that case, we define over here self-service password reset. So we can go ahead and define over here. We need to find out who can use self-service password reset, choose the number of authentication method required and methods available. Then you can require user to register to SSPR. So over here, at the time of set up the self-service password reset, we need to set up all these things. So let's go ahead and try that. First of all, it is a premium service. So if you see, I'm going to log into portal.azure.com. Okay, while this is loading, I think so. Basically, you must have seen in the Gmail, in your Gmail or any other specific, accounting system. Nowadays, whenever you forget their password, you don't need to actually call to their support team. What do? They will say that you have an option of forget password, isn't it? So you go ahead and click on the forgot password, and they ask a certain set of questions to understand you are the right user or not to reset the password, isn't it? And once you've done that, the password reset would be done and you are happy, isn't it? So this is what the self-service password reset. You don't need to depend upon anyone. You can go ahead and reset your password yourself. So how to do that? That's what I wanted to show. So for this, you need to go for Entra ID. Over here, you see it's mentioned as a default directory, the first directory that we got it. Meanwhile, you need to understand like how to create a user, how to go ahead and basically, make a group and other things. Okay. So whenever we say like authentication and authorization, there are two activities that needs to be done by any of the identity management system. And this is going to be happen over here. So what is authentication first of all? So to get into the system is considered as an authentication over here. And once we get inside the system by typing the username and password, there is something as an authorization. Authorization is going to basically help in terms of providing accesses, permissions. That's what the authorization we have. Now, each user account has additional properties as well, apart from the, something related to the authentication and authorization. And it would be like this. Now, whenever you create account in Azure, we have two types of account. We have new account that is a native account, and the second one is guest account that is basically invite user account. So when we talk about to manage these accounts, we have global administrator or a user administrator to manage these other users as such. We can go ahead and invite the users who are basically present in other you can say active directory as such. However, we can go ahead and create new accounts as well over here. The deleted users can be restored for 30 days, and signing and audit logging information is also available that who is using what with the help of this manage user account. Okay. So these are the some fundamental things that we follow, and with the help of basically these things, we manage multiple users. Similarly, when we wanted to have to deal with multiple users together, we have groups over there. So the logical collection of users are considered as a group over here. We have multiple types of groups. For example, we have, group security group and the Microsoft 365. So we create these groups, and I will show you basically how does it work. Before this, what is the basic difference between the guest user or invite user and the new user? So let me tell you, let me open this raw.io. So consider that this is Microsoft Azure. Coming to that point, Raghu, okay, the same thing. There is a other domain as in suppose I say xyz.com. Okay. Now I'm using suppose my organization is using Azure, and I say that I have a identity management system name as in pqr.com. Okay, over here. All right. Now in Azure, I have created pqr.com and there's a external this one. Now this pqr.com got a project. Okay, XYZ. Suppose there is a user over here already in the XYZ, and he like there is a mutual benefit, and he wanted to work with PQR. However, for just like as a contractor for 5-6 months. Now XYZ sending this user over here to the PQR. However, their XYZ is telling that the email address of the authentication would be same that it has. So suppose I say that it is something as in suppose y@xyz.com. Okay. Now I'm going to use the same user ID for this user over here. So in the directory, it would be mentioned as in like y@xyz.com. Now, this is not a like pqr.com domain user. It is a XYZ. So for P in the PQR, this particular user would be considered as an what? Guest user, because we are basically calling them. Okay. So over here, as you can see that I have invited this user to be the part of this. And even the authentication process will happen in the xyz.com, not over here in the pqr.com. All right. So now this is the basically the guest user. However, there would be set of users I'm going to create over here. And you know what would be the domain name for that? So definitely similar to this, if I consider, okay, so suppose if I say similar to this, I say like, y@pqr.com. Okay. This is going to be y@pqr.com, not the xyz.com. So this is considered as a native user, not a, okay. So this is the basic difference between that. If we have integrated with on-premise AD and AD tenant, do I still need to invite existing AD users? So basically, it is not only from one. See, you can go ahead and integrate with the on-premises user, only one on-premises. But suppose you have the user from any other on-premises. Even if you don't integrate with the on-premises user, you can create a guest user over there. Guest user means the user which is not a part of the native Active Directory or native identity management system. It could be from anywhere. Okay. And it doesn't require like hybrid connection on premise. Maybe a new user joined the or will be native user. Absolutely. New user means what? We are creating a user over here. Okay. So that is a native user. However, the user is already exists somewhere else and we are just inviting them. That is a guest user. Hope it's clear. All right. So when we are talking about the Microsoft Azure portal, as we have seen already, all right. Now let's go ahead and start with the fundamentals over here. So all these options, hope you guys remember, I've shown you. Now I'm going to start working with this. So the first module, as you know that we have discussed, is Entra ID. So we can write over here Intra ID basically. The moment I will write the Intra ID, it is going to be show over here. You can see Microsoft Entra ID. I'll click on this Microsoft Entra ID right now. And you may go ahead and try to understand over here. You may see that I have already one Entra ID name as a default directory. So what is this basically? So when you are talking about the default directory, this is the first directory, or you can say the first Entra ID that you will get whenever you first time go ahead and create account over here in the Azure. So anyone, either as an individual or the organization, if you are going to create your account in the Azure, the first account, the free account, if you remember, right? Everyone aware of, and I hope like most of you guys must have created an account, free account in the Azure. If you haven't done, request you again, Okay. So let's go ahead and create a ticket with the Azure board and let's go ahead and see. Yeah. All right. So this is what we have. Now, over here, you see that default directory is the first directory that we have. Okay. And then we have the basically tenant ID. So whenever you create the basically I tenant, you will get a tenant ID over here. So every tenant would have a tenant ID. Now, what is tenant? So the directory, the exact instance that you are going to create to manage the identity management system, that instance is known as tenant over here. So in the tenant, so like if I say this particular default directory, this is one tenant. So the word either tenant you can use over here or the directory, both are same. So for every directory, for every tenant, they give the tenant ID. Then we have primary domain. So the primary domain would be right over here. You can see I have this particular domain. Basically, it's a customized domain. I have changed it. But initially, by default, you will get something as in like xyz.onmicrosoft.com, something like that. But later, if you want, you can use your own brand name like I have done. You can also do. I will tell you how we can go ahead and do this. Then we have license. So you can see like I have Microsoft Entra ID free. So right now I am using basically Microsoft free ID over here. I have 27 users. I have 65 groups. I have 33 applications and 4 devices over here. So this is the fundamental information. Now we go ahead and create users over here. We'll go ahead and try to set up the password reset where the option would be self-service password reset and other details. So I'm coming to the basically manage section in the left side. This is also known as basically the like kind of a dashboard over here. Okay. Or in a Azure world, we use the word as in blade. So this is the default directory blade. Okay, so that's what we use. So under the default directory blade, in the left section, under the manage, we have users section. We go to the users and you have seen already we have number of users already over here. Like this, I can create, more users basically. So let's go ahead and create a new user. So as I have told you, if you remember, we have seen something as in what is the difference between this one. This is basically Microsoft Entra ID, comparison between Microsoft Entra ID and the Active Directory domain services. So over here, we are going to basically using over here Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So whenever you go ahead and create user, you can click on this new user. So you may see over here, this is create new user. And the second one is invite external user. This is what Anmol was asking, guys. Okay. How to invite the other like guest user or external user. So I'll show you both the options. So let's go ahead and start with the create new user. So I will click on create new user right now. The moment I'll click on create new user, you may see over here, you have a domain name. So you have basically this one, piyushacademy.com. You have basically piyushacademy pune gmail.onmicrosoft.com. Okay. And then mail and then like something as a child.piyushacademy. So basically, initially I had created Piyush Academy Pune Gmail dot on Microsoft.com. So by default, the initial domain name that actually came over here as in Piyush Academy Pune .ga. So this is what it came initially. All right. And then it has been basically modified and it actually came with an option I have added as in piyushacademy.com, my brand name. So I'm going to create a new user. Suppose I say user one, something like this. Okay. User one at piyushacademy.com. Now you see that mail nickname. It came automatically as in user one. It shows as in derived from user principal name. This is known as user principal name over here. I can uncheck this and I can put it over here, suppose Piyush. All right, something like that. And then we can have display name as well. So I can put it like display name as well. the same thing. Now, the password option is something as an auto-generated. So auto-generated password, you can click on this I mark and then you can use the same password as an initial password and later you can go ahead and make the changes. Okay. When the user will go ahead and use first time, it will ask to go ahead and reset the password. However, you can uncheck this and you can put it over here like your password as well. So suppose I say something as in ready to go. So you see that it says there is a policy associated with this. They say that a new password must obtain character from at least three out of lowercase character, uppercase. So three out of this. So I have basically lowercase over here. I have basically number over here. I don't have the symbol as well as uppercase. So either I need to put a symbol. So suppose I say this, so it will take, or I can put over here capital R, it will take it. Okay. So out of those four rules, you should follow three at least. That's what it says. Okay. So I have the password over here. Then account enabled. When I say account enabled, it means that the moment I will create the account, it is going to be in the enabled status. If I don't want, I can go ahead and uncheck this and later I can, check. However, I say like, okay, enable right away. Properties. When I go to the properties, it says certain, go ahead and put over here. So suppose first name, I say over here Piyush, last name K, and then it's showing as a member or guest over here as well. But I started as a member, so I say let's keep it member. The rest of the options also we can put, but I'm just going to put it as keep it as a blank assignment. Now, over here, since I'm creating a user over here, I have add group, I have add role, I have add administrative unit. So I'm not going to talk much about the group and administrative unit right now. It would be a little hurry. However, when we talk about the add role, I can click on add role and there would be a lot of predefined roles over here. Now, these roles has been already defined by Microsoft. You can go ahead and assign these roles. It doesn't mean that you need to always follow the same pattern. If you have P1 or P2 license, you can create your own role as well. All right. So suppose you have three roles I'm going to assign. I'll say submit. So these three roles, AI administrator, application developer, and we have roles over here. Then I go review, create, and then the password is also over here. And finally, I say, so what is happening exactly? I have created a user name as in Piyush over here and this user is going to be, so suppose I say Piyush, so you have user one at the rate piyushacademy.com. However, the display name is Piyush, and this is the ID, this user, and you see a lot of details as such. You can go to the basically assigned roles as well. Here we go. So all these roles would be basically show over here. Okay, so let me tell you, like these are the particular. So we have created this particular user, and we have actually, provided this level of access to the user, right? Now, definitely the virtual machine or maybe like any other resources which are associated with these roles are going to be basically applied. For example, and then again, those particular, virtual machine or any other resource would be part of this Active Directory, part of this Entra ID. So let's try to understand about the roles. So when I talk about this AI administrator, in the description it's mentioned, manage all aspect of Microsoft 365 Copilot and AI related enterprise server in Microsoft 365. What does it mean? It means that if you're using this Microsoft 365, you're going to be the part of the Copilot and AI related enterprise service you're going to manage. However, that resource should be part of this particular tenant. Again, like P1, P2 are. So suppose we have P1, P2 are there. So as a user, this Piyush user would be go ahead and able to make those changes. Okay. Or go ahead and manage that. Now again we have application administrator. So can create and manage all aspects of the app registration and enterprise app. So again, those applications should be the part of this tenant. Okay. If those tenants are like this, you are creator who is going to manage the application which are the part of this tenant basically. So there is a boundary with, so when I say there's a boundary over here. Okay, suppose the circle is a boundary and this is your Intra ID. The name is default directory. Okay, so the name is default directory and this is a boundary. Now there are users, set of users over here, and there are set of resources. So when they are going to access these resources, what level of accesses these users would have? So there would be, read access, there would be write access, there would be change access, and all. So all those things are going to be defined over here in this. All right. Now we are creating this user, we are assigning this. If I will go ahead and manage single users, so definitely it doesn't make any sense. We need to go ahead and work in the enterprise environment, right? So how to deal with the bulk? So I will come back to the particular option over here as a user. Now let's start working on the bulk option. So we have a bulk operations at the top. You can click on this and there are three options: bulk create, bulk invite, and bulk delete. Okay, here. So once we go to the bulk create, you see that please beware of the bulk operation service limitation before using the feature. Operations can only run up to 1 hour and has known issue in a large tenant. Click here for more details. Okay. Earlier, this such messages were not there. Maybe there's some issue going on. That's fine. Let's go ahead and start to create a bulk user. Anyhow, we need to just go ahead and deal with few users. But definitely you can go with the bulk quantity as well, like 500,000 and all. So how does it work? So there's an option as in download CSV template. We'll click on download. There's a template. In case you wanted to create a bulk user, you can just go ahead and open that template. This where it would be asking for the user details. They have given the example name, display name required. Suppose you say Chris Green Spark and then the username. So if you see, like I say, Chris at the rate Piyush Academy.com. And then, so the places where it's showing as in required, it means that these are the mandatory fields that you need to fill. Otherwise, it will not take. So suppose I say password, go, the initial password. Glob sign in, we are keeping no. Then we have like, first name, last name, and other things. Consider that I'm not putting anything. Okay. I'm going to save this, save as desktop, and I will keep it like as in one. Minimize this, come back, and over here, upload your CSV file. Click on this, upload that, and click on submit. So right now, actually, I have only one user. Similarly, I can have thousands of users over here. Okay. And those thousands of users are going to be uploaded over here. You can see in progress. Bulk operation is that your template. You will click on the title for more information. Okay, I think I have added only one user maybe because of that. Let's write something like this. Similarly, okay, and password I'm gonna keep it same. The rest of the things almost same. And then I will come back. You can see it's showing as an upload successfully. If I refresh this one, you may see those users now. Oh, sorry. The bulk operation user this. We'll click on the title for more information. Okay. Why it is getting failed? Bad request. The username is uploaded file is not valid. Change the username. Okay. You see that it is showing that the username showing as an bad request. Okay, the username in the uploaded file is not valid. All right, so let's go ahead and see. We may need to change the user. So I'll just say ch. Yeah, maybe because of that. That's right. So I'll go ahead and try to change now. That is not a username. Username, they're talking about this. But that also should not be same. You are right. Okay, I'm going to change this as well. Okay, save. Let's go ahead and try to upload. But I hope you guys must have got what I mean to say over here, isn't it? That we need to go ahead and basically type the details and click on submit. So this time it would be completed successfully. Click on the title for more information. Now, what is the problem here? This I did not change actually. Display name. Let's go ahead and put a valid name. Okay. Mohan Ram with Bal John. Okay. I'm just going to put a valid name over here. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and upload now. So the format is very important. If you, it is not going to be, oh man, what is the problem now? Okay, there are two got uploaded successfully. I think the username that we are typing over here in other are not in a proper. Oh, okay. I got it. Where is the problem? Actually, this is the problem. So it is getting started. See, guys, this is what we need to, take care. So there is a space actually, over here, and this is what the problem. Okay, the format was not good. Others did not upload. So I'm just going to delete these two and going to upload this one again. Okay, so the format that it was talking about, there was a space before actually, so that's the reason two has been uploaded, but others are not. So let's go ahead and upload the others as well. That was a problem. So while it is getting upload, you can see like Iqbal information has been uploaded over here, isn't it? And one more, like John information has been uploaded, but other information is also in a process. So we need to take care of the proper format. If you have like a space or something like that, it is going to create problem. It is showing over here, isn't it? So even a space is creating problem over here. Hope it's good with everyone. Now we are going to have over here with a invite user. I am done with the create new user. I'm going to have a invite external user. When I say external user invitation, basically, we need to go ahead and put an email address over here, which is actually going to invite the user through the email. So consider that you have email as an xyz at the rate gmail.com. You need to put over here, and the invitation will go to that particular email address. Okay, so I have one email address over here. So suppose this is my one of the email address, as in like, yeah, this is the email address which I'm going to use. Piyush Training 001 at gmail.com. Okay, so I'll go over here and send the invitation to this email address. Okay, make sure no space at the end as well. Now, display name. Suppose I say Rahul send invitation message. I say hello, welcome to Cloud World. And if you want, you can put it in a CC as well. I don't want. Then invite a redirected URL. So this is a redirected URL. I'll click on properties. Again, over here, you can see the first name, last name. You can give test or maybe Rahul, Raj. Now, instead of member, now it is showing as a guest. I say, all right. Then other things are also there. Next, assignment. You can assign role and group as well. So I'll go to the group. Sorry, go to the role. You can go ahead and randomly I have taken role, invite. Now we are sending the invitation to the user. Okay, successful invitation sent. What is the benefit of invitation? So the benefit of invitation would be, suppose a contractor is going to join your organization. Okay. Now this contractor, just consider this one, is not from your organization. Okay. However, it is going to be work with you for certain period of time, we know. And for that, it doesn't make any sense to go ahead and create a new account altogether. All right. So over here, that has a Gmail account and they wanted to have access to this. All right. So in this case, the exact authentication is going to be happen basically over here itself. All right. Now, basically, the authentication is going to be happen over here, but they will have access to this. So the domain name is going to be over there, right? That's what the benefit. Let's go ahead and see like the user that I have created. What was the name as a guest user? Okay, no problem. I think I have, yeah, Rahul Raj. Yeah. So I'll search over here Rahul, and you see that this is the basically user principal name, isn't it? So there's a email address through which we should get this. Yeah, you can show how to provide this new user to any resource like. Now I will go over here and in this go to the invitation and you see that it is mentioned Piyush Academy invited you to access application within their organization, right? So the contractor is going to be access our resources and other details are mentioned. So the moment you will click on accept invitation, so it means that the user is going to ask. So you can see like they have mentioned sender is Piyush Academy, organization default directory, domain name is this. So by that you may understand, okay, it is something like, all right, so this is the way that it does, and then the moment will say accept invitation. So it will take us to the code, and then code is going to be sent over here to the same user. You'll copy that code, put it over here, sign in, and they say that permissions and all basically. I say yes. Okay. So I can go and click on this, and it will look like something this. Now, what is happening over here? The user will have details that, okay, these many applications, there would be like, applications over here which would have the user have access. So like list of applications and all for the user. So generally it redirect to the myapplication.microsoft.com and over there user would have access. So such type of basically again we can invite single users over here in this way. Similarly, can we invite bulk user? Definitely the same thing. Bulk operation, bulk invite and then download the Excel file. Once you download the Excel file, the format is little different. Over here, you can see like email address to invite email required, then what it would be the redirect part, send invitation message, we send. That is also whatever we have done with the single user in the same manner we are going to do basically for the multi-user. Yeah. All right. So I've shown you the user creation. I've shown you how to create a single user, how to invite a single user, how to create a bulk user, how to invite bulk user. Okay. So basically, definitely like, so you can create a new roles as well. So I will show you the roles over here, but you should have a P2 license. Number one. Number two, you can go ahead and basically click on signing logs and you can check the details. So this is for all the users. It's not only for internal user. However, this is for all the users. Okay. It doesn't matter external or internal user. We are going to track that when this user is basically, log in to our system, what this user has done in our system. We are not going to track in terms of the Gmail and other things. So you can see like we have filter in terms of dates. We have filter, you can see timing. We can add more filter in terms of user and other things. Okay. Now, this is about the users. Let's go to home, Intra ID. Now I'm going to show you something as in password reset. So yesterday we have seen there was a option as in self-service password reset. So I wanted to show you that how this self-service password reset works. So you need to come to the password reset option, and then there is an option as in self-service password reset enable. So we can go ahead and basically click on none and we can disable. We can click on selected means this particular feature is going to be enabled only for selected user. However, we have option as an all as well. All means all the users who are in this tenant, this particular option is going to be enabled for them. Okay. Now, when we talk about the self-service password reset, we need to make sure that only and only we give the permission to the user would be able to reset the password if we authenticate them. So this particular feature is going to become with certain responsibilities as well. If I'm giving this feature, so there would be chances any dummy user, any unauthorized user could also try to misuse that, isn't it? So if I need to go ahead and give this option, first I need to authenticate that the right user is going to reset the password or not. Okay. When I say the right user, so we need to, go ahead and identify that right user. So I will say authentication method first of all. Now, when you go ahead and reset your Gmail password, what they do, they say that please go ahead and, you know, generate an OTP, isn't it? OTP through your mobile phone, registered mobile phone, or maybe you go ahead and give the answer of the security questions that you have set at the time of registration. So I'm telling that we have similarly lot of options over here, like mobile notification, mobile app, or maybe email and other things. So I'm selecting two methods like a mobile phone and the security question. So mobile phone means what? In the mobile phone, the OTP will go. By that, I will go ahead and authenticate the user. Now, the security question, they say that number of questions required to register, number of questions required to reset, required to register five, and at the time of reset, out of these five questions, you need to go ahead and basically answer at least three questions. Then we identify, then we give you permission to reset the password. So this is what I am like, as an admin, going to decide and put it over here in a proper way. So this is done. Now, what are these questions? I'm given the number of questions. So for that, we have select security question. I can click on this, and then we will have basically predefined questions and the custom questions over here. Now, predefined questions are there, and again, we can click on plus sign, and we have a lot of predefined questions that we can go ahead and select. Then custom questions, we can go ahead and click on custom, and then we can go ahead and type our questions and click on add as well. Like I have mentioned over here, which is your first certification. We have also what is your first trainer name. Like that, I can put over here what is your born city name, or maybe what is your first teacher name. XYZ, whatever you want. Okay, like this, you can click on add, and you can click over here and click on remove as well, and click on OK. So like this, I have set of questions. I'll click on OK, and then there will be 13 questions selected. I'll go ahead and click on save, go to next step, registration. What is this registration? So they say that required user to register when signing in. So user needs to register first. When we say register, means use like generally in the social media websites, you need to choose your email address and like username and other things. So like that. However, most of the enterprise environment, what happens, users are going to get the credential details from the admin, isn't it? Admin will go ahead and provide those details. So most of the time we keep as a no over here. However, even we are keeping yes, it is going to be like, the number of days before user are asked to reconfirm the authentication information and all those things. So this is one thing. I'll keep it as a no only. And then we have notification. So now notify user on password resets. So whenever user will reset the password, user will get the notification. Also notify all admin when other admins reset their password. So these things are very basic things that you may understand very clearly. That's what we need to do over here. Then we have customization. Okay. Now in the customization, we have customer help desk link. And then they say that custom help desk email or URL. Custom helpdesk email or URL is going to be basically like info@helpdesk890.com, like that. So what does it mean? How it is going to be helpful? You need to understand that even if we have given the option for self-service password reset, after that as well, users are not able to reset their password. Then where the user will go? User can come over here and basically put it as a customize help desk link and all those. Okay. And then they can contact over here. Okay. On-premises integration. So again, we are talking about over here. We will not get into details, but let me tell you what is this. So we have hybrid kind of arrangements as well. So there are a lot of situations where we say that we are going to use Azure Active Directory as well as on-premises Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is nothing but the Azure Entra ID, and the other side is basically your uh, like your uh, on-premises Active Directory. So if you wanted to use both of those, so that is what the on-premises integration. Now we have administrator policy over here. So whatever policies we have created, it's going to show over here, and accordingly it will work. So this is what your self-service password. Okay. So basically, as I told, like that on-premises application needs to use the Azure Active Directory, Azure Active Directory identity management system. So generally what happens, there are two things basically. First, either you need to keep the application in the cloud and enable that. The other way is you have the environment where you have the hybrid identity management system. Okay. Now you can go ahead and connect the on-premises Active Directory to the cloud. So ultimately, what is happening? Your application is over here. If you notice this, suppose this is your application. Okay. Now, either you keep this application outside, something like this. Okay. This is suppose not in the cloud, on premises, right? This is on premises, and there is consider that we have a active directory over here. This is on-premises AD, like we have talking about Entra ID. Okay, now we have consider that ADDS. Okay, we have ADDS over here. Now, either I will just go ahead and connect with this, and then when we connect this, these are going to share some details, and through which the cloud authentication method is going to basically, help this application to run. This is one of the options, right? This system is considered as an hybrid identity management system, and then it will work both intra ID and ADDS work together. Okay. The other option, if you wanted to, apply the identity management system purely for cloud, then this application needs to be the part of this particular intra. Okay. Again, you need to understand this is the intra ID authentication. And again, if you are keeping over here, in that case as well, it is going to apply the intra ID authentication. So what I'm talking about that this particular way we are using not only ADDS, however, intra ID as well. It's a combination of basically two identity management system that is going to authenticate the application. Okay. So, like user could not reset the password themselves. We can go ahead and reset the password as an admin. So users will contact us and then we will reset the password. So the self-service password reset is going to be enabled that the way that I have shown you. Okay. So this is a basic, concept of SSPM. Let's go ahead and try to understand few more features. Now coming to the basically like groups concept. So what is group basically? So group is nothing but the logical grouping of users, other applications. Okay, so logical grouping of, you can say, like identities over here. Now, when we go to the new group, we have basically two types of groups over here. First is security, and second is Microsoft 365. Now, what is the basic difference between them? If you hover the mouse in iMark, it is going to show you certain text. That's one of the best description to understand what is the difference between these two types of groups. First is security group. They say that security groups are used to give group members access to applications, resources, and assign licenses. Group members can be user, service principal, and other groups as well. Okay, this is the basically security group where group member can be users, devices, service principal, and other groups as well. Means nesting of group is also possible over here. However, the reason to make these groups to provide the access to the application, resources, and assign licenses. On the other hand, when we talk about the Microsoft 365 group, are used for collaboration, giving members access to shared mailbox, calendar, files, SharePoint sites, and so on. Group members can only be users over here. So in the Microsoft 365, group members are going to be only users over here. And it is going to be specifically designed in terms of Microsoft 365 groups. So it is going to share the mailbox, calendar file, and SharePoint over here. Okay. So in the Microsoft 365, since we are talking about using the applications over here, guys, so definitely we are not expecting the devices are going to be the member, or maybe like, as in like other groups are going to be the member as such. All right. So if I create a security group, we can give the name over here. I say test GRP. Suppose I put over here 678. If I say test GRP, it's saying that the group name is not available. Means I've already created a group which has the same name. So I put over here test group 654, then group description. I can say this is test group. Then we have membership types over here. So if I go to the membership type, we have dynamic and assigned membership. What is dynamic? So let's try to understand the assigned and then I will come to dynamic. Assignments, you are going to assign the use like owner and members manually over here. You're going to assign the members manually over here. This is what the manual group. However, when we say dynamic, you are not going to assign the members manually. The basically the users are going to become dynamically over here. Dynamically means automatically on the basis of certain condition. Okay. So right now I'm going to create a simple assigned member type and then I will tell you how dynamic generally work. So I'll click on, like it's mentioned, no owner selected. I'll click on owner and select one user. So we have users over here. Select. And similarly, I can select actually multiple owners over here. Let me tell you. Okay. So there are three owners. Similarly, members, I can go ahead and select members and click on create. Now my group is getting created. You can see like they say successfully created. Now if I go to the groups over here, we have dynamic group 0, cloud group this, Micro 365 group, and so on premises group. So like that we have. So I say all groups. You see that we have multiple groups. Suppose this is one of the group, ADSM group. We can go to the owner, we can go to the members, and we see that. Okay. So similarly, I have created test group. I think this one I have created just now. I'll go over here and I say members. So these members we have assigned. Owner. So these are the owners, right? Now we can click on roles and administrator. So if we have assigned certain role, then we can have. So we have no directory level only assignable. Assignable, we apply and click on this. However, they say that to create a role, you need to go to the P1, P2 and all. So like that, we can have like licenses. We can assign like if there would be any licenses, it would be show and other things. So certain accesses even I don't have, so that's the reason it's not showing. So this is the way that you can create a group and then you can assign members over there. And once the members would be assigned, it is going to work. So suppose I go to the suppose this particular group, we have you see like licenses. Since I don't have any product or something like that, we could not do anything. Uh, I don't have any license and other things, so it's not showing. However, the other thing is you can come over here in default directory, you can go to licenses. So suppose there is a specific, licenses. So you can have like all product. That's what I'm going to show you. So you can go to the all products over here. So we have basically like, these licenses we can go ahead and assign. So right now, admin remove and resource licenses assignment is only available with M365 admin center. So now to the user, you are like I have other type of basically Azure Active Directory. As you saw that it's free license, right? So they are telling me to go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and from there you can assign the licenses to the groups and the users. Okay. So if I go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center over there, I will have those options available where I can assign the licenses to the groups as well. Okay, so it would look like something this. I have Admin Center. You can click on this and you can start assign licenses. So now you can see like name or email address or something like this. Okay, so you see that this is for standard users, teams and groups. We have shared mailbox. You can add a shared mailbox and all. So basically, like, there are, that's what, like, you need to understand the Microsoft 365 administration. That's a completely different part altogether. But definitely you can do that. So we were talking about the user groups and other options. However, there is an option as in roles and administrator. At the time of creation of the users, we have seen how to assign the roles. Consider that I need to check what are the predefined roles, what are the custom roles do we have. In this case, definitely below the external identities, we have option as in roles and administrator. Once we go over here, it will go ahead and give you a lot of options about the multiple predefined roles. We can go to the any role, click on that, and you may see who all are the part of that particular role, like where it has been assigned. Not only this, you can add the assignment as well. Apart from that, you can go to the description and check exactly what are you getting from those roles, what are the permissions under those roles. So it is going to give you a complete detail about the respective role over here. Also, if you are going to create a new role as per your requirement, you can come over here and you need to have a P1 or P2 license basically. And once you'll have the P1 or P2 license, this particular new custom role option would be enabled. You can click on that and go ahead and assign go ahead and create a new role altogether. Okay, so this is the way that you can create your own role as per your requirements. Also, you can check your own role as well. Like you can see, it's mentioned over here, your role. They have mentioned global administrator and one other role. I can click on your role option and it will show me that what role has been assigned to me. So this is what the role has been assigned to me. So this is about the roles. You can go to the access reviews as well. So if there is a specific set of access has been given and you wanted to review that it is, for a correct user got the specific role and it is getting utilized, you can go to access review. So under the roles and administrator, you can see all these details. Now, apart from that, there's something as an administrative unit. You can go to the administrative unit and create your own administrative unit. Now, how to create it? You can click on add. You can give the name as in suppose test admin unit description restrict management administrative unit assign. So there are few administrative roles over here. Okay, like authentication administrator, cloud device administrator, group administrator, help desk, and so on. Now you can go ahead and basically assign users over there. So suppose I say like this guy, one is as an authentication administrator. And I go over here, this guy is going to become, suppose, license administrator. So like this, I have assigned certain user over here in a multiple administrative, roles assignment. I'll click on this, click on create. And this is the way fail to assign all administrative. Okay, that's fine. However, it has been created. So we can click on this and get into this. So roles and administrator again, we have over here users we can assign groups, right? So you can click on new group. So you can go ahead and create a new group and put it over here. So the basic idea over here is we can have administrative unit created and whenever we want, we can utilize in the future. An administrative unit is a unit for administrative permissions. So these are the basic options that we have. Okay. So if I go over here, as per this, we have completed like, first session, first module over here. However, let me tell you a couple of things. Now, how we will go ahead and perform the lab? Do we have any like, practice scenarios and all? Yes. So I'm going to start with one of the practice scenario because I have completed right now module one. Okay, so once you complete the module, you can go to AZ104 GitHub Lab. Okay, you need to search for AZ104 GitHub Lab and you will get something like this. Okay, so you can go ahead and open that. Over here, you can, in the right section, click on this. Now, the way that the modules are there, in the same sequence, basically, the question paper is there. So over here, you can click on module 1, lab 1. You will have the complete lab introduction. There's an estimation time and over here, lab scenario. Now there's an architecture diagram and these are the steps that you need to follow. So this is the complete option that you have, complete lab that you have that you can use. Now, once we go to the lab, see in the lab one, that is module one, only the scenario and the steps are there that you can follow. However, once you go to the lab two, so under the lab two, that is a module two, A and B, there are two labs. You can go over here. And the best part is that there is a simulation over here. So when we say simulation, it means that you can click on manage access with RBAC. Consider that. It will take you to the video, simulator video. Okay. Over there, you can go ahead and basically, perform the lab by just clicking certain, options. So you can click on this. You keep on clicking on this and then you can, all right, hope you got it. So you can just click on this and there's audio in the background as well. that is going to help you. Okay. So this is the way that it does work. All right. Now, one more thing. You can go ahead and click on code and download zip as well. Whenever, you start with download the zip. So what will happen in download zip? You will have all these basically you will get over there in a zip file. So suppose I say all files. So you may get a lot of simulation or lab files. Okay, so on the basis of module, so you can go to suppose module 2. So these are the JSON files and all that you can utilize. So it is going to be little, early to talk about all those. We will go ahead and definitely talk once we'll start with the module. All right. But as of now, you can go to this link. You can start with the lab one. Okay. So this is what the module one. You guys must have got the idea. Okay. So this is the lab one basically, manage identity management system. And over here, the complete lab has been divided into two. Okay, now the lab is managing Microsoft Entra ID. So that particular lab has been divided into two tasks, and this is what they are telling the architecture type. So this is what we have. Okay, so we will start with the module two right now. So the second module is about the administrate governance and compliances. So what exactly are we going to learn over here? We are going to learn about the core architecture component of Azure, Azure policy initiatives, secure your Azure resources with role-based access control. Okay. And then there are two labs, as you saw earlier as well. Start with description of core architecture. We need to understand the concept of region. We need to understand the concept in detail about subscription, then subscription uses, how to obtain the subscription, what are the resource group, what is service limit and quota, then Azure resource hierarchy, and so on. So let's start with the concept of a region over here. So they say that a region represents a collection of data centers. So there are multiple data centers throughout the world. Now we can keep multiple data centers together. And we say that this is going to be considered as in one region. This is what the region is. It provides a flexibility in a scale. What is flexibility? So suppose you are sitting in India and your servers are going to be in the US region. You can flexibility is there. You can work remotely and you can manage the business. At the same time, scaling. So we have the capacity over here. Even in the multiple locations, we can scale our business because we don't need to worry about the infrastructure, right? So this is what the flexibility and the scaling preserves data residency. So we are going to preserve the data in the local only. So suppose we have China data center, we have India data center. Now we want to keep their data locally. We can go ahead and all right. Now we have select region close to your users. This is also one of the thing that technically we need to understand that the more distance is not going to help in terms of internet, in terms of the basically providing the certain services, it lose the capability in terms of the performance, latency. So always keep the users near to the user. Be aware of the region deployment availability. Now, what happens? Like we have multiple data centers throughout the world. However, all these data centers would not have the same set of capabilities as such. There are some small data centers, there are some big data centers. So, if you are aware of that, every region would have how much, resources available, what are the capabilities. So, this is going to help us in terms of the architecture. Suppose I select XYZ virtual machine to be deployed in a specific region. However, when we start the deployment, we came to know that the particular region doesn't have that specific virtual machine. And that's what the problem starts. So these are the things that we need to take care. Now, there are global services that are region independent. So we are talking about the global services which are region independent, like Intra ID. So at the time of define, making the Intra ID or anything as such, it doesn't ask for the basically location or region. So we need to understand that we are basically, region independent services are also there which we can, take the advantage. Most regions are paired for high availability. So in Azure, they say that we are working in the area of high availability over here. So in Azure, they say that every region would have their own pair, basically. So we will go ahead and check how many how many pairs has been created. So like East US region, the region pair is West US region. So regions are paired over here, and that is defined by Azure. Implement the Azure subscription. So Azure subscription is also going to be implemented over here. So at the top we have Azure account, then we have dev, we have test and production subscription. Now, every department would have their own subscription, so the budgets are easy to manage. Now, there are three subscriptions. So the bill that is getting generated, it is going to be paid by the centralized account. Okay. So we need to go ahead and understand that what is the need of the subscription, and accordingly we can go ahead and discuss. So for the development, we have only small set of computer, we need the virtual machine, we need the database, and so on. So this is like, for the dev subscription. And then we have a test subscription, and then we have production subscription. So only identities in Intra ID or in directory that is trusted by Intra ID and can be create a subscription. Now, subscription is very important not only in terms of managing billing boundaries. However, there is a security boundary also we can set up. So we are going to get a security boundary as well as billing boundary. Now, when we talk about the subscription, so we have free subscription, we have pay as you go, CSP. So we have these many type of subscriptions. So whichever we want, we can take. So we have free subscription of $20. So over here, these are the particular subscription which we can use. So free is for $20 and pay as you go, it charges you monthly. CSP agreement with possible documents through the Microsoft Cloud Solution Provider partner, typically for small and medium businesses. Enterprise is definitely one agreement that is going to be work. And the student, again, it includes like $100 for 12 months. So this is what the basically subscription, multiple types of subscription. Now obtain a subscription. So once we decide, we need to go ahead and obtain the subscription as well. So for that, we have enterprise agreement, then reseller provides a simple, flexible way to purchase cloud services. Then partners can design and implement Azure cloud solution. And finally, we have personal, free account as well. So this is the way, all right. So this is the way that you'll get the subscription. Now we create a resource group. So what is the resource group? So whatever types of like subscription are there. So these subscription can be, managed. You can say the resource group are the logical grouping of resources. Once the resources will come, we will go ahead and like, maybe we can go ahead and make suppose infra for the healthcare. So we can see like we have web, we can have DB, PM. Now we can go ahead and keep like multiple types of resources in a group. Also, group cannot be renamed or nested over here. And you can move the resources between groups, basically. So these are the certain features of the group that we are going to create over here. Now, before we get in detail about the limitation and quota, let's go ahead and try to create a resource. So this is your resource group that you can basically start with. And then you can click on create over here. You can see I'm using pay as you go. So you can say like test RG. Now tag, you can tag it and finally create. So we have test group supposed created and this resource group where we are going to keep a lot of resources. So what is the name of the group we have created? Test RG. Yeah, this one. So we are in this particular resource group. Now in this resource group, we can have list of resources over here if we would have, and we have other options as well that we can click on create. So it is coming to the marketplace, and over here you can select and whatever you want you can create and keep it in a resource. All right. Now the resource group would be coming with a lot of things, and again it's a kind of a mandatory. Any resource you are going to create, like a virtual machine or any resource as such, you need to keep in the resource group. You need to like keep in the resource group. You need to define the resource group initially, and then only you will able to create. So resource group is very important. Now there are certain things. Suppose you wanted to like move resources from one resource group to another resource group. That is also possible over here. You need to select the resource group, and you can see over here the options are move to another resource group, move to another subscription, move to another region. Okay, so these options we have, we can segregate the resources on the basis of resource group. All right, so now there is something as limits and quotas. Now, what is limits and quotas? So what happens whenever you go ahead and basically create the resources over here? They have told that you need to select the region in which region you wanted to create your resource, like US region, India region, or XYZ. So you have 60 plus regions like that. Now, every region, as I told earlier, is nothing but the collection of data centers. Every data center would not have the same, set of basically resources. So there would be chances that one region would have less resources and another would have more resources. Now, on the basis of that, whenever you create the Azure account, they will go ahead and or take the subscription, they will go ahead and give some limitation quota, and you can definitely go ahead and increase that quota as well. So those things are there. So how we can go ahead and check that? So in my system, it is under the subscription. So I'll go to the subscription. So once you come to the, now this is the subscription. Under the subscription, you can come little down and you'll have unique. You can go to the user and quotas. So you see over here, I have just selected compute. However, we can go ahead and select any other thing. So it is suppose Azure container, instance and the region would be there. Accordingly, it is going to, show over here. No data display for selected filter. So quotas are going to be managed through the subscription. I'm not sure why it is not showing right now. Yeah, finally it is showing over here, as you can see. This is basically Azure Container Instance. So suppose if you go to the specific location, you can go to like container or something like this. You can go at the end. So you can go ahead and check over here. There are two things. These kind of like, icons, which are going to basically help you to identify, suppose if you wanted to increase the quota. So the quota has been given, for example, standard V100 core. The quota has been given 0 over here. However, like, dedicated core 3000 and you wanted to increase that. So what you will do, you need to go ahead and send the request. So you can click on this. So suppose I'm selecting the storage. Now you can see that request adjustment is a pencil mark. So the pencil mark shows that you don't need to open the request. You can put over here something and it is going to be work. So there are two things. First is the particular call center like icon, and second is the question mark. So this is the way that you can increase the quota. All right. Now, once you click on this, suppose over here, storage account, I put over here 251 and click on submit. Exactly what is going to be happen? It is going to basically review your request, and if they feel like it is a genuine request, they will go ahead and again at the same time they should have the storage space, they will go ahead and basically accept and they will change from 250 to 251. However, this is going to be happen right away. The place where you saw there was a call center kind of logo or icon. If you submit a request, it will take certain time because the request will go to the help desk and the help desk will review that and accordingly take action. It's going to take little time. Like it's showing as in few minutes, so it's going to take a refresh as well. Not responding properly. Now you can see over here you have both options. So now on the basis of the requirement, you can go ahead and choose and you can increase or decrease that. So most of them you are able to see. This is what the quota basically, or you can say uh, we have limits over there that you can increase. Now there's an important concept uh, that I'm going to discuss. That is basically Azure resource hierarchy. So there's something as a management group. The management group provides a level of a scope above subscription. So as of now, suppose you have the subscription, you are able to use that subscription for multiple purpose. Now the particular hierarchy is going to be in this way. At the top, we will have something as a root management group. Below that, we have sub-management group, and then we could have subscription. Below subscription, we have the resource group, then resources, and then finally this resource. So the management group is a process which is going to help the users to keep everything in a, you can say, in a proper hierarchical manner. They can go ahead and manage the resources properly. This is what the job of management group. Azure resource hierarchy is going to be there. It is going to implement compliance and the cost reporting by organizations. Because you can understand when we are talking about the root management group and under that human resource, IT, marketing. So we are basically segregating all these into multiple groups over here. And if we are assigning the subscription to the respective again group, it is going to give the clear picture that okay, this subscription is going to part of this particular group, and accordingly we can assign the policies, we can go ahead and assign resources and so on, multiple things we can do. So Azure is trying to resolve the problem statement where how we can manage a multiple subscription, because when we talk about the enterprise companies, there would be chances that these companies would have thousands of subscriptions for thousands of users, or maybe like hundreds of subscriptions for hundreds of departments. So how we will manage those subscriptions properly? By assigning the subscription to the stakeholders properly. So this is what the management group. Now, before I get into a tag, let's go ahead and see how to create a management group. We have management group. Now, this is a management group. Generally, when you go ahead and see the management group first time in your system, you will see that there would be something as in like this. Okay. Now, over here, we can go ahead and click on start, and then management group is going to create, and the root management group, the default management group is going to be over here, tenant root group. Under that, we assign subscriptions and all. Suppose I need to create a new under the tenant one, that is the top one. Under that, I need to create HR or marketing or XYZ sub resource group. We can click on create. All right. So we can give like group ID. I say suppose HR, display name HR, click on submit, just getting ready. So you see that it has been updated, and below the tenant root group, we have HR group. Now I'm going to write over here IT. So you see that now there are two management groups, are there. One is IT and second is HR. Again, I'm getting into the HR. Now, in this management group of HR, I'm going to assign subscription. Suppose I have assigned pay as you go, click on. So under the HR, we have assigned one subscription. How we can check that? We can go to management group, refresh, and you may see that this subscription has been assigned over here. All right. So like this, we can go ahead and create multiple management group and assign. Now I'll show you some hierarchy over here. What is the basic difference between the resource group and management group? So it works something like this. At the top, we have root. So under the root group, we have sub-management group over here. Under the sub-management group, we'll go ahead and assign the subscription. And under the subscription, we will have the resource group. And under the resource group, we'll have basically resources over here. So this is going to be the hierarchy, guys, which we are going to follow. So as of now, I have shown you the root group and sub-management group. Subscription, I have given you some basic idea. Then the resource group I have created and I have given you the basic idea as well. Finally, when we start creating the resources, you may see that, you know, it is going to be in a certain resource group and how things generally work over there. So we'll follow this Azure architecture diagram throughout the session. This is the concept, and on the basis of that, we will go ahead and cover a lot of topics. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
Okay. So we have covered as of now till the management group, that is creating a Azure resource hierarchy, if you remember. All right. Now, coming to the next slide, that is a tag. What is a tag basically? So, when we talk about the tag, in general concept, tagging is nothing but the kind of a reference or referring, isn't it? Name or identifier. So, same goes over here. It provides the, as it's mentioned, it provides the metadata for your Azure resource. When I say metadata, it means that for what purpose it is going to be used. For example, if I say that a certain resource like a virtual machine or maybe your any other resource going to be used for marketing department. So we use over there name value pair. It means name would be suppose the name of the department. So we say like, name as a department and the value of the department is marketing. As it's mentioned as an example over here, if you see, like they say department colon marketing. So name is department and value is marketing. Similarly, name is environment, value is production. Cost center is the name, marketing is the basically going to be value. So, what is the benefit of doing this with the respective resources? The benefit is very simple. Consider that I have created 10 virtual machines and 2 are going to be used for marketing department and 8 are going to be used for sales department. So, if we will tag the marketing department virtual machine with name value pair as in department marketing and the sales as in department sales, at the time of billing, or maybe at the time of getting more information of all the virtual machines, we can go ahead and just check the tag value or tag, details. It will give us the complete information as in metadata that, okay, these machines are going to be used for marketing department. These machines are going to be used for sales department. So that is what the use of tagging. So whenever you create any resource in Azure, you may see there would be going to be, tagging tab over there always. Okay. So definitely a lot of time you are going to use this. It helps in assessing resources utilization. Great. What is metadata? So metadata, Pawan, is the data about data. Okay. So we are creating a virtual machine. Now, if I need to go ahead and virtual machine is what resource. So if I go ahead and try to find out that for what purpose this virtual machine is getting utilized, that is what the metadata, right? It's a virtual machine metadata, we say. About that particular virtual machine is a metadata always. Okay. So data is about basically, the virtual machine is a data. But if I need to go ahead and find out the data that is about virtual machine, we say that's metadata. Okay. So about something, that is what the metadata. Now, coming to the costing part over here, how exactly the costing is going to be work in the Azure. And then I will show you certain details that how you will manage the costing as well with certain tools. So in the right section, you may see a hierarchy kind of structure or image. At the top, we have billing account, then we have multiple department, then we have enrollment account, and then we have subscription, and below that we have resource group, and finally below that we will have resources. Okay, so it starts right away over here. If you notice, basically this one as in like billing, right? And then we have departments over here, then we have enrollment account, and then actual subscriptions comes over here, then resource group. And we know that inside the resource group we will have like multiple resources like VM, or maybe SQL, or maybe like VNet and other options, that virtual network and other resources are going to become. So over here, if you see like billing account, so again, if you talk about this section over here, they say that over here is like, billing entities. So these are the billing entities and these are the resource entities. Now, billing entities means what? Over here in this section, we are going to decide that on what basis we are going to define the billings, basically. Okay. On what basis we are going to define the billing. Now, we need to be very clear that, okay, this is going to be defined on the basis of certain, you know, department, or maybe like, enrollment and all those things. So this is what the billing entity is. So you can see like billing account. So if I talk about any organization as such, so in the organization, the billing account is going to be defined over there. The finance team is going to basically go ahead and take care of the billing account. They will go to Microsoft and they say that, okay, let's go ahead and open a account over there. And once they open the account, they say that, okay, if the name of the company, suppose XYZ, for XYZ we have opened this particular billing account, and we will charge from the organization on such particular name. Then they say, okay, now our one particular core department, that is finance department, takes care of the billing. However, they say that we are going to be have multiple departments who are going to utilize the Azure resources. So why don't we go ahead and actually create multiple business units over here on the basis of the maybe department? Then in few cases we will go ahead and make it on the basis of business unit. In few cases we go ahead and make it on the basis of project. So it's basically case to case basis. Most of the time it's a department, suppose. Okay, so we'll consider like billing account is on the basis of department now. Like billing account has been divided into multiple departments. And below that we have enrollment account. Now enrollment account means in that particular department, again there would be multiple users who are going to be enrolled. To those users, we are going to assign the subscription. So once we say that, okay, in a specific department, we have, suppose IT department, and IT department would have maybe again two set of user. One is sitting in India and other is in US. So we have enrollment account again going to be divided over here, right? Now we will go ahead and give the subscription different set of subscription to the Indian enrollment account, and other set of subscription will give to the basically like US enrollment account. A few subscription will give. And finally, the subscription is going to be utilized to create the resource group. So under the subscription, we'll have a resource group. So within one subscription, we can make multiple again resource groups. And every resource groups would have resources, as simple as that, right? What is exactly the enrollment account? So enrollment account, when I'm telling you, it is a like kind of a you can say within the department we could have multiple group of people. Okay, so consider that as I've given you the example of India and US, right? So when I say that I'm going to give a subscription to a specific department or a specific set of people as such. Okay, because within a department, like suppose IT department, there would be different group of people over here, right? There would be chances of different projects working under one department as such. So one subscription has been given to the multiple set of people. So they say that we are going to make an enrollment account, and like we don't have any resource as such enrollment account, but one subscription is going to be assigned to multiple set of people. Okay, so that is what the enrollment account. So that particular subscription is going to be utilized by different group of people. That is what the enrollment account. So department is going to be, there's a hierarchy, guys. So department versus account. So there are basically one is enrollment account, there is a second is billing account. Billing account is something which is going to open with Microsoft. Okay, so all the subscriptions are going to become under one billing account and we'll pay to the Microsoft. Simple. Enrollment account is what? So again, within the department we will have group of people who are going to work on the project. Take an example again. Suppose IT, we have only one project, one basically enrollment account for the testing department. The other one is maybe like for the like production one. Okay, so there would be set of people who would be working in the testing. So we are going to assign one subscription to that group of people. So that is what the difference. Now in the department there will be two enrollment. So how many subscriptions are going to become under the enrollment? So you can see like there would be 1 to 3 subscriptions comes under one enrollment. Sorry, one department over here. However, there would be enrollment one sub hierarchy over here under one enrollment, basically two subscription. Under the other enrollment, there is one subscription. So this is what the basic difference. Okay, so why one enrollment account needs two subscription? Now the question is that. So there would be chances. See, again, coming to the same thing, we have group of people over here. Okay, suppose you wanted to give, consider this as in, like, suppose we wanted to give one subscription to each of these, like employee. There are 3 employees, and I'm going to give, one subscription to each. So we need 3 subscriptions over here. So again, to the group of people, we can assign one subscription. This is one possibility. There would be other possibility that everyone needs the subscription, individual subscription as such. So in that case, we are going to assign multiple subscription to them. Okay. Hope this makes sense. So there are these are just possibility, and that's the reason they have given this thing. Okay. So it is not something like you are going to follow like what has been like given over here. So they have given the possibility you can keep only one subscription for 5 people. There would be other possibility that for every person in the team, you are giving one subscription as such. So you are going to assign the multiple subscriptions over here. All right. Now, there are certain statements mentioned over here. Costs are resource specific. Definitely. So every resource that you are going to create on the basis of that, they are going to charge. Users cost may vary between location. Absolutely. So you need to understand this statement. It's very important. So consider that you have, this is Azure, and you have multiple regions over here. Suppose This is East US, this is West US, and this is North Europe. Okay. Now, every region would have a certain limitation, certain investment by Microsoft on the basis of the utilization of the resources in that particular region. Okay. It's a very simple concept, right? So there would be chances that we have very small data center set of data centers in the East US. All right. We have very small set of data centers in the East US. However, we have big data, like we have very good investment because there is a lots of requirements over here in the other basically region as such. Okay. So there would be chances a lot of data centers over here, and it's a big data centers. On the other hand, there would be chances that there would be little bit more capacity over here in this particular region as such. Okay. So on the basis of the requirements, we have these things generally work. Now, what happens over here in this case, the cost of the resources are going to be vary on the basis of the size of the basically region. Size means what? Basically, the capacity of the region, as well as the cost of each and every resource, the unit price of each and every resource. Means if we have a Azure virtual machine, suppose with same configuration, again I'm quoting my word over here, that of a same configuration, same machine, it costs maybe $2 over here in this region. Okay, same configuration, $2. However, in the other region, there would be chances it would be $5. So you don't need to get surprised with that because it depends upon basically the size and the demand. And there would be same machine will cost over here on the other region as in $10. Okay, there would be also chances that not only the cost, however, this machine would be available in the East US. However, this is not available in the West US. That is also the case. Okay. So you need to be very careful. That depends on government regulations as well. Yeah, there are a lot of again parameters. So there would be a lot of basically, again taxation, the base cost. Like taxation is still not the concern because again overall cost on the basis of tax it is going to be increased or decreased. But the base price I'm talking about is going to be vary. Okay. So, as an expert, as an Azure expert, we also always go ahead and, check that if we are going to implement our projects in in US region, suppose, so if there would be chances, in case there would be chances, we can get the same set of basically, same set of resources in the nearest alternate location. Why don't we go ahead and, opt that, right? That is what our, basically, you can say expertise over here. So there is a lot of tools, basically, third-party tools are coming in the market, which is going to actually, optimize the cost. Okay. So this is what, but why the base fare vary if we are using the same resources? See, the base fare is definitely going to be, increased or decreased on the basis of the market. As simple as that. On the basis of the size of the basically, the data center, how much resources we have put over there. So again, if you go little micromanagement kind of concept, you may see the electricity cost would be vary. You may see the skilled resource cost is going to be vary, isn't it? Right? So availability, definitely James is saying this same thing he is coming up with. So there are a lot of things are there which is going to decide the base cost. Thank you. So this is what the other statement that we actually bring over here. Now cost for inbound and outbound data transfer differ. That is also one of the things that we need to understand. Ultimately, we are going to get all these resources through the internet. If we are getting through the internet, there will be a lot of chances of the bandwidth utilization, because we are going to utilize the resources over there. So there would be chances that we are putting the data in the Azure data center. That is what the inbound, right? Now there will be chances that we are getting the data from the, or reading the data from the Azure, isn't it? That is what the data come out. That is outbound. So outbound and inbound, again, data transfer happens over there. So whenever we calculate the data transfer in terms of the data related resources, we need to consider this as in one of the parameter for the inbound and outbound data transfer. Prepay with Azure Reserve instance. Now we have seen as of now something as in basically pay as you go. When we talk about the pay as you go, we know that we are going to pay post utilization of the resources after a month, isn't it? Now, once we use the resource, and then we are going to pay over here. Okay. However, when we are talking about the enterprise scale clients, okay, enterprise scale client where the utilization is very high, so definitely they expect some kind of discount over there. Okay. Now, when they expect some kind of discount, and at the same time, they know that they are going to utilize certain set of resources, definitely certain period of time. Okay, they know that the project is going to be there for a year or 2 year, or maybe at least it is going to be worth for 5 years. So they approach to Microsoft that I'm going to reserve certain resources, certain servers, certain virtual machine for 1 month, sorry, for 1 year, for 6 months, for 3 years. So the cloud providers thought of, let's do this. Let's together set up certain certain period as such, which is going to define for most of the cloud service providers. So they have set up the period like 1 year and 3 year right now. If you see like any cloud provider give you this particular, there's a calculation behind that, 1 year and 3 year, they say. So 1 year, 3 year means what? You reserve certain set of virtual machine for 1 year, and you go ahead and pay certain amount because you also know that yes, I'm going to utilize for next 1 year. So let's go ahead and pay certain percentage in an advance, and on the basis of that, I can ask certain discount as well. That is what the prepay with Azure Reserve instance. I will show you the calculator in next few minutes. You may get more detail that how discounts generally work. Now, use your on-premises license with Azure hybrid benefit. There's the other thing. Okay. Now, coming to the hybrid benefit, when we are talking about the hybrid benefit, so what happens actually in hybrid benefit? Suppose just consider that you are using one SQL server. This is one of the example, but you can consider with other resources as well. So consider that you have one SQL server in the on-premises. Okay, on-premises means what? It is not in Azure, all right, in the OP. And we have purchased this SQL server, Microsoft SQL Server license, consider that for 5 years. Okay, or you can say my client has purchased this for 5 years. The SQL Server license definitely costs you good amount for 5 years. However, consider that you have already utilized this for 2 years now. Okay, utilized for 2 years. Now, after 2 years, you may see like, I need to move to the cloud. Okay, now we wanted to move to the cloud over here. So if I'm going to move to the cloud, and that is Azure, it's the same company from where we have purchased this Microsoft SQL. Now, if I'm going to do this, definitely I'm losing how many years? 3 years over here. So what Azure says that you don't need to worry. You can come to the Azure and you can go ahead and basically provide the license details of this 5 years. Okay, this 5 years. There would be some license details and all, and we will give you the benefit. Even if you are not utilized basically for next 3 years, still we will give you discount so that some cost would be managed over here. But this is going to be happen only with the Microsoft product, as simple as that. Okay. So if you are migrating yourself, any Microsoft project, which is again, the subscription is not getting fully utilized, you are getting the benefit. Examples are Microsoft SQL. Examples are any Windows operating system. Over there, you will get the hybrid benefit. Okay. Now, last one is optimize with alert, budget, and Azure advisory recommendation. So, when we are talking about this cost management, you can set up the alerts over there. Suppose for every department, the billing account says that we have multiple subscriptions over here, and for every subscription, we can set up a budget. When we say budget, definitely we are talking about the IT budget. The budget has been given, suppose, like 2,000 or 1,000 rupees for every subscription. The moment it will reach to the 80% of that 1,000 rupees, maybe 800 rupees, I should get the notification as a stakeholder that 800 has been already utilized. There is a notification. If I feel that yes, we have actually done or utilized certain resources which basically, generate the bill of 800 rupees as of now, that is good. You may go ahead and basically, you know, relax. However, if you feel like, no, I haven't utilized this much, or maybe there would be scope of reduce that, you can go ahead and basically check your resources and try that. So alert is basically getting the notification in case something goes wrong. I will get alert in an advance, and then we can go ahead and reduce the damage. Similarly, budget is you can go ahead and define. So again, it is not compulsory as such, but these are the options to optimize your cost over here. Let's go ahead and start. This is what the concept. I'm going to show you certain things, how these things are generally work over here. So coming to the basically costing part. So we have something as an Azure calculator. So we have Azure pricing calculator over here. So we can go ahead and click on this. So they have mentioned calculate your estimated hourly or monthly cost for using Azure. You can sign in as well over here. So it looks like something this. You can definitely log in. I'm not going to log in, but if you log in, your multiple estimations would be saved over here under your profile. Now we have products right away, like all the categories over here. Similarly, example scenarios are there if you want. Again, save estimates. That's what I was talking about. You can log in over here and you can check. Then FAQ is there, which is going to help you for the estimation. Suppose I will go to the products. You can click on any of these. So feature products, this one. Suppose you go to compute and all. Consider that I am clicking on virtual machine. It will come over here. You can click on view. Now, once you come over here, you may see it's mentioned like, upfront $0. By default, they have given over here. You can delete and you can select other. But default, they have given this particular, virtual machine where 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM into 730 hours paid, and this is pay as you go. Okay. Then monthly, they have given this much. You can come over here. You can change the region. As I told you, on the basis of region, it gets changed. So consider that I'm going with this. So you may see like this is changed. Okay. So East US, now you see 137, 140. Similarly, Windows, Linux, which machine you want, then you will need only OS or BizTalk or with SQL Server. Then again, tier, basic and standard, which is going to decide the performance. Category, so whatever virtual machine you want, it's compute optimize or maybe GPU or high performance compute or maybe storage. So we're definitely going to see all these very soon when we talk about the virtual machine. So I say suppose compute optimize. So now under the compute optimize, there are series of codes over here which has been assigned to multiple options under the compute optimize. General purpose, if I say, so again there are series of virtual machine. So consider that I'm going with the BS series, so B1S.
So 1 GPU, 1 GB RAM, 4 GB temporary storage, and the cost per hour is this much. Now, how many machines do I want? Suppose I say I need, 11 machines or maybe 10 machines as such. Now, into 730 hours. So definitely like days, months, they have given over here for a 1 month or maybe for a 31 days or maybe 730 hours as such. Now, over here, you see, this is what you need to understand. If I say like I need compute for like as in B1S, and there's an option of your pricing. Do you want to go for pay as you go? Do you want to go for saving plan? Saving plan means they have given 1 year. You can go ahead and utilize for 1 year or 3 years. So if I go with the 3 year, they have given you 55% of discount. Again, compute payment option. If you go ahead and give some upfront money, they will again give you certain. So there's one option. Second, you're going with the reservation. So again, you can see like reservation was 42% discount and 62% discount for the 3 years. And definitely monthly upfront. Okay. You go over here, upfront, again monthly upfront was also there. But this is the reservation. So if you hover the mouse and see, reduce cost on select Azure services by forecasting your resource needs and paying for them in advance. Now we are over here, save money across selected compute service globally by committing to spend a fixed hourly amount for 1 or 3 years, unlocking lower price until you reach your hourly commitment. So this is what the difference between these, and accordingly they will charge. So the discount that they are, giving over here in the comparison of the now over here, since I have not taken the SQL Server, I'm going to be have Windows license include or Azure hybrid benefit. So either of that we can go ahead. So definitely like, you need the license. If you have already license, you can utilize over here by putting the Azure hybrid benefit, you can get more discount. The moment I'll see like average per month, you see that license include 29.20, hybrid benefit 0. So definitely it is going to be changed. Then again, manage this if you want storage transaction. So this is what like, inbound, outbound. So transaction unit they have put it over here as well as bandwidth. Okay, storage and then bandwidth. Internal region, then internal egress. So we have outbound data transfer, 5 GB and all, like they have given 0, right? And then finally, you have estimated upfront cost, this estimated monthly cost, they are telling 0. You can export this. You can, like, get it into multiple, again, currency as such. And over there, you can utilize. So this is the, good, again, tool over here, online tool, where you can get the estimation and, give to your clients, and they will be more than happy. Okay, now coming to the next part over here, I wanted to show you something as in how to check the subscription and the budgeting part and all. So I've shown you like, okay, this is the way that we are going to have the check the budget or check the price of each and every resource, unit price and all. But when we are talking about exactly like, uh, again, as I told you, that we can send the alert, we can send like, alerts and all those things. Then how does it work? So for this, you can come to the portal and you can just type in subscription, right? And once you come to the subscription, you will have, suppose this is my subscription over here, isn't it? This is my pay-as-you-go subscription. The current cost is showing as a 956.67 rupees. Now I can go inside that subscription and I can see like a lot of things over here. So what are those? It is going to show me that, okay, the latest bill amount is this much, okay, generated on 129 2025, and this is my like, invoice they have shown. This is my utilization as such, right? You can see over here that it has utilized basically with the vault this 877, then again, this is the amount. Then it is showing as a top product by number of resources they have given. Again, they have basically cost analysis part where I can go ahead and analyze my cost, why this cost has been, this much, and other details. Then again, like, cost alerts and other things. So you see that it is showing that accumulated cost this much. Over here, EST monthly budget would be this. So, like, actual cost is this. The budget was this much, right? And on the basis of dates, if you see, like 1st of Jan and like goes to 31st, it has increased over here, isn't it? Right? And again, by services, so site recovery cost me 207, 2073.01. There is a major cost and other costs are this. So I can analyze that, okay, this is the like, cost generally has been generated something like this. And on the basis of that, then I will go ahead and check my resource over here, right? So such a email SMS will come under the alerts. Yes. So I will show you right now that part. Okay. However, you can analyze that and other things. Now, what I am going to do, I will click on budget. Suppose I wanted to see the budget. So I don't have any. Okay. Now I see like I have, few budgets over here that I have already created. And it is showing in the red because progress is this much and all those things, right? So how these budgets has been created, so you can click on add over here. And then once you click on add, you have two sections over here generally in the budget. First is create a budget and second is set alert. So when you are actually creating a budget, that time you can set alert as well. Okay. Now you need to first select the scope. So definitely I am in the pay as you go. So it is going to make a scope of pay as you go. If you wanted to do filter, you can add certain filters as well. So you can click on this and you can say like change type or invoice number. On the base of that, you can filter as well. But I say no, I don't need any filter. I'm good. I'm looking for the complete pay as you go. You can give the budget name. So I say BUD new 2025. And over here, I have to go ahead and reset the period of the alert, like, for a monthly invoice or maybe quarterly invoice, how I'm going to basically send this alert and set the budget. So I say no, monthly. It's going to start from January to basically expiration. You can put it over here, suppose 2028. Amount I'm putting over here, suppose just 1,000. Now, suggestion budget is 702. I say no. This maybe like, this month it has happened, but every time it doesn't happen like that because it is showing like this because in December, like, it went to like good amount over here. But January, it has been reduced. Okay, as you can see. Now, on the basis of that, it is forecasting that it is going to be increased. But I say no, that's fine. Now, I say next. So I have created a budget. Now I'm setting the alert. So that is very important section. Someone asked about the SMS and all. I'm going to show you right now. Please notice this. So I have like alert on the basis of certain condition, right? So alert condition is on the basis of actual or the forecast. So I say no, I need on the basis of actual. I say that if it will reach to 80% of my budget, that is 800 rupees. This is what example I had given you earlier. You can say 75% as well, so 750 rupees. The moment it will reach to this amount, I need the email, SMS, call should be go to the respective, stakeholder. So to set up that for sending the email and all, we have something as an action group. So we need to go ahead and create an action group over here, a resource name as an action group. I don't have right now. So what I will do, I'll click on manage action group and then I'm going to create an action group over here. For this, I'll go to manage action group and say action group. I'll click on create. Again, this action group is also going to cost you. It's a resource. Okay. So I'll select over here resource group, global action group. Action group name I say 2025 AG, something like this. Display name also I say like, let's have a same thing. Okay. Then I say notification. So notification type, I say like I need basically email, SMS and all. And I put over here 2025 note. I'll put the name over here. Okay, please come and answer. So I say like, okay, please send that, email to this email address. This is my email address. SMS. I'll put my phone number. Suppose I say that please send my, you know, phone call like SMS over here. Then there is a Azure mobile app notification. Suppose you have installed the app, there's an email account for registration in the app. You can put it over here. Then voice. So again, earlier we did not have voice permission in Indian phones, but now we have. So we can go ahead and put the voice alert as well. Okay. Now enable this common alert schema. I say suppose yes, common schema. Otherwise you can say no. No is also fine. And then click. So all these information I have given. So I am getting notified by with these particular, email, SMS, and voice. Okay. So this is a notification. Not only that, there is an action as well. So notification has been done, but consider that before, like, ultimately a human is getting notified, as simple as that. But before that, you want certain action to be taken by the machine automatically the moment, you know, this particular alert is going to trigger. It's not again mandatory, but if you want, you can set up that. So suppose I say like we have a lot of options, automation, runbook, Azure function, and also the basic one I'm going to show you right now. That is ITSM. Now, what is ITSM? So consider that my alert team, because there's generally an alert team, right? Monitoring team we have in all the organization, and they keep on checking that is there any, you know, alert has been generated or maybe like something goes wrong as such. And what they like how they see basically they want they generally check in the ITSM ticketing tool and all. So automatically it gets generated. So over here I wanted to do the same thing. Suppose I say that go ahead and install this ITSM connection solution and install it basically in the ITSM. ITSM, when I say it is like a ServiceNow, Salesforce kind of tools. So they have generally servers. So we can go ahead and install there, and automatically what will happen, the moment it will reach to the 80%, automatically a ticket is going to be created and it will send to the support team, and they right away go ahead and take certain action. While the notification would be, sent to the stakeholders, they would have like stop certain resources or something like that as per the instruction. So that also you can do. Not only that, through the Logic app or Azure function, we can go ahead and restart certain machines as well, or maybe stop certain machines as well, so that the damage is going to be reduced, the cost is going to be, reduced as such in the stream. So such type of things, definitely we have options and we can define. So if it will reach to the budget or like, 80% of that, we can go ahead and define in the like, Logic app to go ahead and stop all the virtual machines in the Azure function to stop the virtual machine. Okay. So this is what we can define over here. Then tag. I told you that in future, whenever we go ahead and create any resource, we'll have always one tab over here, name as in TAGS, tags, and then we can put it over here. Suppose I do, but again, it's optional. It's not mandatory. Yeah, so it's optional by default, and it's not mandatory. So you can put it over here. Otherwise, you can skip the review, create, and create over here. The moment we'll create the action group, now we can utilize over here in creating the budget. Okay, yeah, here we go. I'll go to the create budget option, and you may see like it is showing over here 2025 AG. Now, what is happening? So, if the actual would be 75% of the budget amount, the action group is going to be executed. It will go and start sending email, calling, or maybe send SMS call the stakeholders, the email address, the phone number that I have provided, as well as it is going to basically, if we will set up the certain action as such, it may go ahead and generate the alert or maybe stop certain virtual machine if we will go ahead and mention over here. Then alert recipient. So you can put over here recipient email address, multiple as well you can put. Then language default. This is what view monthly data and click on. So the moment you'll click on create, it is going to create a budget. So I'm not going to create. Hope you guys have already seen this type of budget. It is going to be shown. Okay. So this is what the cost alert and the budget you have. You can see your invoice as well. So multiple invoices would be there, as you can see. So month on month basis, you may see the invoices over here, and these invoices are going to be again check over here. External services, if you have any payment methods, you can see like multiple payments methods, you can go ahead and put it over here. Then partner information, we have any, and again there are multiple options. Okay, so this is what your pay as you go, which is going to basically uh, help you to understand the subscription. So my subscription name is basically pay as you go. So basically, partners help to deploy, optimize your users or manage your online services. If you have a partner that you work with, enter their Microsoft Partner ID to associate with partner with your subscription. So by continuing an agree, Microsoft can share the contract and subscription info with this partner. This information can include aggregate data about your organization uses of the services for more information. So if you go ahead and put the Microsoft Partner ID over there, it is going to validate. So there would be a lot of situations where you are the Microsoft Partner ID or like kind of a gold partner, and uh, you are going to help your clients to manage the cost and everything, then you need to provide your Microsoft Partner ID. They'll put over here, validate that, and save partner. So what will happen? They will go ahead and basically you will go ahead and manage their costing part as such. So this is just the put the partner ID, validate, and save partner. Nothing else. So there are a lot of companies basically they generally manage the services of their uh, like consulting services, the service-based companies, they manage the cloud services for their clients. So that time you need to put. Suppose you as an individual uh, going to manage the cloud account for clients. So you can provide your Microsoft Partner ID, and then that way it is going to validate and see. Okay, then you will have the access of their accounts basically. Okay. So this was about subscription. Now we are going to move to the Azure policy initiatives. So when we are talking about the Azure policy as such, we are going to cover over here the basic concept related to Azure policy. We are going to cover implementation of the Azure policy, then how we can go ahead and deal with multiple policies. That also one of the concept, individual, then multiple, how we can create our own policies, and definitely the demonstration is going to be there. So let's understand about this service. So policy, when we are talking about a service to create, assign, and manage policy. First of all, we need to understand what is policy. So policy is nothing but it is a set of rules, set of regulations that we are going to follow with Azure resources. Every resource is going to be restrict within that policy. Generally, we use the word over here. We enforce that specific rule. We apply these policies to manage certain compliances, and definitely this policy is going to be applied at scale. So we run evaluation as well. We scan for non-compliant resources as well under this policy. Few use cases first we will see, and then we will go ahead and try to demonstrate and make you understand how we can go ahead and take the advantage of these policies. Now, use cases, first of all, just take an example that mentioned over here, allowed resource type. So we are the owner or of that particular subscription. Now take an example, allowed resource type. In a multinational companies, MNC, or enterprise environment, there are multiple people who are using Azure subscription, a single subscription. Now, subscription is nothing but a simple account management system through which we go ahead and allow people and manage our cost. Allow people to use multiple types of resources and manage the cost, right? However, if I say that by default, my subscription allowed me to use anything and everything in the Azure environment. But I don't want that. I wanted to restrict over here to manage my cost. Now, what I wanted to restrict, I wanted to restrict to use a certain set of resources which are very costly. Okay. So this is what one of the use case it's mentioned. Allowed resource type. Specify the resource types that your organization can deploy. I say that in my subscription, cloud engineers, my Azure engineers can create only virtual machine. They could not create storage account. They could not create virtual network. They could not create any other type of resources. So what is happening over here? It is basically a specific set of resources only that I am going to make them allowed to utilize, isn't it? So this is what I can do with the help of, Azure policy over here. I can restrict the user. So what will happen if the user will try to make or create the resources which I'm not going to give them permission? It will give error message. Like first of all, it is not going to be allowed them. Second, it will give the message that in this subscription, as per the policy, you are not allowed to create virtual network. You are only allowed to create virtual machine. Okay. So those restrictions we can enforce over here. All right. So these are the things that we can basically do. Now, definitely we have other type of use cases as well. The second use case, as it's mentioned, allow virtual machine SKU. So while I was showing you the Azure calculator, I had shown you that there are multiple types of virtual machines we have, like GPU, general purpose, then storage optimized, and again, every virtual machine would have a different set of configuration as well. So when we are talking about, it's same as an EC2, right? Absolutely. So every type of virtual machine is going to be, you know, have their different configuration, and on the basis of that, their cost is also going to be changed. Now, if I say that within my organization, only a specific type of SKU machine I am going to give the permission to create. And on the basis of that, I will create my, make my budget and alerts. SKU full form is stock keeping unit. Okay, this comes from the FMCG background. So just take an example, when you go to the supermarket to purchase a sugar, so you may have sugar bag or sugar packet of 500 gram or maybe 1 kg or maybe 10 kg. So what do we say? We are getting the sugar, however, in a multiple, again, weight, isn't it? So that are basically multiple SKUs of sugar. Same goes over here. I am getting the virtual machine, but of different configuration. So this particular, term came from the FMCG, you know, domain itself. So they say that specify a set of virtual machine SKU that your organization can deploy. So when we are talking about the organization can deploy, so I can put over here that okay, these two type of virtual machine only we will go ahead and or one type virtual machine we will go ahead and prefer. So I can create a policy so anyone will go ahead and try to make other, apart from that other type of SKU virtual machine, it will give the error message again that you are not allowed to create this particular type of virtual machine SKU because of the policy it has been applied to your subscription. So I can have a complete control on my resources with the help of these policies, right? Same the third use case as an allowed locations. So suppose my I have developed an application and my market is right now North America. So I will see like, okay, there are three locations comes under North America, three regions where the Azure has the like, region or data centers. So I will restrict that any, since I wanted to create the resources near to my users location, I will create a policy that from here onwards, any resource we will create, like a virtual machine, virtual network, database, SQL database, or maybe like, any security related resources, we will restrict to the, specific region only. If this would be the case, I can define that region. So if anyone would go ahead and try to create the resources other than, those specific region, it will give them error message. That is again, we can deploy such type of restrictions through the policy. So these are the three use cases I have told you just now. Apart from that, similarly, like backup and required tagging and its values, that also you can put it as a policy. Now, let's go and try to understand how these policies generally work and where it is going to be applied. So when you create the policy, you have basically three things to be noticed. Okay, first of all, let me put it in this way. There are lots of policies that Azure has already created for you. Those are predefined. Okay. Now, those policies are also followed the same rule that I'm going to show you in the slide. However, apart from those, maybe like, I'm not sure the exact number, but suppose there are thousands of 1,000 policies Azure has already created that you can use it. Those are predefined. However, apart from those thousands, suppose there are a lot of policies still remain. So Azure has given us the capability that we can create the Azure policies as per our situation, as per our requirements, and then we can apply as well. So there are some predefined and as well as there are some customized policies always. Now, in both the cases, these three things are very important. First is define and create. So definitely, if you are going to use the predefined, you don't need to use this. If it is not, you need to create a one. Second is scope and assign. Scope means what? Exactly where this policy is going to be applied. So is it on the basis of account? No. So it is on the basis of basically like, management group, subscription, then resource group. So within that particular, or maybe resource as well. So within that, the particular policy is going to be, applied as such. Okay. The scope is not going to be under the account part. Okay. However, apart from this, Azure resources, like, resource group, resources, subscription, and then once we'll define the scope means it is going to valid within that particular, scope only. And then assess compliance. So it keeps on checking that it has been, you know, followed properly or not. Let me show you exactly how does it work. So I'll come to the Microsoft Azure over here, and then suppose there's a policy. Now we don't have any policy, so it's not showing anything as such, as you can see. Then we'll go to the authoring section. So there is a section as an authoring, and we have definition, we have assignment, we have assumption. I'll go to the definition. The moment I'll go to a definition, over here it would be shown that there are some custom policies and there are some predefined policies, or we can say built-in policies. So if you go over here, first of all, scope is subscription, definition, type. So there is something as a policy and initiative. So policy we are going to see right now. Initiative depends upon the policies. I will talk about that in next few minutes. So we have policy over here, suppose. Okay, so I will just uncheck this and keep it on the policy. Then we have policy type. So we have custom policies, built-in policy, then static policy as well. So we'll talk about this as I told you earlier as well. Categories, so it depends upon all the categories of Microsoft Azure. So now when we are talking about definition over here, the policy and there is a custom option. So definition policy type, suppose I say built-in. So we have built-in policies. These policies are defined by Azure itself. Okay. Now, if I say policy related to the compute, so I can uncheck this and I select over here only related to compute. Like compute means virtual machines. And also there are some PaaS services that we'll talk later. But in general, mostly we are talking about virtual machines. So we have seen there is something as allowed virtual machine size SKU. If you remember, we had one use case in our presentation. Suppose I go over here and try to understand. Now, the moment we'll go over here, it's going to show you the name as an allowed virtual machine size SKU. The version you can see. Now, you see over here, it's mentioned this policy enables you to specify this policy enables you to specify a set of virtual machine size SKU that your organization can deploy. Like we can see, we are going to have a SKU. However, I'm going to apply only that my organization can deploy, which supports. Then below that, you see that this is a JSON code over here related to the policy. It's showing. So this JSON code are again a simple value name value pair that has been given related to the assignment. Then next is going to be assign policy. Where exactly we need to assign. So I'll click on this. So over here, you see it's mentioned scope. So when you go to the scope, we click on those three dots and we have scope as a tenant root group, then again subgroup HRIT, then subscription. So under which subscription we need to go ahead and read, and then over here resource group. So we can select the resource, and once we select the resource group, it is going to basically work over here. So this is the way that generally it works. So scope you can define over here. On the basis of that, it is going to work. Then we can go ahead and do the exclusion. So within pay as you go, suppose you don't want to include other uh, like within pay as you go, if you want, you can have any other department or maybe set of machines where you don't want to apply, so you can exclude that. Okay, or resource group as such. Then basic policy definition is there, version is there. Then again you can see descriptions and all. Next. So once you're done, you can click on next. Now Azure VM SKU. So there's a parameter. Which one you wanted to apply? So suppose I give these two. So suppose I have selected these two SKU and then I will click on next. Then there is a remediation. Now what is remediation? So now you need to understand that the remediation part comes in picture when you have something which is already there and you are making some changes. So take an example of this virtual machine. Consider that this virtual machine policy that you have applied, the moment you have applied, after that, this is going to be followed. What happened with the virtual machines which are, already created in past if it is an existing infra? So this is what the remediation comes in picture. What they say, by default, this assignment will only take effect on newly created resources. Existing resources can be updated via a remediation task after the policy is assigned. So basically, once the policy is going to be assigned, after that,
we can go ahead and run and scan the complete infra. We try to find out which particular resources are not followed as per the policy. And once we got it, we can go ahead and retrieve. Is that clear? Yeah. So this is what the remediation. Then we will go to the next. Then again, non-compliance message. So suppose uh, there is certain resources are non-compliant and we wanted to, broadcast a message or something like that, we can put over here. Okay. And finally, review, create, and then create. So you can see that create policy assignment allowed virtual machine. It is going to be take around 15 minutes. It's mentioned, it would be mentioned over here. Yeah, 5 to 15 minutes to take effect. So now this particular assignment has been done and it is going to be take 5 to 15 minutes to allow. That's fine. We'll go to the policy definition overview. We'll go ahead and basically check over here and you may see, yeah, now it's showing. So you see that 100%, compliant, 0% non-compliant, basically, is under the pay-as-you-go. So such type of policies you can create and it will show over here. So basically, you have just done the assignment. You have not created any new policy. It was already created by Azure, and we have just used this, isn't it? So this is what we have done right now. However, there would be also possibilities that once you go to the definition, this is a built-in, all built-in policy type. So built-in. So there would be possibilities that under the built-in, we don't have, my requirement fulfilling policy as such. So in this case, we need to go ahead and define the policy. Like I have defined over here, new policies. Let's go ahead and delete first of all these policies. So we can delete the definition. So these are the custom policies, but definitely we can delete as well. Okay, so I say like delete policy. See that I am deleting all the policies by mistake. Click on duplicate. So I need to delete the def. So you see that I had around 4 to 5 policies and I have deleted that. These were the custom policies. I'll click on policy definition and we'll put it over here. Okay, definition location. First of all, they're telling I said tenant over here. My test policy. You can see like definition has been given. Description, if you want, you can give. Now you want to create a new category or you wanted to use the existing one. So you can go ahead and suppose I say new test cat policy. And then you can go ahead and import the policy or maybe like, so you can go ahead and click on. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so suppose this particular policy has been defined and I'll go to the policy. The definition has been done. I'm going to refresh. So trading policy, my definition is tenant root group failed error. Okay. So it got failed actually. See, policy definition, you can go ahead and create once and anyone and everyone can use it again and again. So this is what the policy definition. In the definition, you can say like what restrictions you wanted to put over there. So this is what the definition that has been done. You can see it has been defined. Now, once it has been, created, we can say assign. We can go ahead and say this exclude if we wanted to do. Then policy definition again next. Now the system would be same. So this policy, I have taken the default one, as in like on the basis of location. Okay. So remediation part, again, non-compliances, and finally. So this is again showing the same thing, 5 to 10 minutes. If I go over here, go to overview, we have two major policies. So if I go over here, refresh the screen. So now you can see like test pro also showing over here, isn't it? Now, once we have seen the about single policy, let's have a multiple policies work together. Now, why we choose the multiple policies? Because we wanted to check over there how we can go ahead and manage the complete project. When we say complete project, there would be chances that multiple resources are going to be utilized. If multiple resources are going to be utilized, so definitely all these resources are going to be basically used to complete the project. So consider that I'm talking about the hospital management system. Now, if in a hospital we are talking about the Azure resources to be deployed, so we may need a storage, we may need two servers, we may need three virtual machines, we may need one virtual network, like that, right? And the hospital management system generally follow there is something as an HIPAA compliance, right? HIPAA compliance, if you ever heard about that, which is the industry standard compliance all the hospitals generally follow in terms of the IT infrastructure to be deployed properly. It would be mentioned over there that how many days I need to keep my data of my patients in our IT infra in my storage. Similarly, you must heard about the ISO compliances, ISO standards like ISO 27001, 27001 for data compliance as such. So, what are those basically? So, those are some standards and compliances which are industry standard, which industry is expecting. If you follow that, they understand, okay, the data is safe as such. The IT infrastructure is utilized properly, and so on. Now, in this particular case, the single policies doesn't work because single policy is related to a single, resource. So when we are talking about the multiple resources to be managed, we go to the definition. And if you remember, I told you there is something as an initiative. Okay. There's something as an initiative where we are talking about logical grouping of multiple, again, resources. How to do make them compliant? So we need to change the location. That's right. Manually, we need to change the location. Now, let's talk over here initiative. So definition type, we have all initiative policy. Now I'm going to talk about initiative, where we have multiple, again, policies coming together. Now, policy type, we can say something built in. Now, over here, since it is showing an built in, it means that on the basis of Microsoft experience in past few years, IT related, non-IT related compliances they have. So you can see like, high trust CSF, then this FedRAMP high, then PCI DSS V4 must have seen for the payment gateways and all. Then we have some previous CMMC level 3 compliance, Cyber Essential V3, then HIPAA, you can see HI Trust HIPAA, then RMIT, ISO 27001, 2013, and so on. So we can go to the any of these policies. Suppose once I complete, check which one I need. Suppose PCI DSS. So once I go over here, you may see there are a lot of individual policies over here actually related to PCI. So we are not talking about single policy, or we are talking about multiple policies over here. Then assign. So once we go to the assign, we again define the scope over here. Suppose I say tenant root group, as you go, select exclusion if I wanted to give, then version, assignment name, next. Now we have no parameter as such, next, then default non-compliant message if you want to give, otherwise there are a lot of policies over here, next, create. So this is basically I'm assigning the initiative with my basically management group. So under that management group, maybe I'm going to create for the help, like, payment gateway kind of policy. So the policy is going to be applied to all the resources within that management. It could be firewall, it could be a virtual machine, it could be anything as such. And to restrict those resources, to control those resources, there are multiple policies has been, defined under that. Now, next one is how we can define the custom initiative. At the top, you see that to policy definition over here. Now we have initiative definition. Now, once we go to the initiative definition, we have over here initiative definition
location. We can select over here the name, category, next. And similarly, like policies, we can click on add policy definition. So we would have multiple policies over here, custom as well as predefined. We can select whichever you want, click on add, it would be there. Next. Now we can create a group of policies as well, like which would be easy to go ahead and manage thousands of policies together, but suppose we don't want, so that's okay. Next, parameters we can define, and then parameters would be there, and then allow and create. So this is the way that we can go ahead and define the initiative. There's nothing such as a group policy instead of initiative, actually confusing. So how the resources are going to be come in picture? Understand that. I have given the basically scope over here as in pay as you go or resource. Suppose I say this subscription. So under this subscription, we will have resource group, and under that resource group, we would have resources, right? So over there, it is going to be applied. So if I go to the a specific policy as such, remember I defined the policy. I say suppose. So consider this one over here. If you see, so suppose this is the policy I'm going to assign in terms of the scope. You see that this is a subscription. This is a resource group. So suppose I say any resource group, something like this. Since there is no resource right now, it is not showing. Otherwise, it will show the resource as well, and you can select that. So slash, and then the resource name would become. So you can apply to the resources as well. Now, when we are talking about over here, any precedence over here. So whichever policy is going to be the, cover the higher, you can say scope as such, it is going to be applied. Okay. So it depends upon the higher scope actually. All right. So that is one of the thing. I'm still not able to connect a use case with custom policy. Okay. Use case of the custom policy. So let me give you one use case, a very simple use case. Consider that we have some certain issues like a COVID. Okay. Now, no one thought of COVID before, isn't it? The impact of the COVID, you can say that everything is going to be restrict as such. So in this particular case, definitely there was no use case before about the COVID that Microsoft would have, create a built-in policy for that. So for the custom, in this particular situation, if we need to deal with the virtual machine in a, specific manner, we definitely go ahead and create a policy as per our requirement in the COVID situation. Am I making sense? I want that a policy over there that nobody is going to be use the virtual machine after 5 p.m. IST because I don't want to put a lot of pressure on my employees because it's a global issue as in COVID situation. So if anyone would go ahead and try to turn on the machine after 5 p.m., it would go ahead and give error message to them that as per the compliance, the machine you are not allowed to work after 5 p.m. Okay. So such policy, custom policies we can create. Now, how we can create that? So suppose I'll come to the definition and like I have created this. I'll give over here COVID situation, something like this. And then that policy in the JSON code, we need to go ahead and define over here. This is editable. So definitely this is in a JSON code. If you don't know this, you may need to depend upon your developer and they will go ahead and write such policies. And then you can go ahead and put it. So the next topic over here is RBAC. This is related to Azure role-based access control. This is going to secure your Azure resources with the help of this particular concept, RBAC. Now, what is RBAC? Role-based access control. Compare Azure role-based access control roles to Entra ID role that we are going to see. How to create a role definition, assign the role definition, apply RBAC authentication. So those things we are going to learn over here. So this is the second set of role you need to understand. First role, if you remember, we have already defined in the Azure Entra ID. So the comparison is what? So when we talk about the Azure RBAC roles, it is going to manage access to the Azure resources. So directly it is going to work on the Azure resources, and over there it is going to be applied to that. When we talk about the Intra ID roles, so you see that it is going to manage access to the Intra ID object. If you remember, I have shown you the Intra ID object as a user, right? So user is one of the object of the Intra ID. Similarly, computer application could be the Intra ID object where we can define certain roles. So it is not going to be applied to the resources. When we say resources directly, it comes as a virtual machine. It comes to the, again, SQL database and all. The second one is Azure RBAC role. They say that scope can be specified at multiple level. Multiple level means what? You are going to define the scope to the resource level. Only within resource, someone is going to be admin. Only within subscription, someone is going to be admin. Only within, like, again, multiple resource group, someone is going to be admin, and so on. However, when we talk about the intra ID roles, we are talking about a scope is at the tenant level. So out of the tenant, the roles are not going to be valid. Over here, the roles are not only valid within the resource as such. So within the resource, we have Azure RBAC, and within the complete intra ID, that is going to be, intra ID roles. So these are two important aspects that we need to understand. Okay. Now the last one is role information can be accessed in Azure portal, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager template, and all. Over here in the Entra ID, role information can be accessed in Azure portal, Microsoft 365, admin portal, and Microsoft Graph PowerShell. So from where I can get the details about my RBAC role and the Entra ID, that's what it is. So let's try to understand the RBAC over here with this article. So they say that create a role assignment. So in the specifically like RBAC, we have certain way that we go ahead and apply. So you can see this at the top, we have security principle. So under the security principle, we had user, group, service principle. So to whom this is going to be applied, that is going to be there under the security principle. Now, this is what we can say that's like, the security principle is going to be assigned. Then role assignment. So role assignment is going to be through the certain code. You can see marketing group is there, and we are going to assign all the roles, the definitions, and all. We will go ahead and provide the details, and accordingly it will assign the definition roles. And finally, the scope. Now, in the scope, you can see in the right side, there's a management group, subscription, user group, and the resources. This is what the hierarchy. So with the help of these hierarchy, we can understand that how the scopes are going to be defined. All right. So if I wanted to assign a certain thing, consider a pharmaceutical company. Over there, there are certain marketing people are working, and we have a group name as a marketing group for the particular organization. Now they are facing, since they always travel, they're facing issue to go ahead and pass the right set of information at the right time. So what we can do, we can create this group as a marketing group, and we can go ahead and assign the role as in maybe right role to the database. So the role assignment, you can see in the left section, it could be possible. And then finally, the third step is go ahead and assign to the right away to the Microsoft SQL database. So directly the data is going to be good. So this is what the particular example through which basically we can directly go ahead and assign. Now you can see over here it's apply RBAC authentication. So we have always a kind of a root, user. So global admin, user access admin are going to be considered as a root. And then above the root will have a complete tenant. Below the root, we have management group or Azure RBAC. And so we have root management group, and then we have subscription. So this is the hierarchy that we follow and we wanted to. So this is how the basically RBAC authentication generally happens. You can see root group and then we can assign the RBAC and okay. Okay. So we need to cover module 3 that is specifically related to the PowerShell, Bash, and ARM. That's what we are going to do today. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the RBAC right now. So I have covered the concept of the RBAC little bit. Quickly, I will just recap that and then we'll go ahead from there. So if you remember, I told you that when we talk about the role-based access control, we have roles, two types of roles in the Microsoft Azure. First is Entra ID role, and second is the RBAC role. When we talk about the RBAC role, it is basically related to the Azure resources. So on the basis of resources, we can define certain roles. The scope would be that specific resource itself. However, when we talk about the intra ID roles, that is basically defined within the, intra ID, that is the identity management system, tenant. Now, scope can be specified multi-level and over here tenant level, and role information can be accessed in Azure portal, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager template, ARM, and REST API. On the other hand, a role can be accessed in Azure portal, Microsoft 365 admin portal, Microsoft Graph, PowerShell, and so on. And again, I have shown you this diagram, if you remember, where you can see that we have an example of, suppose, pharmaceutical company, where I say that we have security principle where we have user groups, that is logical grouping of user, as well as service principle we have defined as in like, the particular, services that we define for the applications over here on that basis. So we make a group, marketing group over here, and then there is a resource group name as in pharma sales. Now, if I say that for this particular marketing group, we are assigning a role as in like, contributor, and then we define the scope, basically this particular, database. So we can define the scope either from the management group level or maybe like, over here you can see to the management group level or maybe subscription level or maybe resource group level or maybe like resources. So I have selected the resource database over here. So whichever level we will go ahead and select, it is going to be, allow or apply the permission accordingly. If I go ahead and say that I'm going to apply the management group level, so what will happen? Below the management group, whatever resources are there, it could be subscription, resource group, or maybe any resource like a virtual machine database. Everywhere the same set of permissions are going to be applied for the marketing group over here. If I go ahead and apply this particular, thing, not over here, however, like, we can say to the subscription level as such. So it is going to be applied right away from the, subscription and below. And same goes with the resource group. If I am going to apply to the resource group, then it is going to be applied to the resource group and below as such. So, like, if I say that I'm going to apply in multi-level, so they have given us opportunity over here to go ahead and apply these permissions as per our requirement as such. Okay, so this is what we have, and then I have also shown you this particular diagram, if you know,
if you remember over here, that if I'm talking about the, specifically RBAC authentication, so how it is related to the Entra ID. So there is something as in, global admin. There is something as in user access admin, which is like this type of user as a part of not only basically over here, you can say RBAC. However, it is a part of basically Entra ID as well. Like this is a super user kind of, we are talking about. So the super user is part of both, and it is going to be part of with the help of this root. Now, if I want to define a certain role, maybe in this particular case, in the case of Inter ID, like global admin, application admin, and so on. In the case of RBAC, we have owner, reader, or and so on. So these roles are going to be applied within the tenant, the scope. The important part is the scope over here. So within the tenant, this guy is going to be global admin or application admin. However, the particular user who is the application admin in an Entra ID in the tenant is not going to be the application admin over here, right? In the RBAC role, because RBAC is, the scope is different over here. It is like a root group or management group or maybe subscription or maybe resource group or maybe resources. So if some, like, consider that this particular, database is a part of, this particular tenant, or maybe a particular virtual machine is a part of the tenant as such. So if that would be the case, then definitely, the role is going to be assigned accordingly. Okay. So this virtual machine, suppose a part of this particular enter ID, then the role is going to be assigned like that. So let me go ahead and show you now practically how does it work. So I'm going to create one simple disk, okay, like a resource with a service as a disk where we can keep certain data. So I go over there, search disk, and this is a disk, okay, and the same way it is going to be apply everywhere. Let me tell you guys, okay, with all the resources. So disk name I'm giving over here test disk, and then I'm telling like change, and I need like simple standard HDD 32 GB disk encryption, that's fine. Enable public access, that's fine, and then tag review create. So I've created a resource that is nothing but a disk, simple disk. Okay, I'll create a disk over here. I'll go to resource, and I have a disk now. Now, understand this part. This is a disk, this is a resource. I have something as an access control, IAM. I will go over here. This is the RBAC. Now, when I say IAM, my disk is going to basically have X number of users with a certain set of access. However, those users either come from the management group or come from the subscription or maybe going to be assigned over here in the disk itself. Okay. Now, when I say from the management group, it means what? The scope I am defining that whichever like services and resources are a part of the management group are going to carry that particular set of users with a certain permissions. Let's see how. Now I say view my access. So I am the admin, global admin over here. Okay. I'm the owner, user access administrator. Good. I will go to the add role assignment. Okay. Now I'm going to assign a role to either single user or multiple users. Okay. So I'm going to assign a role. Now the question is that which role I'm going to assign. So I have predefined roles over here, guys. Okay. 33 roles they are talking about. So I say, okay, I want it to be reader. I'll click over here. However, I'm going to assign this reader role to the users, isn't it? Now, users are going to come from where? We know that the users are going to come from the intra ID because over there we have created. So I say, okay, user group and service principal or management identity. So I'll go with this and I say, okay, please go ahead and assign. So I say select members. And those users are going to come from here. Users, groups, service principal, everything is going to come from here. So suppose I say ram@piyushacademy.com and say select. Now this user is going to become the reader over here as we are going to assign that role to this particular user for this disk. I'll say next. Now there's no description, review and all, review and assign. Now I have assigned this role, isn't it? If I go to the basically role assignment, I see that, okay, this is owner, there must be Ram as well, right? So we have a Ram over here, right? As in reader role. Now you see reader role and they say this resource. What does it mean? So if you go at the top, it's mentioned as in like scope over here. First is name, so the user type, so it's a user app or unknown, whatever. Then role. So I say like owner role, contributor role, then similarly reader role is there. And scope. Now scope you need to little bit understand, and it's very important to understand in RBAC the scope. In the first instance, it is showing Piyush Academy, that is Piyush at the piyush.com. They say that in from the management group, the role, the permission of the owner has been inherited. Again, this contributor is inherited from the subscription level, and so on, right? It is showing inherited. Inherited means what? Since in the management group, I have defined this user as an owner. In the subscription, we have defined this user as an contributor. It is going in the same way to the lower end. And similarly, if I say like Ram is the reader within this particular disk, so they say that the scope is this resource over here. Hope it's making sense. Yeah. So when I say like, over here, the scope basically, if you see the scope, this is what the scope is. It is either a management group, subscription, resource group, or resources. So this is what how the RBAC generally work. So whenever we talk about the RBAC, you need to understand we are talking about the access control. So role-based access control, that is IAM. So all the resources in the Azure would have over here the third tab as an IAM, and you can go ahead and basically manage the RBAC from here. Okay. So there are many identities not found. What is that and how that came automatically? So identity not found. So see, basically, when I say identity, so role assignment, when you go over here, this is what like identity not found. Okay. So if you go over here, they say that this identity might be recently invited user that has not yet been fully replicated, or this identity might have been deleted. If this identity is recently invited, user wait a few moments, and so consider that these users maybe we had earlier. However, it has been deleted. In my case, yes, there are a lot of users I have deleted, and that's the reason it is not showing over here. Okay, so you need to come over here as well. Actually, it should sync properly, but it did not. So in that case, you can come over here and you can delete. So these users are actually deleted. I have deleted a lot of users because I keep on making the users for the demo purpose and all. Okay, so if it is not found, so it should sync properly, but it did not. So that's okay. It maybe delete. Okay, still it is showing over here. We need to, basically these are unknown and they are deleted actually. I know that I have deleted those users. Okay, so it's a sync issue generally. That's why it is not coming. So definitely like it has been removed from the, that particular level itself. Okay, and that's the reason it is not showing. So if you go to the subscription, just go to the subscription over here and go to IAM role assignments. You may see like this resource over here. If you wanted to delete, you need to come, suppose over here,
this resource. Let's try to delete. From here, it is deleting now. Okay. Now, if I refresh, it has been refreshed. Similarly, I will go to the management group. Okay. And from there, I'll go to IAM, role assignment. You see that over here, this resource. So it would be better that we come over here and remove from here. Delete. Yes. Done. Yeah. Now, if you go back to the disk, refresh. See, now it is no more there, isn't it? Right? So it got sync over there. You need to understand like this. There is a hierarchy. You need to follow the hierarchy. When we say that management group, see, at the top we have seen we have management group. Below that we have management group. Root management group, then management group. Under that we have subscription. Under that we have the resource group. And then we have the resources. So it is a hierarchy over here. And that's the reason they say that it is inherited, isn't it? So whenever you assign certain role to the upper, layer over here in the hierarchy, definitely it is going to be inherited by the lower, layers. Making sense? So it is not sharing. It is basically hierarchy over here. Okay. Fine. So this is the way that it is going to be work, and this is what all about RBAC. So I have shown you the example of disk. Definitely, you can follow the same thing for the virtual machine and other resources as such. Okay, coming to the basically this thing again, you can go to the roles. Now, if you select the role over here and you're see, basically it's the owner role and all, right? You can go ahead and check the roles. If you try to delete, are you sure you want to remove the selected role definition? The remove role can no longer be assigned as a part of the role assignment. So basically, like, definitely you should have admin rights and all, but it is not recommended to delete the roles over here. Okay. See, it is not recommended to go ahead and delete any role as such because it is going to be, create problem in future over there. Okay. So you should not go ahead and delete the role, and definitely you should have an admin rights in that case. So what are the use case of RBAC? So consider that you wanted to assign a certain role locally to that particular, disk. So you saw that I have assigned a user as a reader to that particular disk, isn't it? So once we assign, now what is happening? This user is a reader only for that particular disk. That user is not a reader for other disk as such. So if I wanted to deal with such type of scenario where one user could be basically get the permission for a specific resource, or maybe within a specific resource group, the user I wanted to make a basically, owner as such. Okay, in those cases, this RBAC generally comes in picture. If you see the name, it's a role-based access control. So we are providing a role based on the certain set of access control to the resources. Okay, when we create a role, definitely we want to be utilized, either today or tomorrow, isn't it? So like it's a better way to approach is to, like, go ahead and keep that role over there so that we otherwise, even if it is custom role, suppose you delete the custom role and after 1 month or 2 months consider that you need to again use it, then again you need to make that custom role, and that's a, like, not a better approach to go ahead and deal with this. Yeah, so this is what we have. All right. Now, if you wanted to know about certain roles, like owner is over here, you can click on view details, and then you can have, like, set of permissions that particular role would carry. It's going to show you the list. You have the JSON, format as well, an assignment if it is assigned to someone. So this is the RBAC. So with this example, I have shown you how to create a custom RBAC role as well. Okay. Fine. So it's good time to go ahead. Now we will go ahead and try to learn over here the next module, that is module 3. We are trying to learn basically the multiple interfaces, how to deal with Azure through the multiple interfaces. I've already covered the GUI part, if you guys remember. However, we are going to GUI means Azure portal part, and then I told you about the PowerShell Bash as well as ARM that we will cover soon in the module. So when we talk about basically the Azure, we have mostly three ways to go ahead and do the administration through different tools. Okay. So we say that compare administrative tools. Now it starts right away from the Azure portal. You guys have used multiple times this one. I have explained you each and every option in the administrative tools. If you remember, we have view and manage resource, visual interfaces, multiple, again, like, documents. You can have mobile app as well, and so on. When we talk about the Cloud Shell, if you remember, I told you there is a button at the right top corner, and that's going to be like, uh, Cloud Shell, where we are going to be have option to go ahead and deal with the basically Bash and PowerShell within the portal itself. So the authentication is going to be happen automatically, and it provide per session and per user basis, access, and definitely like timeout after 20 minutes. The third one is you can go ahead and basically install the Azure PowerShell and CLI in your local system, and through the command line programs, you can go ahead and basically connect with the uh, Azure data center, Azure regions, and then you can deal with the these commands, and you can make the changes. You can go ahead and control the complete Azure. So what I mean to say that I could have Azure PowerShell installed in my local computer as well. I don't need to depend upon the Cloud Shell. So these are the three ways. First, I have shown you. Second and third, I'm going to show you right now. So let's go ahead and try to understand that, and then we will come to the ARM. So when I come to the Azure portal, I'm going to show you first of all Cloud Shell, and then we'll come to the local PowerShell and Bash. So in the Cloud Shell, we have this option, this icon. We'll click on that, and definitely we need storage over here. Storage account automatically, otherwise it will not create. So you see that it is showing over here. So over here you see like we have Azure uh, PowerShell terminal in the Cloud Shell. We can write basic commands like CLS. I have written just CLS, clear the screen, the PowerShell. So hope many of you guys must have worked with PowerShell in past. Even if you did not work, don't worry. I'm going to show you a lot of things related to PowerShell. So just a basic concept related to PowerShell. So PowerShell is a system administration utility software, we can say. So it is system admin utility software. Now, this PowerShell initially started with just to automate the system, administrate the normal, desktop machines. However, later it is very much useful with the servers as well. So this PowerShell is again very much useful to automate Azure as well. And initially, if you talk about the PowerShell, it has been developed by Microsoft, and it's a part of all of the operating systems. Okay, it's a part of all of the Microsoft operating system. It may be Windows operating system, or Windows client operating system or server operating system. Second, all the commands are basically comes with the name, or you can say verb noun pair. Okay, verb noun pair. When I say verb noun pair, what does it mean? So all the commands are going to be written something as in, if you take an example, new dash AZVM. So if I say new is a verb to creation of a new virtual machine, and AZ is the basically like, it's for Azure. I'll come to that part, logical, like, why AZ and what is the basic definition. And then VM is virtual machine. Now, similarly, there are a lot of commands over here. Again, PowerShell is a nowadays programming language, and it is modular language. You can put it LH. So when we say modular language, what does it mean? It means very clearly that it's going to be used for multiple, again, purpose. So initially, when it has been designed for the system administration, later it has been used with the, cloud system as well, SQL as well, and many more. So what they have done, they thought of like, okay, this is very, useful and very popular one utility software. So let's make it like kind of a scripting language. And whenever there would be new technology would come, we will go ahead and basically utilize the same thing in multiple technologies. And that's the reason it is very much powerful and famous. Okay. Now, when we talk about the Azure module, so the name of the Azure module is basically nothing but the AZ module. So this AZ comes from there. Okay. So AZ is basically for the Azure module. Okay. Now, this Azure module is going to be have thousands of commands, and those commands we are going to be utilized for multiple purpose over here with PowerShell. And like, you know, definitely it is good to have such type of, powerful tool to manage these. Okay. Now, when we talk specifically like Azure, as I told you that like Azure PowerShell, the format is going to be same, definitely, like verb, noun, pair. And there are some important commands that we are going to understand. So the first command is something as in get command. Okay, get command. The second is something as in get help. Okay, these are the two commands which is going to help you to get anything and everything done in the Azure PowerShell. So we always need to use both of these and try to get it done all the work. Now, if I write over here something as in get dash command, you see name, and I write new dash az, what will happen? I have just written get command name. The name starts with new dash azv. So after like typing V, I have pressed two times tab. It actually had given all the commands which has this particular, which starts from new dash az. So I wanted to have like, new dash azvm. So I will say like, okay, I got it. So new. So I will write over here something as in get help name. You can write just N and press tab. It will come name. And then I say like new dash azvm. Okay. So I need a help related to this particular command. Hit enter. It will go ahead and, give us the detail about this new dash ACVM. Hope you understood as of now that why I told there are two important commands that we have. It's get command and second is get help. So even if you don't remember any command, you can just use both of these and you can get things done. Now there are a few more. Suppose you don't remember get help, say name new dash AZV asterisk enter. Now it is going to show you all those basically commands which are going to be start AZV with the details over here. Synopsis you can see. So such type of like commands are there which is going to helpful for us to understand the PowerShell over here. Now we have one more thing as in get help. If I say new dash az VM and I say dash AHAMPL. Now what happened over here? Since I've written dash examples, dash is for parameter. Now every command could have multiple parameters as well. The parameters are going to give extra information about the particular command. So we can write always like get dash help name az dash dash az VM and examples when we have given we got like example number one, create a virtual machine, and then we will go ahead and check second example, third example, fourth example, like that. So examples are going to help to understand about the specific resource and services. So hope you got the idea related to this. So once it is done, there is an option as an editor. You need to go to the editor. Now, editor is going to show something like this, where it's a like kind of a older view, you can say, but yes, there's going to be use for editors. There's going to use for uploading data in the option. So you see over here, we have certain options. We have option as in like, open new session. We have option as an upload, download files. So once we click on this, there's an upload file as well. The moment you will click on upload file, if you have any JSON file over here, you can go ahead and upload. If you have any PowerShell file over here, you can upload, and later you can go ahead and execute as well. Okay, so such options as well you have. So how can we run file containing all the scripts to automatically any resource creation? So you need to create a file and then you need to upload over here and then you need to run it, right? So that particular file will go ahead and run over here. Okay, now coming to the apart from PowerShell, we have Bash as well. Coming to the Bash, by switching to the Bash, now we have similarly Bash over here. So suppose in a Bash, instead of CLS, we have clear. So people who work for Linux environment, they must be aware of about Bash. Similar to the PowerShell, it is getting utilized, for multiple purpose. So anything and everything which you can do in the PowerShell, you can do in the Bash as well. Okay. So I'm not getting in detail about the Bash commands and all that. You can go ahead and check in the basically GitHub link. So there is a PowerShell commands that I have shown you. That way you can go ahead and utilize. Okay. So these are the some basic ways that you can utilize the PowerShell through the Cloud Shell. Now, the other thing, as I told you, other way that you can go ahead and manage the basically Microsoft Azure through the PowerShell and Cloud, through the PowerShell and Bash, is by installing the Azure PowerShell in your local computer. That's the third way. Okay. So when we can try to check the particular command or the way that we will go ahead and use from our local computer, we need to have either the PowerShell or Bash installed in our local computer. So let's see how we can do that. So I'll go to the Google over here. I say Azure PowerShell install. Install Azure PowerShell on Windows. You can see over here. So you have PowerShell Gallery and MSI installer as well. Now, exactly what you're doing. So the Azure PowerShell is nothing but the one of the module of the PowerShell, isn't it? That's what I told you. Now it's a module. You can go ahead and basically check that is this already installed over there or not. Okay, first of all. So there is a command to check that. And you know that the PowerShell is always installed in all the Windows system. So if I go over here and in my local system, hope you guys are able to see, I say like my PowerShell is this, right? And I wanted to see the version. I'll copy this command and put it over here and see like my major version is 5, minor is 1, and built as this. Now, most of the time for this particular version, you have the Azure PowerShell module is already installed. Okay. If it is not, you can see like get module. So determine if you have Azure RN PowerShell module is installed or not. I will copy this one and put it over here and hit. So it's showing as in it is not installed. Suppose. Okay. It did not give you any message as such. So I can go over here, something like this as well. So they say that the module type is a script, only it is there, right? So it's not there. So I need that, right? So to get that, you can see install supported version, PowerShell version 7 or higher, right? So set the PowerShell execution policy to remote sign in. So this is what we need to do. So suppose I have already done that. Now I need to install it. Okay. Install module command to install the AZ PowerShell module. So this is what the command. If you don't have, you can go ahead and put it over here. Install dash module name dash name AZ repository and this and hit enter. The moment I will hit enter, it will go ahead and install the particular module. Now they say that you should have an administrative right to install this. So, okay, I did not open the PowerShell with admin rights. So I'm going to open that, run as an administrator, and I try to install it. So once I hit enter, it is going to start installing the PowerShell as AZ module, the PowerShell which runs the Azure over here. They say that like PowerShell required NuGet provider, this newer version and all. I say, okay, go ahead and install it. Yes. So it is going to install the particular module in our system. So this particular option where if I don't have this particular module, I can go ahead and enforce to install. However, if you have the latest operating system and if you have the PowerShell version number 7, they have mentioned over here 7 or higher, then you will have that particular module already installed. Making sense? So it takes little time and then it will install it. So we will go ahead and see some more concepts over here. After installation, suppose I need to connect to my subscription to manage the Azure from this particular, window. What I will do, I will have a command as in connect dash AZ account. Once it will, once we'll run this connect dash AZ account, it will ask for the credentials and the credential would be nothing but your Microsoft Azure username and password. The moment you will type that, you will be able to see the Microsoft, Azure PowerShell over here. Okay. So this is the way that you can go ahead and after that manage your Azure resources from the basically local system. Now the similar thing is going to be happen with the bash as well. You need to go ahead and check the module and all, and then you need to start using the start using the bash from the local system to manage the Azure. Hope it is making sense, everyone. Okay, since it is taking time, we will go ahead and leave this page as it is. Once it will done, we may get the notification and then we'll come back over here. Okay. Now, the important part of this particular module. And I suggest you guys please go ahead and try these links, try the commands. Okay. Now, coming to the next part, that is Azure resource with templates. So exactly what we are going to learn over here in the ARM. So when we are talking about basically Azure Resource Manager templates, the templates are going to help us to execute a certain line of codes again and again after first time testing, which is going to reduce the error. Suppose I have created a virtual machine with the help of this particular, code. Okay. We have written 10 line of code and we have actually created the Azure virtual machine with the help of that particular setup. Now, whenever in future we can use the same set of code and create n number of virtual machines instead of going ahead and using the GUI and all. So how these things could be possible and what is exactly, give us advantage. So whenever we try to create such type of templates, it's nothing but a set of code that has been written in the JSON language. It is reduce the manual, error prone, and repetitive tasks. Okay, we can go ahead and do the same task again and again. It would be better that once we have done, once we done the task, we just go ahead and save that task in terms of the code and use that whenever we want in future. We can express complex deployment. We can express requirements through the code and the term that people use, infrastructure as a code. So the complete infrastructure we are trying to define over here with the help of code. It provides validation tasks, modular and can be linked, simplifies orchestration over here. So these things we are basically, doing over here. Now, the question is there any specific format over here which we are going to use in the JSON language? Yes, there is a specific format. It is going to define all the resource manager resources in a deployment. It is written in the JSON language and collection of key value pair. So the format would be in the key value pair and each key is a string over here. You see that it starts right away from the schema that we are going to follow where the keyword details has been kept and later it is going to divide into the multiple section. The first is content version. So we could have version 1, 2, 3 if we keep on, updating the same content. Then we have parameters. So parameters are nothing but the features, the attributes of the resources. Suppose I need to create a virtual machine. The parameter for the virtual machine would be user ID, password, virtual machine name, the size, and so on. Then we have variable. Variable is going to be the multiple values which can be vary on the basis of the requirements. That's what the variable. Then we have functions. Now certain tasks that we are going to, do over here while we are executing the complete code. That's what the function. And resources which I'm going to deploy. And then finally the output. So this is the complete schema that we are going to. Now, these variables are global by nature. See again, by default, it is global. However, we can use a local variable as well. So we are going to put in a certain blocks and we can define that. Now you see one of the example and I'm going to show you more example over here, but this is one of the example in the slide. Now we need to go ahead and define parameter for the virtual machine. So for the virtual machine, the admin username and admin password are the two parameters. Consider that. You see that over here it's mentioned admin username, type as in string, metadata, description username for the virtual machine. This is one parameter that we have. The second parameter is admin password. Again, the type is secure string. It's not a string, however, secure string over here. Now, secure string is basically which is not visible, isn't it? Whenever you type, it shows in an asterisk sign, or maybe it doesn't show anything. Then we have metadata as in description, password for the VM. So these are the two parameters. This is the way that we define the parameters. So before I get into more, let's go ahead and see how does it look like in the portal. So I'm coming to the portal. If you remember, we have created a disk, doesn't it? Now, how we get those JSON code? First is basically, if you know the JSON language, you can go ahead and utilize that, right? If you know the JSON language, you can start writing the templates yourself and you can use it. I have shown you the form. But as an infra expert, generally we are not very good with the coding. That's not our core job. In that case, Azure And definitely Microsoft Azure understands that. So they had given the option over here to go ahead and generate those codes, to go ahead and utilize those codes. They will help to write the codes. So start with the first way how we get the codes, these JSON codes, ARM templates. So consider that the way that we have created a disk, we create first time this disk in the GUI. Once we create the disk, it will look like something disk where we are going to basically save certain data. Now I have created this disk. I wanted to create such type of disk again and again. Since it has been created successfully and it is getting utilized, we can go ahead and get the code that has been developed at the background of this particular disk. And then with the help of that code, I will go ahead and create one more disk. Or maybe from remote, we will go ahead and create such disk. So let's see where I can get the code from this disk right now. So in the test disk, if we go little down, there's an option as an automation, right? And then, yeah, under the automation, we have export template. I'll click on export template. The moment I'll click on export template, it starts showing something like this, generating template. You'll just wait for a few seconds and you may see there would be a template over here. Okay, so we have the template ready. You can copy the template and we can utilize. We can also, you can see like parameter one, resource, and all those things. We can also download this template. We can go ahead and right click, extract all, extract over here, and we have parameter file and the template file. So once we open the template file, there's a JSON file, open with Notepad. You may see there's a complete JSON code. And over here, you may see like, the schema, and then this is a content version. Then we have parameter over here. And then we have start with the variable, then resources, and so on. So this is your template, and this is the parameters basically in a separate file. Now you understand that when we are talking about like, getting the template, so this is what the template. So we can have include parameters, exclude parameters, and all. So like this, whenever you want, you can go ahead and keep those files, execute through the PowerShell, and you can create a new disk again over here. Okay. So this is one of the ways that you are getting the complete JSON file. Also, as your disk is ready, generally you see in this dashboard, in the left side, you have a lot of things. So over here, you can also click on JSON view and you may get the complete code over here as well, which you can copy and use over here. Now we have seen like export part. So definitely we need to understand how to import. So there is something as a custom template. Deploy custom template. You can go to that and you have built your own template in editor. Then you have create a Linux virtual machine, create a Windows machine, create a web app, and so on. You can go ahead and click on build your own template in the editor. You will get this particular option. So you can see that it is an editor over here. If you want, you can go ahead and load file. So consider that you have a certain template. You can go ahead and load over here. It will come complete code. You can add the resources as well. Resources, you can select the resources. So suppose we say Windows virtual machine, and then you can put the name as in VM name, it count name. We have mentioned everything. Click on OK, and you see that the code has been created, something like this. All right, it has been increased. So we have these options available through which we go ahead and basically save and upload. Like we have the complete code available over here. You can click on save. So we can click on save over here, and then we can have all the options. We can click on suppose, and so we have all these options available. and we can click on review create, and they say a failed requirement in our machine not valid. Okay, resource group is not there. Then VM name, admin username, and all, and then you can review create. So the virtual machine would be deployed. Okay, so this is the way that you can go ahead and create your own templates, and then you can use it. All right. So this is the way that we are going to deal with the JSON template. All right. Now, apart from the JSON, there is one more native language that would be considered as an infrastructure as a code from the Microsoft side. This is basically known as Bicep, as you can see the name, BICEP. So we can write the Bicep code as well to deploy the infrastructure as a code over here. So simpler syntax for writing templates, smaller module file, you can reference from a main template. Automatically dependencies and other things are also there. Visual Studio extension with the value. So through the Bicep, you can go ahead and basically write the code over here as well. So this is the way that we can use one more computer language, that is Bicep, and we can write the code. So this is one of the other thing that you can think of. So suppose we have custom template, deploy custom template. Once you go over there, you have built your own template editor. You have load file, and from the local computer, you can go ahead and load the file. For example, I was just searching if I would have that particular data file. It's not there. We can get over here. Just 1 minute. Okay. Now you see that we have this file. It is getting extract and we got these files. Now suppose I say all files. Okay. So this is the JSON file. We can copy this, or maybe you can click on load. So this way you can go ahead and upload the file and it will come. Hope it's very much clear. And then we can go ahead and save it and execute it. So this is the way that the JSON files generally work over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and understand. I'll go to the select template over here. And now I wanted to make the entire architecture as such, where I have, suppose, one server, one desktop, one network, and so on. Okay, in a single architecture. And for that, we have a single, template file for the entire architecture as such. So what we can do, we can click on this and we can keep on adding availability set. I say test AV, okay, equals server test SQL server. We can give the virtual network name VNet, click on OK. So this way, I'm going to have multiple again resources coming together. Now we can click on save. So this is the way that we are going to create a custom deployment and we can deploy the code. So, like size of the VM and all, like, name it is asking, login password and all it is asking. Once you click on next over here, suppose we go to the region test VM admin username, and now it is creating. So once we'll click on create over here, just wait for a few minutes. So the complete template is getting designed, almost ready, and you see, yes. Okay, this is availability set, and this is ADS over here. Uh, so the complete system has been defined. So if you go to all resources, see that everything has been deployed over here. Also, if you go to a deploy custom template, so what I mean to say that over here, you can go ahead and deploy. And once the virtual, so suppose I go to the virtual machine and check over there, it has been deployed. So you can see that the template has been created. The virtual machine exactly is not deployed over here. So you have created the template, not the virtual machine as such. See, if you are going to use there's a nomenclature has been given actually, custom uh, deployment. So you can go with the Windows virtual machine suppose. So see, this is what the nomenclature has been given over here. You can go with the visualization they have given over here. How does it basically look like? Definitely it is there and accordingly it does work. So these are the multiple parameters which has certain values. It's already, defined over here. Hope you got it. So if you go to the select template specification, you can go over here. We don't have any template. So you can see like, you have quick start template and then template specification through which you can go ahead and select the templates as well. So those things are there. Apart from that, now let me show you something. Okay, so template is not created an instance, it just create the structure. That's right. So see, templates are template, and then we can go ahead and basically like, deploy those templates with the resources. However, you can define the template and you can utilize it, but at the same time, you can have something like this, like these two files. You can upload these two files and then you can execute these two files. Now, how you can upload it in a very simple manner. So you can go ahead and basically open the Cloud Shell and then you can upload a, yeah, all right, you can go with this, click on editor. Now you can go ahead and upload the file. You can go ahead and click on upload. You can suppose put it over here, will show complete. You can type in ls and you see that the JSON file is there. Again, you can click on upload ls. We have two JSON files over here. Now we can write certain commands to execute these JSON files. And there's the way it does work. Hope it's clear. Let me show you one of the examples. Again, those files are basically very random files. Let's don't do that. I'm going to share a better option. Okay. So there's a lab 3 over here. It's showing as a manage Azure resource by using the resource manager template. So over here, as it's mentioned, there's a disk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So they have given like using the particular template, we need to go ahead and do this. So what exactly we are doing, Azure portal. So they have like creating a Azure resource manager template. So we went to this and then again export template. This is the first way that we have done that. Edit Azure resource manager template and then deploy, redeploy template. So deploy a custom template and then change the disk AZ104 disk name to disk underscore name. So that also we can do template. And then finally, we can go ahead and create. Then configure the Cloud Shell and deploy template with PowerShell. So you can see like we went to this and through the PowerShell, go to the classic version, upload, and then we have done this. And then this is the command. You see that it's mentioned to deploy the resource group. There's a resource group deployment. And so new AZ resource group deploy. We can, once we upload, we have done the ls, as I told you. Then this is what the deployment command. I'll just copy this one, put it in the notepad, and I will show you. Now you see that it's mentioned AZ deploy group create. Then dash dash resource group is this. Template file is template.json. Parameter file is parameter.json. So this is the way that it is going to be executed. Okay. So over here, this is the shell, and again, easy disk list output table. So this is the way that it is going to be execute the execution command as I've shown you. Okay. So over here, continue working with Cloud Shell in a bash session. You can see like, manage disk name and other options are also there. So this is a basic command that we are going to utilize this. All right. So please go ahead and perform these tasks, and that's going to helpful to understand exactly how these things will do. Okay. So this is all about RBAC and JSON. Okay. So I suggest that please go ahead and perform all the labs till module 3. That's the first, you can say, like, set of things we have, completed. Okay. So let's try to understand the new, concept of the virtual network in Azure. So let me tell you guys, whatever we have studied as of now, whatever like the topics we have covered as of now, those are the fundamentals of how to use multiple, again, ways to deploy like Azure resources, how to manage the services. We should follow certain rules to manage all these. Now, this is the time when we are actually going to start to work with the Azure related resources. Okay. So the first one that we are going to learn is Azure Virtual Network. Now, when we talk about the Azure Virtual Network is as same as the normal network in the computer science. The only difference is that it is in a virtual form. We are not going to deal with the basically the physical network because we know that in cloud world, the physical devices are going to be managed by the Azure itself. So if I say that this particular box is Azure infrastructure, consider that this is Azure. So we go ahead and create Azure virtual network inside this. Definitely that would be like in a specific data center in a specific region. And this Azure virtual network is going to be again divided into a small subnetwork, and this is considered as an subnet. So we have considered that subnet 1, subnet 2, and subnet 3. Okay. So we have subnet 1, subnet 2, and subnet 3. Now, if I say that where I'm going to keep the virtual machines in the subnet, because in the network we are going to keep multiple again virtual machine. So directly we could not keep virtual machines over here in the network. We need to keep it in a definitely subnets. So like that, we are going to keep over here. Okay. So if we have this, we can have similarly over here, and we can have similarly over here as well. So you can see like this is the basic way through which we are going to basically manage our Azure Virtual Network. So again, the communication over here, if I say between these virtual machines, are going to be easily happen within the Azure Virtual Network. There are predefined routes and the communication, you can say network communication traffics going to be predefined by the Azure itself. And we say that these networks are basically considered as a private network. Why private network? Because this is within the Azure. This is not going to be extend till the time it is not going to be extend to the public network. That is nothing but the internet. The traffic is going to be between this. It's considered as a private network. If I need to go ahead and expose this in the public network, then we need to assign some public IP addresses and all those things. However, the basic network is a private network over here. Now, when we are talking about the networking, the power of the networking would be the IP addresses which are getting utilized over here in the work, network. Okay. So when we are talking about the IP addresses, like how many IP addresses a particular network can have, that is going to be define the power of the network. So at the time of defining the virtual network, we try to define a bigger network over there with the help of IP addresses. So a concept of the IP address we need to understand quickly over here. When we say IP address, it's nothing but the logical identification number which contains four sections like 10.10.0.21. Now, over here, these four sections represents two things. One would be network address, and second is going to be basically host address. So we say like few sections out of this four represents network address. Few sections are going to be give the host address. Now, what is network address exactly? Network address is kind of a family name. So every IP address belongs to certain network address, certain network, isn't it? So that is what the network address. So if I say like a particular network, it means that there would be multiple IP addresses, and all belong to the same network, so it is not going to be changed. However, on the other hand, the host address is going to be changed because it's a unique address. Yeah. So, like we have network and host address. So, consider that. Okay, again, every section represents over here. All right. So, consider that this particular one is network address. This one is again network address. This one is host address, and this one is again host address. Okay. So consider that this one is network address. Consider that this one is also network address. However, this one is host address and this one is host address. Now, when we are talking about host and network address, so this is like single IP address where we have certain numbers, and each and every section we are going to be have 8 bits over here. So total how many bits? If there are 4 sections, so total 32 bits over here. Okay. Now these 32 bits are going to be basically represent the combination of network and host address. Now this is a single IP address. Now when we're talking about the network address exactly, which is going to be like kind of a family address, and then under that we'll have lot of IP addresses. So you can consider something like this 10.0.0.0/16. Okay. So this particular, if I say /16, what does it mean? So we are going to be have, as I told you, the first section represent basically 8 bits. Second section represents 8. Third is again 8 bit, and fourth one is also represent 8 bit. All right. So total we have 32 bits. So if I say like this is 8 bits over here, and same goes with the 8 over here, 8, 8. Out of that, if I say like, because if you remember, this is the one that we are using 10.0.0.0/16. So these two, like from left side, 8 bit and 8 bit from the left side. So total there are 16 bits, and these 16 bits are going to be used for the network address. All right. This is what the basic concept. If I write /16 over here, so from the left side, these two sections are going to use for network address, which is going to be same for the complete set. And again, if I write over here /24, so it is like third section also get involved in the network address. Yeah. So this is the basic way that we have basically defined the networking, and then later we will go ahead and define the subnet and other part of the Azure Virtual Network. Okay. Okay. So when we are talking about the virtual network, we need to understand that how this virtual network is going to be in the Azure environment. So when we are talking about the virtual network over here, you may see that virtual network is nothing but a place where we have multiple virtual machines, which are virtual machines, or maybe like any other networking related components are connected with each other. So we say that logical representation of your network is considered as a virtual network. However, we are going to basically talk about that when we talk about the virtual network, we can have something as a subnet over here. The subnet is nothing but the sub part of the virtual network. And in this particular subnet, I'm going to keep lot of either virtual machine or multiple components of the, again, network. All right. However, as you can see that we are going to create this virtual network within the Azure. So it would be considered as a private network of the Azure. As simple as that. When we say private network, so definitely the data is going to be transferred, or the interaction of the machines of the particular virtual network are going to be within the particular virtual network, Azure Virtual Network itself. If these machines need to talk with the other network, maybe the on-premises or other virtual network as such, then it needs to be extend outside through certain Azure services that we will go ahead and see in next few slides. So specifically when we are talking about the virtual network, the strength of the virtual network depends upon the virtual machines that we have connected within the virtual network. Now, virtual machines or maybe similar components. Every machine which is the part of the virtual network is basically going to be assigned a single IP address. It could be a private or the public IP address. So, how many such IP addresses I should have within the virtual network is going to be defined the strength of the virtual network. As simple as that. Now, let's go ahead and understand that how these IP addresses are going to be work with the virtual network. So, before we actually go ahead and create a virtual network, that is the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit of the virtual network and the IP addresses which are associated in the virtual network. So consider that this box is going to be represent a virtual network. So I'm going to write over here something as an Azure VNet. Now within this VNet, I have subnet over here, and within that I have Azure virtual machine. I could have multiple such virtual machines. All right. Now, when we are talking about such virtual machines, something like this, I could have those number of subnets over here. However, every virtual machine is capable enough to go ahead and communicate with the other virtual machine, isn't it? So the communication is going to be happen with a specific set of, name through the identification numbers, identification name. How we will go ahead and differentiate between these two virtual machines? So what we will do, we will assign IP addresses to the virtual machines. Okay, so I have, suppose this is kind of 10.0.0.1. We can have 10.0.0.2, and similarly I can have 10.0.0.3 over here, and so on. On the other hand, I can say, suppose I have unique identification number as a 10.1, sorry, 10.0.1.1, something like this, or maybe over here 10.1 dot something as in 2, and again so on. All right. So I have the IP addresses which is going to show you the identification, unique identification numbers of each and every device within the network over here. Now, the question is how these IP addresses are defined. Is there any specific, you can say, like any specific way, any specific standard through that we define and select these IP addresses? So let's go ahead and try to understand that. What are the basic methods we are going to follow to get the IP address of each and every machine within the virtual network? All right. So I have told related to the CI, uh, like something as in like, CIDR notation. Okay. So those particular options we are going to, understand over here. Those concepts today we are going to understand about the IP addresses, and we will go ahead. All right. So when we are talking about basically this particular IP address, the way that we are see this IP address, what does it mean basically? 10.0.0.0/16. Okay. Combination of host and network address. Yeah. So let's go ahead and try to understand how does it CIDR, and in a very basic language, what does it mean? So guys, let me tell you, when we talk about 10.0.0.0/16, it is basically nothing but a network address. Okay.
This represents basically a network address. What does it mean now about the network address? We are talking about basically a network address, a particular address which represent the network. All right. In a network, we could have multiple machines. However, this is a simple network address where I can say that I could have X number of network components and I could assign X number of IP address within the network. All right. So, how does it work? When we are talking about 10.0.0.0/16, it means that there are four sections over here in the IP address 10, 0, 0, and 0. Okay, every section represents 8 bits. Someone told about the host and the network bits over here, or the host and network address. Okay, absolutely right. So when we are talking about basically 10.0.0.0, so every section out of these four sections, every section represent basically 8 bits. Now, what is bit? Hope everyone understand what is bit, either one or zero. So the numerical language that we use on day basis is considered as a decimal number system, where we use 0 to 9. However, over here, we are going to use the binary system. When we say binary system, that is basically there are two numbers, either 1 or 0, that we are going to use. Either 1 or 0 are considered as in 1 bit. So similarly, the combination of 1 and zeros we are going to use over here in every section, and the number of bits are going to be 8 bits over here. Okay, so every section over here is representing 8 bits. Now, total how many bits? 8 for you, 32 bits over here. Out of 32, if I write something as in /16, guys, they say that from the left side, okay, they say from the left side, basically, we are going to count the number of bits. So this is 8 bit, this is 8 bit. Total, we are going to be have 16 bits over here. Okay, how many? 16 bits over here. Now, they're telling that 16, the number of bits are showing over here, the 16. And these 8 plus 8 bits are considered as a 16 bit, and this is actually considered as a network bits over here. Okay. Now, when we say network bits, it means that these number of basically bits are showing as a networking or network address. Okay. So from the left side, these bits are considered as a network address bits for you. However, the other 16 or remaining one are considered as a host address. Okay. The remaining one is considered as a host address over here. So we have network bit and we have host bit over here. The host bits are basically going to be changed over here within the network, because the network bit are never going to be changed. And why it is never going to be changed? Because we have exactly same network, isn't it? So if we are in the same network, so definitely the network address is never going to be changed. However, the host address are going to be changed. So if I say that with the help of 10.0.0.0/16, our network addresses are never going to be changed. However, the host addresses are going to be changed. So what does it mean? It means that with the help of changing this host bit, I can create multiple IP addresses. Let's say how. So first set of IP addresses, we can write something like this. Just try to understand this. The numbers are going to be something like this. So it is going to be start from basically 10.0. Okay. So over here, we can say basically subnet 1, or maybe first set over here, first set of IP addresses. All right. So this is the first set of IP address which is going to be show over here. Now, Similarly, I could have multiple set of IP addresses actually. All right. So when we are talking about the network address over here, these are the basically, first set of IP addresses. And this is, we can say like, set one over here. And again, similarly, we have set two over here. Okay. Now we have set one and set two IP addresses, which is going to be represent basically a pool of IP addresses that we can write with the help of these numbers over here. Okay. Now, when we are talking about these numbers, you may see like I can write how many IP addresses. So in the second pool, if you see like, I'm putting over here one actually. Understand this one, guys. This is all one. Similarly, over here, I can have all basically zero over here. Okay. Now these all are zeros. These all are ones. Now similarly, I can have over here third set of IP addresses as well. Okay. And so on. And similarly, I have over here 256 set of IP addresses where I write over here basically 255. Okay. Now what is happening? If you notice, this is the first set, this is second set, this is 255 set. Now, this first set is basically coming as in 10.0.0.1. If you notice the IP at the first two sections are same everywhere. Why this is same? Because it belongs to the same network over here, isn't it? They are from the same family. So the first two, since we have written 16 over here, so all these first two sections are same everywhere, basically. Okay. However, the third set, the third section is going to be changed. It is going to be changed every time when we have similar set of IP addresses are going to be changed. So definitely, like, in the first section, I've kept as in 0, then 1, and then the last one as in 255. Why this 255 coming picture again and again? Because this 255 is the particular number which is going to become, if we will use 8 bits over here. So the largest number with the help of this 255 actually is the largest number by using these, 0 and 1s with the help of basically, 0 and 1s, the largest number of decimal number you can say is 255 over here. Okay, that's the reason the 255 is going to be coming. All right, now we need to understand this. When we are creating the network, Azure network, how many IP addresses we can expect when we are putting /16? Now again, can we put any other number as in instead of /16, /19, /20 or anything? Yes, absolutely. I have taken the example of /16 over here. So with this calculation, how many IP addresses I could have? So in the first set, I have told you these many numbers. Second set, I have told you these many numbers. Like 256 set, I have told these many numbers. So tell me, like the number started from, so in the first set, start from 0 and ends till 255. How many IP addresses I have in the first set? It is 256. Absolutely. So it starts from 0 and the last one is 255. So total, I have how many IP addresses over here? 200 and actually 56 IP addresses. And similarly, I have over here 256 IP addresses. And similarly, over here, we have 200 and again 56 IP addresses. So how many times basically? That is right away start from set 1 to 256 times, isn't it? Right? That again, the if you notice the third set number starts from 0 and like the set number is 255. So again, it is 256. So if I say that, can you tell me how many actual number of IP addresses I have? So I can say 256 multiplied by 256. That is nothing but 65,536 IP addresses. So when we are talking about /16, guys, it means that I'm expecting that these number of IP addresses Azure has given to us as in what? Private IP address. Okay. So as a private IP address, I have these number of IP address basically where within the network I could have in the Azure network. Okay. All right. So now this is about the network. However, what about subnet? So the similar set of IP addresses we are considering as in subnet. So again, if I say first as in like set one, can we just consider this one as in subnet one? Isn't it? Right? Then similarly, I can say subnet 2, and similarly, I can say subnet 255 over here, or maybe 256. Can we say this? Yeah. So, like we can do for /18 as well. So, instead of /16, you can put it over here /18, right? Now, what will happen? From the third section, 2 bits are going to be utilized basically for the network address, isn't it? So how many host addresses are going to be there in that case? Host bit. So 8 plus 6, that is 14 bits, isn't it? So now you need to go ahead and consider these 14 bits are going to be changed always. However, rest 18 bits are going to be same. So on the basis of that, you need to go ahead and calculate. Yeah. So over here, always 10.0 would be there, and then 2 bits are going to be there. So I don't want to go like a lot of calculation over here, but this is what the basic thing. Okay. So in the subnet, only last 2 digit will change and no change in the three numbers. So coming to the subnet part back again, guys. Okay. Only like last section is getting changed. So consider that this subnet one is also a network. In that case, what do you say? What would be the address, or what would be how you will write this particular, subnet one? Don't you think you will write something as a 10.0.0.0/24? Is that making sense? Because these three sections are going to be same over here. But I'm giving the definition of subnet one, not my network over here. Okay. Similarly, if I am giving the definition of this particular subnet 2, I may write over here 10.0.1.0/24. Is this the right one? The three sections are same, isn't it? And what is the number? 10.0.1.0. Similarly, if I come over here, I say 10.0.255.0/24, right? So my subnet are going to be defined in such a way. Now, if I say 10.0.0.0/16 is the network, then my subnets are going to be something like this. Either 10.0.0.0/24, then 10.0.1.0/24, 10.0.255.0/24. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to make a virtual network over here and try to understand how does it work. Okay, great. So first time that we are going to check how to create a virtual network. So I'm going to log in to the Azure portal right now, and I'm going to show you how to create our first virtual network. All right. So I'm going to basically in the GUI, that is the Azure portal, and I'm going to search over here virtual network. Hit enter. Now the first option I got it as a virtual network. I'm going to click on this, and I have over here the virtual network option. Okay. Now I'm going to click on create. I will get multiple tabs at the top. It's mentioned over here virtual network is the fundamental building block for your private network in Azure. So this particular network you need to understand is a private network. When I started the networking concept today, I told you very specifically that we have this one as an private network.
So in Azure, if you want, sorry, in with the AWS, if you wanted to compare, you can see like, it's a proper virtual network, VPC generally we say. Okay. So over here, we have this particular network. In that, we are going to basically keep a lot of subnet and then lot of network devices and the virtual machines. So let's go ahead and start, guys. So first we have subscription, then resource group. I hope you guys remember what is a resource group. I have shown you earlier. And then we need to give the virtual network name. So I say VNet. Okay, just a VNet. And I'm going to keep this VNet in the region that is East US. I have multiple regions. I'm going to keep it in the East US. Now you see that I have the second tab. So I'll click on next. I have network security concepts over here. What are those? So we have virtual network encryption, we have Azure bashing, we have Azure firewall, we have Azure DDoS network protection, and like these are the four options. Definitely, we are going to check about Azure bashing, firewall, encryption. You know very well. We are going to use the virtual network encryption technology for the to prevent from loss of network as such. So those things are there. Now, when we click on next over here, we have the concept of the IP address. So by default, Azure is giving you a suggestion to go ahead and select, 10.0.0.0/16. Hope everyone remember. You see that it is very well defined and, like how many IP addresses are there, what are the range? Like we have 10.0.0.0 to the 10.0.255.255. And if I put it /16 over here, we have 65,536 IP addresses. Okay, we have these many IP addresses over here. Similarly, I could have like, any, you can say /2 over here and final like /29 as such. Okay, this way you can go ahead and create the IP addresses. So I have like, this way, like 65,536 IP addresses. All right. Now, this suggestion, but it doesn't mean that we need to follow the same thing. You can go ahead and change. You can go ahead and change this as well. It is editable. Okay. But I'm going to, follow the same with the Azure suggestion. I'm coming down over here. Whenever we define the virtual network, we should have at least one subnet. And by default, they have given one subnet over here, name as in default 10.0.0.0 to 10.0.0.255 with /24, the way that I have shown you in the Excel sheet. So one Azure virtual net, one network, and there one subnet. It is there. If you want, you can add basically more subnets as well. So what do you need to do? You need to click on add subnet, and then it will give you the option. So there are a lot of like templates as well, like subnet for router, subnet for firewall, and so on. I say no, default. And then there is something as in default 2. Default is already created, then we have default 2. Then they have given 10.0.1.0/24. Again, you can have the option to go ahead and change the basically /24, 23, 25, 26. You can see like, it is getting changed over here. So suppose you select over here something as in 25. So you see like, there is slash till 29 you can select. So /29, if you're putting only 8 IP addresses you are keeping over there. All right. So I'm just going with the /24 and click on add. Now what will happen? There is one more subnet has been created with the like a range as in 10.0.1.0/24. Okay. And this is the particular range. All right. Now I'm going to click on next over here. This is a tag. So I'm just going to skip this part as of now. You can tag it if you want. It is optional. Next, click on create plus review. It is going to validate the information that we have over here. And finally, click on create. So this way, you are ready with the virtual network over here. It is going to be deployed. It will take few minutes, couple of minutes, and your virtual network would be ready over here. So you can see your virtual network is ready. You can click on go to resource and your virtual network is ready over here. Now, you can see over here at the top, it's showing as a resource group, location, East US, subscription, pay as you go, address space 10.0.0.0/16. DNS is not basically configured, subscription and other details. If I wanted to know the address space, that what are the address space that we have defined, we can go with the address space over here, and we have basically 10.0.0.0/16, and this is what the number of IP addresses. Similarly, we can click on connected devices, and we don't have any connected devices as of now, so there is nothing over here. Then we can click on subnet, and you see that you have two subnets where it is showing that you have only 251 IP addresses. Now, why 251? I'm coming to that point very soon. Okay, so apart from that, we have security and other options are there, peering and other options that we are gradually try to learn over here. Okay, so to create a virtual network, the command would be new dash AZ virtual network. Okay, now it is asking that, okay, you are going to create a virtual network, give me the name. So you can start putting the name. Suppose I say AZVNet. Then it will ask you where you are going to create. Give me the resource group name and so on. Then IP address and other things. You can go ahead and basically, create something like this as well, like this name, and then put the name over here. Suppose I say AZ VNet, then you can start basically put in resource group name, then the location name, address prefix, and you can put the tab over there. So like this, you can go ahead and create a virtual network. Okay. Now, coming to the basically the conceptual part. Now, I have a virtual network. I have two subnets. Now, the next point is basically how we can go ahead and keep my virtual machine in that. Not only keeping the virtual machine, I'm going to today show you how you can go ahead and create a web server as well. Okay, so we'll not waste more time over here. Let's go ahead and jump to the virtual machine. So as we have created the virtual network, now I'm going to show you how to create a virtual machine within this particular virtual network. Okay, and that is going to take you to the particular option where we have basically architecture, something like this. So consider that I'm going to create this particular virtual machine over here under the subnet 1, which is of name as in default, correct? So this is the particular case. So the IP address that we have defined over here is definitely for the virtual network. We know it's 10.0.0.0/16. And similarly, for the default, we know it's 10.0.0.0/24. All right. So this is the basic, option that we have over here. Okay. So now we are going to do something like this. So let's go ahead and start over here creating a virtual network. However, what I will do, I will show you something. This virtual network we have created, if you remember. So this tab is my virtual network. And over here, I'm going to open a new tab next to this, going to log in over here, and I'm going to create a virtual machine inside this. What I will do, I will write over here virtual virtual machine. Okay, so I am in the section where I can create a new virtual machine in Azure right now. Okay, now I will click on create, and there's the first option as an Azure virtual machine over here. All right, I'll click on this. There are other options as well. We will see very soon. Now, over here, when I come to the virtual machine, again, I have multiple tabs over here. There are tabs related to this. There are tabs related. There is a tab related to networking, then management, monitoring, advanced.
tagging, review plus create. So I'm in under the basic. So let's try to understand what are the options under the basic. However, let me tell you guys, I may go ahead and skip few options over here because this is the time we are considering that we are going to show you the virtual network. So in detail about the virtual machine, definitely we will learn in a dedicated module that is going to be module 8, where we will understand in detail about the virtual machine. But definitely lots of things of the virtual machine we are going to discuss right now. So start with the subscription. Under that, we have the resource group. Hope you remember that every resource is going to be under the resource group. Then we need to go for the virtual machine over here, right? Virtual machine name. So I'm going to give the virtual machine name, suppose VM test, and then we have a region. Now, you need to understand that this region is very important in the case of virtual machine in Azure. Why? Because if you are going to define this virtual network in the East US region, so tell me what would be the region for the virtual machine? Is it going to be same always? Is it mandatory always? Absolutely, it is mandatory always. So, because it is the part of that particular virtual network, right? So, if the virtual network is in the East US, so you have to have picked the virtual machine also in the same location. So, you need to make sure that whenever you create the virtual machine, so the particular network where you are going to create this virtual machine, where you are going to place this virtual machine, you should be aware of the location of that virtual network. And you are going to select the same over here. Okay, so I have selected the East US. Now there is an option as an availability options. Availability option is for high availability. I want to, discuss as a separate lesson in the case of virtual machine module. Right now, I'm just going to select over here, no infrastructure redundancy required. So I'm not going to discuss about the availability option right now. Okay, we'll discuss later when we will go ahead and cover the virtual machine. So just go ahead and skip this part. Similarly, we have an option for the security for the virtual machine. So we have three types of security, guys. First is standard. Second is trusted launch virtual machine, that is TPM. Then third one is confidential virtual machine. So the first one is standard, that is going to give the basic level of security for the virtual machine. The TPM, how TPM is not a new concept for any of the virtual machine in basically like normal virtual machine, normal machines. Similar to the other TPM in the physical machines, we have over here about the basically advanced, attack or Gen 2 virtual machine with configuration feature like a secure boot and the virtual trusted platform module. So those options are there in the trusted launch virtual machine. Okay. TPM stands for trusted platform module, basically, like a BitLock, secure boot and all, like a BitLocker. Now, the third one is confidential virtual machine, where on the top of TPM, on the top of basically trusted launch, confidential virtual machine offer the higher confidentiality guarantee with the hardware. So hardware level, like hardware based, trusted execution environment we are talking about. Okay. So that is basically confidential virtual machine. So whichever you want, you can go for. Okay. Right now, since it is just for training purpose, we are creating a virtual machine. I'm going with the standard one. Now, apart from that, we have basically image. Now, what is this image, guys? Image is nothing but the operating system. Now, why we haven't used the operating system word? Instead of that, we are using basically image. Because when we are talking about the image word over here, the image is the combination of multiple software with operating system. So if we have an operating system as in like Windows 10, so can we have like SQL as well with that? So such type of options we could have in the image. So over here, I'm just going with the basic one right now, as in Windows Server 2016. data center x64 Gen 2. This is my basic operating system I want. Very simple. Okay. So I could have similarly multiple options that we will definitely see when I will cover the virtual machine module. Coming down over here, we have VM architecture for the 64 x64 over here. So it has taken the one. Now over here we have size, and before that we have spot discount. Again, I'm not going to touch this. Let's come to the size. Now size is what? Size is going to be, you know, typically your virtual machine configuration in terms of basically your number of CPUs, RAM, IOPS, and so on. So I can go ahead and select from the drop down, and they say that these are grayed out. Why these are grayed out? So there is a policy mention over here. So I'll go to the policy, suppose, and I see that there is a policy defined for the virtual machine. So I will go ahead and basically create virtual machine. I'll go over here. There's a policy defined. Hope you guys remember what is policy. So I will go ahead and remove the policy basically. Otherwise, it was not going to let us to create the virtual machine. See, these are the policies. Allowed virtual machine SKU. This policy is there. So let's go ahead and delete this policy, guys. Delete assignment. Otherwise, it is not going to let us create the virtual machine. Okay, I'm going to delete this one as well. Delete assignment because I have restricted this one. So I'm going to delete these assignments over here. Refresh. Yeah. All right. So it is showing over here. It is gone. I may go ahead and refresh this. So you may now notice that if there would be policies, then how does it it will behave? It will not let you to create the particular virtual machine. Everything would be grayed out actually. So quickly, let me go ahead and select again. VM test, no infra. Your files blocked by policy, everything they're telling. The policy details are also showing over here if I'm selecting. Okay, it may take little time to sync. I'm just going to reload again. Let's close this one. Maybe in a new session, it will not show virtual machine. It's a new. Yeah, now it is not showing. You see that. Okay, nice. Test VM US, no infra. This is going to be standard. This is going to be 16. Oh my god, why it is showing like this? There's no policy, man. Okay. No, it's not because of that. I know that it takes little time. Okay. Even if you select anything else, you may see the same thing. If you see the operating system again, it will go to, yeah. See, that is some kind of, you can say. See, it's mentioned very clearly. Items availability based on the policy, attached selected scope. And there's the policy details they are giving. Even we are going to the policy, it's not showing. There's a very common, you can say, issue actually. Okay. It's a sync issue basically with that. Nothing else. So such type of issues you may face. So you don't need to like get confused. It is okay. Let me do over here. It is going to show everywhere in the Ubuntu as well because I have set my policy for any virtual machine. Okay, so it doesn't go ahead and help you. Okay, test VM. Okay, all right. While this is going on, what we'll do, we'll cover a couple of slides and then we'll come back over here. Okay, I know that in few minutes it is not going to be show. I don't want to waste more time over here. Okay, so we will go ahead and cover something related to IP address. That is again one of the couple of slides are there. So when you are creating a virtual machine, okay, or maybe any component, there would be planning of the IP address is again important as we have seen we have created the private IP address and I have shown you the basic way that how we will create. However, there are two types of IP addresses on the basis of the scope. Now the scope is what? So we have private IP address and public IP address. Now private IP address, the IP address that you have created just few minutes ago, by putting, like, at the time of creation of the virtual network, that is considered as a private IP address. If you remember, I told you when I started today the virtual network that the particular set of IP addresses or the particular virtual network that you are creating, it is actually a private virtual network. And inside that, whatever machines are there, they are going to carry the private IP address. However, if we'll go a little broader in that, they have mentioned over here the private IP address used within an Azure virtual network and your on-premises network as well when you use a VPN gateway or express route circuit to extend your network to Azure. Means if you remember this particular slide, the first slide over here, this is one of the virtual network. This is Azure Virtual Network. This is a subnet. If you're extending to the on-premises, however, when you are extending, you are using something as a VPN over here in the Azure. So it means that you are going to trust this on-premises. There would be communication between the Azure Virtual Network and the on-premises. However, there will be certain security measures that we are going to follow, certain gateway, services we are going to follow. However, in this particular case, both the networks are going to trust each other. If they trust each other, then they can communicate with the help of private IP address. So that is what it is going to be show over here. What is private IP address? Private IP address is again like within the Azure virtual network, as well as we can go ahead and talk with the other network. However, there should be a VPN gateway or express route circuit. Either of these are going to be utilized, which is going to make that trust over here. Network peering and all. Yeah, definitely we are going to talk about that. But right now you need to understand what is private IP address. Since we are going to communicate between two networks and both the network trust each other, then the communication could be happen with the help of private IP address. Okay. Now, what is public IP address? So what is the largest network in the world which is considered as a public network, or in other words, which is the largest public network in the world right now? Internet, right? Everyone must have aware of that the largest public network in the world right now is the internet. Now, if I wanted to be the part of the internet, my machine wanted to be the part of the internet, what should I have? I should have a public IP address. To be the part of the public network, I should have a public IP address. And we know that if I am talking about any network as such, I'm talking about, like, any network logically, if this box is considered as an internet, so there should be a lot of machines inside that, right? There should be lot of machine inside over here, right? Consider that this is the, like, thousands of virtual machines, right? And each of these virtual machines would have a private IP address, and that private IP, sorry, public IP address in general, and they are interconnected with each other. So definitely, if they are interconnected with each other, so there should be a name, there should be IP address, isn't it? Since it is internet, we say that it is a public network. So every device should have a IP address. Now, what is the? There is a special type of IP address because it's a world's largest public network, isn't it? So that is nothing but the public IP address. Now the question is that who manages this public IP address, guys? Because it's a world largest network, isn't it? So there are set of communities, there are set of organization who takes care of these type of basically IP address, public IP address, isn't it? There is a, like, everyone must be aware of, like, there is a community who manage the internet, right? So managing internet is what? Managing the public IP address, isn't it? So similarly, Azure says that we are going to be have a pool of public IP address. And whenever we wanted to basically expose my in resources, infrastructure in the public network, we will go ahead and assign a public IP address to that resource. So now, if you see the definition, they say that public IP address used for communication with the internet, including Azure public facing services. So if I'm going to basically communicate to the internet my Azure resources, in that case, I say that, okay, Azure, Microsoft, please give me one public IP address. Microsoft says that I have 1,000 pool of public IP, 1,000 IP addresses I have kept. And whenever you need, let us know and we will go ahead and give it. Now the question is that I have shown you how to create a private IP address. Now, because everyone saw that at the time of creation of network, that's the way to create a private IP address. But how to create a public IP address? Because I need to request whenever I need, isn't it? I need to request to the Azure to give me the public IP address. So how to create a public IP address? Let's go ahead and see quickly. So what I will do, public IP address is also considered as in one resource. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Use this one as only. We'll create a machine later. So I'll say public. See, we have an option as public IP address, isn't it? I'll click on create, and then I have four tabs. First is basic, second is DDoS protection, tag, review plus create. Again, this is a network protection. Okay, so subscription, sorry, resource group I have selected, region I have selected. Now, the public IP address name I will give. Suppose I give PIP, public IP. Okay, something like this. Now we have, this is important to understand. We have two version of public IP address, you can say, IPv4 and IPv6. So we know that IP address is nothing but some set of numerical values. With the help of that, we define the IP addresses. We have seen just few minutes ago, right? Now, there will be definitely certain time in future when these all IPv4 IP addresses are going to be completely utilized, and we will be in the crunch of IP addresses. In this case, they came up with a solution as an IPv6, which has more basically bits. So they are in a hexadecimal number and they create more. So right now in this particular course, definitely I'm going to consider only IPv4. But why IPv6? Because of this only. So in future, if you feel like IPv6 is required, you can definitely go for that. Azure has given you the option. So let's consider IPv4. Then we have in public IP address two options. SKU. There are two SKU. SKU is what? Stock keeping unit. Now in the IP address case, they say that you can have two types of IP address, whichever you want, you can use it. First is the standard and second is basic. Now, what is the standard? So the moment you will select the standard, you can basically create, you know, over here only static IP address. Now, what is static IP address? The IP address that is never going to be changed. So there are a lot of situations where we say that I need a static IP address. IP address never going to change. How IP address is going to be changed? So let me give you a very simple example. Whenever you connect to the internet, what happens? The internet service provider assign one IP address to your either computer if you connect to the computer or maybe like to your mobile phone as such, right? The moment you basically disconnect from the internet, what will happen? The internet service provider will, you know, retrieve or you can say like fetch the IP address from your computer because now you are no more in the internet, in the public network, right? You don't need that. So it is not again easy to go ahead and manage a lot of public IP addresses because there would be chances that your computer would be not always on the internet, isn't it? So internet service provider thought, let's do this. We will go ahead and kind of a sharing of the IP address. Okay. So this purchase maybe like 50,000 public IP addresses, and whenever you need, they will go ahead and check which public IP address is free right now. They will assign that IP address to you. The moment you will leave the internet, they will take that IP, public IP address, and they will assign to someone else. So what is happening? So every time when you are connecting to the internet, you are getting a new IP address. It means that you don't have the static IP address. Okay, this is getting always changed because you don't need, right? It doesn't matter which IP address is going to be assigned to you, your machine. It's not going to bother you. The end result would be you should be on the internet. As simple as that.
However, there is a other situation where I say that I am going to, design a server which is going to work 24 by 7, and the machine is going to carry a website which is very important website that should never going to be down. I need a static IP address for that, because I don't want, because maybe like in future I need to go ahead and do a lot of testing and all. Like Google.com has an IP address 8.8.8.8, and role is very important, right? If I change the IP address, there are a lot of configurations are going to be changed. So a lot of situations we need the public IP address to be always same. Similarly, suppose I have a firewall, and the firewall is going to be, use a lot of time at a lot of places. So in that case as well, I need a public IP address which is never going to be changed. So SKU is basically, if it is a standard, so we are going to be have always static IP address. However, if I go ahead and select the basic, they say that you can have dynamic as well as static IP address as per your choice over here, right? So what happens, since we are sharing the dynamic IP address, they don't charge anything for this public IP address. However, on the other hand, we are looking for a static IP address which is never going to be changed. So what is happening, if you have the static IP address, you are actually reserving one IP address for you, which is not going to be shareable. In that case, you need to pay a certain amount over here. Okay. So this is the basic concept of the SKU. If you go for the standard, you will have only static IP address. If you go for a basic, you can have both. So I'm going with the standard right now, and there is a regional and global. So must match the load balancer tier. So basically, it's a kind of a load balancer concept where we are going to use that. So you can go ahead and keep it as a regional as of now. When we go ahead and try to understand the advanced topics of the networking, I will tell you. Then we have, like, the routing preferences, Microsoft ideal timeout minutes, 4 minutes, and DNS if you want, we can go ahead and set it up. I don't want that. Next, network over here, DDoS protection, network level over here. Again, we'll talk later. Again, we have a timing. So I can put over here, suppose as a department, and over here I can put like sales. Okay. This is what the tagging is. Then next and then create. So I have created a public IP address over here, if you notice, and it is getting deploy. We'll wait for a few minutes. Go to resource. I have PIP, public IP address, and you can see that one public IP address Azure has given over here that I can utilize. So you have just written over there PIP, but whichever public IP address, static IP address would be free at the Azure site, they will go ahead and assign to this particular name, that is PIP, that I can use later. All right. So this is the way that we create the public IP address and I can use later. Let's go ahead and try to create a virtual machine again. Okay, before that, let's go ahead and cover one more slide over here, couple of slides over here. Now, the question is where I'm going to assign this public IP address. So in the virtual machine, I'm going to assign this public IP address to the NIC, network interface card, and it could be dynamic as well as a static. Similarly, in the load balancer, I'm going to use this public IP address when we go ahead and do the front end configuration. Again, it could be static and dynamic. In the VPN as well, we are going to assign the public IP address, VPN gateway. We are going to use in the application gateway as well. That's a load balancer, one kind of load balance. So all these places, so these are not only the places. Apart from that, there are a lot of places we are going to use the public IP address. Okay, but these are the basic ones. Similarly, when we are talking about the private IP address, we are going to use the private IP address again to the virtual machine, to the internal load balance. So private is within the network, isn't it? That is not going to be come to the you can say in the internet, in the public network. So internal load balancer application gateway, we are going to use it. All right. Dynamic and static, I have already told you what are that. So yeah, before getting to the next module, I'm going to show you how to create a virtual machine now. Coming back to the virtual machine, I hope it should work now. No infra, standard. Yeah, now see it's working fine, right? So I'm going with the B2S. I haven't done anything, guys. It's just a matter of synchronization, as I told you earlier. Now, over here, I'm going to type username and password. Okay, so I'm typing over here admin username password. So if you notice, this is the similar process when you actually first time install the operating system. They ask for admin username password, isn't it? Administrator account. So that's what I have done. Now over here, and also I just wanted to not go in little hurry. You may see like size. It is showing as in B2S as a code number. They say that I'm putting over here 2 vCPU and CPU, 4 GB RAM, and so on. And a lot of things are there, but this is what I'm showing right now. And it cost me approximately 3,000 or 12 rupees 31 paise per month, approximately. Okay. Now I go to the inbound port rule over here. Now, what is this inbound port rule? So this is basically whenever you go ahead and talk some consider something like this. Yeah. Suppose I'm just going to delete this. Okay. Now consider that. Uh, Let me delete this one as well. So consider this is my virtual machine. Okay. I'm keeping over here something like this. Okay. Now this is the user, and user is trying to approach this virtual machine. Okay. Now exactly what happens, there is something as in port numbers over here. Okay. This is a port number. Port number is nothing but a kind of a door over here. Okay, which is going to basically allow or block the traffic to reach over here. All right. So over here, something like this. Now, these port numbers universally very good in numbers. Okay. And these port numbers are basically depend upon the applications which we are running in the VM. So there are a lot of port numbers. Now, suppose I say this is 3389 port number. Just consider that. These are door. This is port number 80. There's something port number 22. Now, what happens whenever the traffic is trying to reach to the virtual machine, it has to go through these port numbers. It will go ahead and knock. These are considered as in multiple doors to get inside the virtual machine. So, what type of application you wanted to access in the virtual machine? On the basis of that, you will knock the door. So 3389 is for RDP. RDP is what basically? So if you are running a Windows operating system in the virtual machine, okay, then you can remotely connect to this virtual machine with the help of 3389. Okay, so port this door number, you need to knock this 3389. If it is open, you can go ahead and reach to the virtual machine. Same goes with the port 80. Suppose I have installed a web server. There is a website I have hosted in this virtual machine. And now I wanted to open the website on the basically portal, right? Website generally we open on the browser, isn't it? Over here. So if the port 8, so ultimately if I say google.com, so definitely in a server somewhere this particular page has been, kept, isn't it? This website has been kept. So it is going to knock basically from my, machine. I'm knocking to port 80, and port 80 is going to take the website I'm showing in my system. All right. So to get inside, these are the multiple doors to retrieve certain data. So this is what the port. So over here, when we are creating the virtual machine, they are telling that if you wanted to connect to the virtual machine, which port, or if you wanted to check certain data from the virtual machine, which port you wanted to knock, okay, which door you wanted to knock. I say, like, I'm going to create a Windows virtual machine. I'm going to use basically 3389 to connect to my virtual machine. However, there are a lot of situations where we are going to use the other ports as well. I will show you in some time. Now, 3389 I have opened. We need to open the door basically. So 3389 door I have opened. Now at the last, we have something as in licensing. Now, if you remember, I told you guys that licensing is something which is going to give a hybrid benefit. So
Consider that you have the Windows license you have purchased for 5 years for your on-premises server. Now your client is telling no, you need to come to the cloud. However, only 2 years is over. Okay, 2 years are over here. Still 3 years are there where you can use it. So it's a waste of money, as simple as that. You have put a lot of money over there. So Microsoft says that don't worry, since we are the same company, what we can do, we will go ahead and give you hybrid benefit. You can come up with the license details and we'll give you 49% of discount right away. Okay. So if you have that, you can check mark on this and then you can go ahead and confirm that I have the license and they will contact you. Okay. So that is one of the things. Then I don't have, I'm not doing anything. Click on disk. The second tab is disk. Now you know that when we talk about the virtual machine, we have something as an operating system, right? We have operating system where what we are going to do, we are keeping the complete operating system in a specific disk. Generally, in my normal computers, we have C drive, isn't it? Right? Root drive. So we need a place where we can keep this operating system, right? So we have two types of disk. First is OS disk, and second is a data disk. So I'm talking about right now the OS disk. The lowest size it's 127 GB, and over here we can have multiple performance disk basically. So I'm talking about like HDD, that is low performance disk. I don't want to spend a lot of money on that. If I take the SSD, it is going to take a lot of money from me. So that is one thing. Now delete with virtual machine means when I delete the virtual machine, this disk should also be deleted. Then key management. Key management is what? It is about the encryption of that disk. Okay. Then we have data disk as well. So I'm not going to show you the data disk concept right now. We will see later when we will cover the virtual machine. Then I come to the networking. So this is most important part of this particular lab, guys. Understand this very carefully. Now, I have told that I'm going to keep my virtual machine in the Azure VNet network, right? This is the or VNet network, which I had created earlier. So my name I should give not Azure VNet. However, it is a VNet. Okay. So this is the network. So so automatically it is coming. Why it is coming automatically? Understand that I have selected the same location. If I would not have selected the same location, this suggestion would be not there, right? So VNet is there. Now I have two subnets. So it is going to show you two subnets where exactly you are going to keep your virtual machine. So I say, no, I want to keep over here under the default. Not only this, you have a IP address also. Remember, you have created PIP. So if you want, you can assign the same PIP over here in the public IP address. Since I have created this PIP in the East US, so I'm going to utilize that PIP. So once you create the PIP public IP address, you can utilize anywhere in the future as well. So I have selected that. Now I have something as a NIC network security group. This is our next topic actually to be discussed. However, the basic idea I'm giving you, again, coming back to the architecture diagram, we have a lot of basically, port numbers over here. Okay. Now we can go ahead and manage these port numbers under one bucket. Okay. Under one bucket over here. So this bucket is considered as an basically something as an NSG. So to manage the ports and the protocol of the traffic, okay, is considered as an NSG. So there are a lot of rules and all we can go ahead and define. So I'm going to come uh, about this very soon. So right now, I'm just going to give you example that NSG, the port we have dealt with the basic tab, right? So I've told over here that please select the basic rules. Basic rules means what? What we have defined under the basic tab. So in the basic tab I have defined, please open the port number 3389. So when you see over here under the networking, since I have selected over here, basic, so 3389 port is only open. All right.
Now I'll go management. I'm not going to discuss much about the management right now, not even monitoring in advance. I'll come directly to the tag. Again, under the tag, if you remember, I told you we can have a department and we can have sales over here. Okay. And then click on review create. So this is the way that our virtual machine is getting deployed initially. All right. So now the virtual machine is ready. Let's go ahead and see what is the serial number of this virtual machine. Okay. Let's go ahead and reach to like connect to the virtual machine and then we will try to find out the serial number. Let's see what it gives. All right. So you see that this showing as an agent is not ready. Okay. Let's go ahead and refresh. My virtual machine is ready. Yeah. So over here we have like resource group. We have status as in running, location East US, subscription ID, operating system 2016, standard B2S, public IP address, and other thing. We have private IP address as well, that is 10.0.0.4. Since this machine is a part of the network, so definitely the private IP address is also show. So let's go to the basically virtual network. Okay, I'll go to the virtual network, and in the virtual network, there is option as in connected devices. Let's see what it shows. If I go over here, it is showing test VM13. This is the private IP address, right? 10.0.0.4. So my machine is showing now over here. Now what is this? This is nothing but the NIC. So if I go to the network setting, and you will see that there's a network interface card name as in test VM13. This is what I'm talking, test VM13. So they say that in this virtual machine, all the network related activities are getting done with the help of NIC, with the help of network interface. Okay, and the network interface is nothing but the test VM13. Okay, so in the network, if you go to the basically connected devices, definitely the NIC details are going to be shown. So the part of the virtual machine which is dealing with the IP addresses, with the private IP address, with the public IP address, or maybe any other IP address related thing, that is nothing but the your NIC, network interface card over here. Okay, so that's the reason virtual machine name is not showing. However, the NIC details are showing over here. All right. Now, going back to the virtual machine, I wanted to connect to this virtual machine. How I will connect? So that I can see that, okay, I can do lot of activities in the virtual machine. So to do this, I will go to the option as in connect, and there's option as in connect under that. And then I have lot of details. This is the public IP address. Don't you think I am connected right now to you guys with the help of public IP address? Yes, right? That is my public because we are connected through the internet, isn't it? So I will come back over here, native RDP over here. Okay, this is a native RDP. Native RDP means what? Remote desktop connection. I'll click on download RDP and I will go ahead and double click on download RDP. I say connect. And then if you, I'm trying to connect to this virtual machine remotely through the admin username password. So my admin username Piyush Raj K I have given and the password now I'm trying to put over here and hope you remember that this username password I had set when I was creating the virtual machine. And then I'll click on yes. So now I'm trying to connect to my virtual machine on the port number 3389. If you remember, it was showing over there. And finally, the virtual machine, that is Windows virtual machine, is loading over here. We need to just wait for few minutes. So still it is loading. I'm just waiting to complete the load. It is showing, do you want to allow user PC to be discoverable by other PCs and devices on this network? I say yes. So it is Windows Server 2016 now loaded over here, as you can see, and it is still loading. There is a server manager is going to be load. I'm waiting for that to be load properly. If it doesn't work, come over here. I'll say, okay, here we go. I did not click actually automatically. It is little slow. but it is loaded. So guys, this is a server manager in Windows operating system. If it is a server, there is a server manager. So every server would have multiple roles over here. So server would have basically a complete package where you can make the server as a web server, you can make the server as a data server, you can make the server as a printer server, whatever you want, or DNS server, DHCP server. So this is the server. Whatever I want, I can go ahead and make it. Okay. So now I wanted to make this server as an you can say like web server. Okay, I wanted to make it as a web server. I want, if I will make this as a web server, I can host websites, multiple websites in this server. Okay, so that is my plan. So what I will do, I'll click on add roles and features. Okay, let's see like how these roles generally work. So I'm going to create a Windows web server, which is also known as IIS. So you need to come over here, click on next, role based or feature based installation. Yeah. So over here, you need to select something as a web server IIS. Okay, add feature. So this is a list of roles. So I'm telling that please provide this web server IIS role to this server. Click on next. These are the feature. Next, 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 install. So this is a web server in Windows I'm going to install. So this is not something like, the part of Azure as such. This is a normal web server setup in any Windows server. Okay. Web server means the service that is related to the web server in Windows is known as IIS. Similarly, in Linux, it is known as Apache. Okay. So over there, it is known as Apache. Over here, it is known as IIS. So let's see how does it work and what is the benefit of this. So it is getting installed. We need to wait for a few minutes. I'm waiting to complete this. Here we go. So it is showing that the IIS web server has been installed properly. I'll click on close over here and then close this one as well. I will refresh this. Now, how I will go ahead and basically test that my web server has been installed. I'll click on this Internet Explorer. In the server itself, first we'll check the local machine and then we will go ahead and check the other from other machines. So I'll click on OK. I'll put over here the word as in local host and hit enter. The moment I'll click on local host, I would see the default page of IIS. Hope you guys must have seen this type of page before as well. So there are a lot of situations where we have basically, IIS as in Windows server has been used. So this is a default page. So if your website would be not working, it is on the web server, then the default page it shows basically. So by that, you must have seen this page before many times, right? So now the question is that I have this particular virtual machine. This is the virtual machine, and I have hosted a web server. Why don't I go ahead and use a public IP address and use this? Okay. So I will just copy this public IP address. I'll go on Google. Since it is a public IP address, it opens on the public domain as well. And on the browser, I wanted to see that particular, website actually. So if I go for the, this way, I will go ahead and, so on the browser, which particular port works? So this particular port works. Okay, port number 80. All right, this particular port actually work over here. However, my user is trying to, just reach to the port 80. All right. And they're telling that please go ahead and showcase the particular website that you have hosted in this virtual machine. What is the problem? Since I did not open the port 80, it is not going to be open. I have opened which port? I have opened only port number 3389. See what it says? The site cannot be reached, right? Only RDP we have opened. Absolutely. So we need to open which port basically? Port number 80, isn't it? Now I've already created. Can I go ahead and make the changes? So what I will do, I will go ahead and try to make the changes. For that, I need to go to network settings, and over here, there are certain rules that we have, and over here, we go ahead and basically open that. Okay. Now, how to do this? This is what the matter of discussion with the next topic, where we will go ahead and try to learn about the NSG, that is Network Security Group. All right. Because at the time of creation, we got the opportunity to open port number 80 as well as port number 3389, but we did not open. In that case, after creation of the virtual machine, how we can do that. This is what we are going to learn over here. The problem statement was how we can go and deal with multiple ports and protocols. So to go ahead and deal with the ports and protocols, Azure over here has given a specific network security group service. This service is going to help us to manage the ports and protocols of the traffic, which is coming towards the Azure Virtual Network, virtual machines, as well as if the traffic goes from the virtual machine to outside of Azure. Let's go ahead and try to understand. Now, this diagram, this picture is going to help you. Before I get into that, let me show you something. So what I mean to say over here, consider that if the traffic is going from virtual machine to outside, or maybe coming from outside to virtual machine, there should be certain rules to be followed actually. Those rules are going to be managed by NSG. There are two basic parameters for this. First is ports and second is protocols. However, you should be first of all aware of what is ports and protocols. I've already shown you what is ports basically, isn't it? Ports are nothing but these 3389, 80, 22. So for every application, they have given us the port number. In the world, the port numbers are standard numbers. For SQL, there is a one port number. For the HTTP, there is a port number 80. For RDP, port number 3389, and so on. For SSH, port number 22. So there are some standard, universal standard port numbers, which is going to be defined over there. If we will, and with the help of that, we can stop the traffic as well as we can allow the traffic inside the virtual machine. Now, what is protocol? So, if these traffics are going to follow certain rules, as I told you that traffic is coming over here, or maybe traffic is going outside, isn't it? So, these traffics are following certain rules. Those rules are nothing but the protocols. So, these protocols are going to be basically a specific set of rules, which is like, going to approach the basically, you can say, which is going to help the protocols over there. So protocols are set of rules which these traffics are going to follow. Either it is going to be outbound or inbound. In both the cases, yes, we can set up the rule. And those rules are basically on the basis of ports and protocols. All right. Now, coming back to the slides, we are going to learn how these protocols and ports are going to be managed through the NSG. So when we define the NSG, we have these columns that we need to define. First of all, you see that we have two types of rules. One is inbound security rule and second is outbound. Means on the basis of direction of the basically traffic, the rules are going to be defined. If I say inbound means the rules which the network traffic which is coming towards the Azure. If I say outbound, I say the traffic goes outside of the Azure. Okay. So the first column over here shows as in priority in both the rules. What is this priority? Priority is basically a numerical value. Priority is a numerical value which is going to basically define with the help of numerical value, and these numerical values are going to define which particular rule is going to be have the higher priority. Now, why we need this? Because there are a lot of situations where there are two rules are going to be conflict. Okay, There are a lot of situations where two rules are going to be conflict. Now, in that case, which rule I should go ahead and follow? That's what Azure is asking. So we can go ahead and mention that please take the higher priority. Now, higher priority means what? Please go ahead and check that higher priority how Azure has defined. So the Azure says that if the numerical value would be lower, the priority would be higher. It means that if the numerical value is 100, over here in this example, you see that priority is 100, then 65,000, then 65,001, then 65,500. So, which is the lowest numerical value? Definitely 100 is the lowest numerical value, right? So, this 100 would have the highest priority. So, lower the numerical value, higher the priority. Okay. So, the lower the numerical value, higher would be the priority. Second is name. When I say name, definitely we need to give, there are a lot of rules over here, right? So we need to give the logical name to every rule over here. So this is what the rule name we are given: RDP inbound, allow VNet inbound, allow Azure load balancer inbound, deny all inbound, like that. Whatever rule we need to define, on the basis of that, we have given the name. Third one is port number. Now, port number, on which port number you want it to work. So the first one you see that it's mentioned 3389. However, in the second one, it's showing any. Any means what? I'm talking about any port number basically. I'm talking about all the port numbers basically. Okay. If I say any, so this particular rule is going to be applied to all the ports. Okay. Third one is protocol. Again, we have two types of protocol, UDP and TCP, and we have ICMP also. So we have three types of protocol. So which protocol needs to be followed? Okay, about which protocol this rules is going to be followed. So if I say any, it means that I am talking about anyone, UDP, TCP, ICMP, any protocol. Then we have source. So from where the traffic is coming. Again, the question is that from where the traffic is coming. Is it coming from the virtual network? Is it coming from load balancer? Is it coming from normal IP address? Is it coming from like any means internet or anything as such? So we can put any as well. Destination. So where this particular again traffic is going. What is the destination? So destination is going to be any. Destination is going to be virtual network, or any means it is going to be definitely like in case of inbound to the Azure virtual machine or the network, right? So that is the destination. And the last one is action. Action is allow or deny. When we say allow or deny, it is basically if the traffic is going to follow such rules, such port number protocols, what would be the action? Is it going to be allow or it's going to be deny? Do I need to allow this traffic to the inbound to the Azure, or I need to go ahead and block this, means deny this? So allow and deny, there are two options which is going to be op, open over here. Making sense, right? So allow and deny, there are two options which is going to be over here. Now, this is what I have, explained you under each and every column over here. Now, from here, I need to go ahead and understand each and every rule which you are able to see. Now, if you see in the outbound, in a similar fashion, the same thing is there, only the direction of the traffic has been changed. But in both one, if you notice, the three rules with the priority number 65,500, 65,001, and 65,000. These rules, priority numbers are in both the inbound and outbound. Let me tell you guys, whenever you define the NSG in Azure, these three rules are considered as in predefined default rules. It means that the moment you will define the NSG, these three rules are going to be automatically created. Okay? But the moment you will do that, and you could not make any change in this rule. You could not delete these rules basically. Okay, these are the Azure defined predefined rules. Now let's try to understand why Azure has done this And what is the meaning of these rules? So, in the inbound security rule, we are talking about the last one that is going to show, that is showing you as in 65,500. Okay. Now, when I say 65,500, you see that the rule name in the inbound security rule, it's mentioned as in deny all inbound. What does it mean? It means that, so if any traffic is going to be come to the Azure, please go ahead and deny. Don't let the traffic in. Okay. Don't let the traffic in. So this traffic, if it is coming, we are going to block over here itself, not let the traffic in. This is the meaning of this particular rule. Okay, or deny all involved. They say that it doesn't matter which port it is approaching. It doesn't matter which protocol, because they are putting as an any. Doesn't matter which protocol it is approaching. It doesn't matter from where it is coming, that is any again. It doesn't matter what is the destination. Please go ahead and deny all the traffic, right? So by default, all the traffic has been denied over here. So this is the first rule that Azure has basically deployed the moment you will create the NSG. However, this is not always going to be good. We need to work, right? We need to let the traffic in. So there is a other higher priority rule that they have defined, that is 65,001. The other rule, the first rule was 65,500. So the priority, the higher the value, lower the priority. So now lower the value, that is 65,001. It's a lower than numerical value, lower than this 65,500. What is the name of the rule? Allow Azure load balancer inbox. So if the traffic is coming from the load balancer, so they say like port any, protocol any, and the source is load balancer, destination any, allow. So out of all basically deny, please open those traffic which are coming from load balancer. If you see that there is a conflict between 65,500 and 65,001, because they are telling that allow and they are telling deny everything, right? At the time of conflict, they have checked the basically priority. They have checked, okay, the higher priority is 65,001. So definitely that is going to be applied. So go ahead and allow the Azure load balance. So we have similarly like, 65,000 over here. It is again lower the 65,001. Okay. Now over here we say that we have, yes, so this is a predefined or we have to define. The predefined, again I'm telling these three rules. Okay. So 65,000 is allow VNet inbound. So port number any, protocol any, source virtual network, and then destination virtual network allow. So again, there would be conflict, and this is the higher value, so it is going to be applied. So these are three, like, predefined, again, like rules. So let's go ahead and try to check how does it work and what is the rules over there. How does it look like? So I'm going to create, suppose, the NSG. So we can write over here NSG, and you see network security group. Already one created, but I'm going to create a new one. I say NSG1 in the East US. Simple like that. If you create over here. So this is the first way that we define the NS, that we basically create the NSG. There are three options we have. Either we can just leave as it is, or we can go ahead and define like this, or it is going to be create at the time of creation of the virtual machine. Okay, so this word is created. I'll go over here. Okay, NSF1 actually I have given this way. Okay. Now, you see, if you go a little scroll down, you have inbound security rule and outbound security. And see that these are the predefined, right? You can go to the inbound security rule over here settings, and you see that it's, there. And you could not delete as well. You could not change as well. Nothing could be done. It's a grayed out completely. Making sense? Similarly, outbound rule, you could not make any change over here. Okay. Now, these rules are already there. If you wanted to add your own rule, that you can do, that is going to be override. Like in the presentation, you must have noticed that there is a rule with a priority 100, right? Similar way, I can go ahead and define the rule over here. I'll come over here and I will click on add and I say source. I could have anything like a IP address, any my IP address, service tab, application security group as well. So I say any, suppose source port range, asterisk sign means any, destination, I say any, custom, services custom, and over here in the port number, I'm putting port number 80. Okay. Now, why port number 80 or maybe like port number 3389? And I have protocol like any TCP, UDP, ICMP, and then allow and click on add. Oh, sorry, there is a priority as well, 100 as you saw. Now, 100 is the priority. Could we have any other priority as well? So I can get into this rule and I see we have priority 100. Can we put 99 priority? No, it will not take. The lowest number that you can put over here is 100 and the highest number 4096. Okay, that is the custom defined rules. Okay, not the user defined. User defined rules, not the basically predefined. Predefined, you saw that the priority is 65,000, 65,001, and then 65,500. So you need to put 100 over here, suppose, and save. So this is the way that we can define the basically new rules over here, right? So this new rule has been defined. Okay. Now the rules are like NSG rule. You saw that how we can define. I have shown you how to create a web server. I have shown you how to create an NSG, and also I have shown you how to create a virtual network today, right? So these three important concepts that we have learned. Okay,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
all right. So moving ahead, go ahead and start with the concept of the DNS over here, and gradually we will go ahead and move to the basically intersite connectivity, interconnectivity basically. So we now know how to create a virtual network. So we will go ahead and move towards how to connect multiple virtual networks basically. So let's first go ahead and start with the basic concept of the DNS, and then we'll move ahead. So when we talk about the DNS, the traditional DNS is nothing but it's a simple table where we have the website name and their respective IP address. Since it is little difficult to remember all the IP addresses, that's the reason they have given certain names which is going to be easy to remember like google.com or cnn.com or xyz.com, right? So in the same manner, if we talk about the Azure, we are going to work on the Azure DNS. So let's try to understand how does the fundamental concept of the DNS work over here, and then we'll move ahead. So start with the first of all, what is Azure DNS? As it's mentioned over here, when you create a new tenant, a new default domain is created, right? We have seen in the Entra ID concept that we have created a tenant over there, and we got a default name over there, as in like tenant name like suppose I say pqr dot on microsoft.com, something like that, right? If you guys remember, we have covered that in the intra ID concept, like first two classes, if you remember, first or second week, first next session. Now, that is what the name of the tenant, that is considered as an initial domain name. However, when we are going ahead, we need to have a branded name. We could not go ahead and work on the name as in domain name dot on microsoft.com, isn't it? So in this case, there is a concept of the custom domain name. Through that, we will go ahead and basically update our, domain name. Now, in this case, we need to go ahead and purchase our branded domain name from some registrars. So the companies which sell these domain names are considered as a registrar. Okay. So if I say over here, like we have an organization, they are considered as a registrar. So when we say registrar, there are registrar companies. Okay. Now, who are the registrar companies? Any example? First name comes in picture or comes in mind right now. A lot of ads we have seen. GoDaddy.com, isn't it? Then we have BigRod.com and so on. There are a lot basically. Okay. So these companies has the responsibility to go ahead and create domain name and sell it in the market. As simple as that, right? Now, if I need to get our digital identity need to create, we definitely go for these companies as in registrar.com, and I will go ahead and purchase a domain name over there, right? Now, once we purchase the domain name, these companies not only provide the domain name. However, they say that we will provide the domain name, and at the same time, with the domain name, they give one control panel. Okay, so they are going to give basically domain name as well as control panel over here. All right, now what happens in the control panel? So if I say any domain name, basically, you are going to do, or you can go ahead and use this domain name for multiple, purpose. First is for the website address, right? Second, you're going to use in the email address. Third, you're going to use for the subdomain, right? And so on. So there are a lot of list is there. Over there, you are going to use these domain names. Everyone consider that, right? Everyone aware of this? Yeah. Now, the question is that how it is getting utilized for these all tasks. So that is through the basically this control panel actually. Okay. So this name is getting utilized through this particular control panel. Now we need to understand that in the control panel, there is something as in over here, record set. We have something as in record set. So in the record set, it is going to be, given that, okay, this particular, domain name is going to use with which particular, website, with which particular email address, with which particular subdomain. That information we are going to keep in the control panel. Because when we are talking about the website, we need a place, a server, which is going to host the particular website, isn't it? There would be a server and maybe cloud or maybe like proper server, which is going to be have a IP, public IP address, and they will go ahead and keep all these files over there and they will expose in the internet. Hope you understand that, right? Similarly, when we are talking about the email address, so email is again going to be, run on something as an exchange server. So your mails are going to be there. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of video, audio file that you send in the with the attachment and all those things. So again, you need a server or a space over there. When we are talking about the subnet, so again, subdomain. So again, there would be like it's a kind of a website only. However, it is going to be a second level of domain name. So for all these, there is a server required. There is a like a cloud system required. So you must have noticed that even GoDaddy and other companies who are basically registrar, they also go ahead and give this server, and they say that they are giving the hosting service basically with the help of these servers, right? So because you are you are going to basically uh, purchase these from them. So they say that okay, we will go ahead and provide this service as well. You don't need to go anywhere. Okay, so this is one of the option that any user would have. However, at the same time, you can go ahead and basically consider for this particular server and other things to other providers as well. Suppose you have purchased the domain name from the GoDaddy. However, you wanted to use the hosting service from the BigRock. You can do that. And for that, in the control panel, you need to basically update the record set that yes, this place I'm going to update my like again like websites and using the email and all.
And similarly, even over here, you can consider Azure as well. Okay. So Azure doesn't sell these domain names. Okay. But at the same time, Azure says that we will provide you the hosting service. And the best part is that Azure has one of the best option for the email as well. That is Office 365, or we can say like tenant system, isn't it? So Azure says that I'm going to, basically give you the server, not exactly server, you can say like virtual server and the system. So we can say virtual server and the system to host not only website, however, to the email and to the subdomain and so on, isn't it? Right? So Azure also can do that. So in this case, there should be a connection between the GoDaddy, like if you're purchasing from the GoDaddy and the Azure, isn't it? And those connections are going to be defined under the record set. Again, consider that you wanted to create a website, all right? Now, to create a website, what do you generally do? First, you will decide the name, isn't it? Now, the name, once you decide, you will go to the GoDaddy.com and you say that, please go ahead and, give me the name over there. Suppose you have you choose the name as a rahulsingh.com, something like that, a jamespatrick.com, something like that. Okay. Now, once you purchase that domain name, that's a simple name. But where you are going to use this name, you're going to use this name with the website. You create a website over there. You're going to use this name. Suppose you are going to create an email address as an info at the rate Rahul or jamespatrick.com, right? And suppose you are going to use in the subdomain. So suppose you can say like, business.rahul saying like, or jamespatrick.com, something like that. Now, when you are going to use in multiple places, you are going to basically use certain servers because all those data, the data you're going to keep, somewhere. So as I told, for that you need a server, right? For that over here as well, you need a server because without the server you could not do anything, isn't it? Now these servers, you need to somehow, you know, point that this name, suppose I'm going to put over here name as in xyz.com. So this xyz.com, you need to tell the GoDaddy.com that my details are over here because this is just a name or my details are over here. This is just a name. So record set is going to help you to do that. Record set is going to basically the place, the control panel, in the control panel, which is going to, send certain code in terms of the record set. By Azure, you will get over here and you can put it. By server, you can get and you can put it. Getting the point? So that is like your job over here to go ahead and, put the record set. What I'm going to do now, let me go ahead and show you the exactly how it happens. So I have domain name and over there how I have done this. Let me show you. Okay. So there's something as a reseller club. Okay. So if I go over here, I have purchased a lot of domains and all. Okay. So I'll go to the login. So consider that this is one of the place from where this is a registrar. Okay. We can purchase lot of basically, domain names and all. So similarly, I have considered that purchase something as in piyushacademy.com. Now, if I am over here under the piyushacademy.com, I have lot of things over here. I have purchased a domain name, then this is the domain registration details, and other things are over here. All right. Now, if I go at the bottom, I have something as in DNS management. This DNS management is nothing but the control panel. Okay. Now we can go ahead and after purchase, we can go ahead and basically put the details over here in the DNS management as in record set, and then we can go ahead and manage everything over here. So I can go to the DNS management and I will have something as an A record set, then A record, then we have MX record, CNAME record, NS record, and so on. All right. So you can see like we have put over here
lot of details. Okay, these are the record set in the MS. So this is like similarly, I can have multiple options available over here. Okay. Now, this is the place where you need to mention that, okay, you have, use the Azure server and your website is over there. You have used the Azure Office 365 and of your emails are going to be set up over there. So this is what happens generally. Okay. So the record set is going to be basically, connection between the domain service provider, that is a registrar, and the particular, cloud service provider or the server service provider. Okay. So I will go ahead and show you that how those particular, details from Azure, how it will go to the registrar and what exactly you need to put in the record set. So for this, if I come back and log into my portal, yeah. So if you log into the portal, you go to the Intra ID, and under the Intra ID, if you remember, we went to manage. Okay, before that, if you see the basic information part, it's showing as in like name as a default directory, tenant ID is this one, and the primary domain name is showing as in this. It is not .on Microsoft.com because I have updated this. So for this, you need to come down and there is an option as a custom domain name. This is custom domain name. Once you come over here, you may see that initially the when I actually purchased, the name was something as in this. All right, .on Microsoft.com, isn't it? Then what I have done, I have actually went over here. Okay, not exactly this. I went over here, add custom domain, and I have put my branded domain name over here. Okay. So suppose I put over here this one. Okay. And then there's a new name. Suppose I have purchased from GoDaddy and I say like, this is my new domain name. I say add domain name. The moment I'll click on add domain name, it would generate a code over here. This is the text code for the domain name and this is the MX code for the email address. I need to go ahead and copy these codes and put it basically over here in the DNS management. Okay. Now what will happen? There would be a connection between, these two. So you can see like over here, we have text record over here. This is a text record. Okay. So I could put over here. And this is the MX record over here. So I could put over here. The moment I'll put it, what would happen? So it is going to basically connect with the Azure and then we'll click on verify. The moment I'll click on verify, it will search that where the code numbers has been, put over there in the domain name and the internet. And finally, it would get connected. Since I don't have those domain names over here, so it is telling that fail to verify the domain name, this one, right? Also, it is going to give the message that it may take around 72 hours to go ahead and update that you can see unable to verify the domain, ensure you have added the record above at the registrar for verifying this and try again in a little while. Generally, it used to be like, 72 hours. Within 72 hours, they will go ahead and verify that. So this is the way that it get verified. And once it will get verified, then it will show over here basically. Okay, like right now it is showing as an unverified. So we can go ahead and basically, as we don't need this, we can go ahead and click on delete and it is going to be delete from here. So this is the way that you can go ahead and basically, manage the domain name. And once you've done this, now you can use in the Azure for multiple purpose, as in, email address or websites and other. Okay. So this is one of the ways that the domain names generally work with Azure. Now there is a other thing as well. Let's go ahead and try to understand that. Now, what they are telling like, can we go ahead and host your domain name records over here? Okay, there's a domain name, and now can we go ahead and host the records as well? All right. So to host the records, what does it mean basically? So what they are telling, if I come back to the particular picture over here, they are telling that as an Azure, we are doing everything, isn't it? So can we do this like the way that we are providing the server and all, can we go ahead and move basically this particular thing or this one over here? Like I will go ahead and keep the record set basically in Azure only. All right. The record set is going to be the part of the basically Azure. What would be the benefit of that? The place where you are keeping your server, at the same place you are keeping your record set as well. So you need to go ahead and you are going to depend upon the registrar only to purchase the domain name, nothing else. So in the domain name and basically control panel is definitely going to be there. Suppose there is a XYZ you have purchased over here, and they say that you don't need to manage the you don't need to manage the record set. Azure is telling to the registrar, you are going to just point the to the control panel. There is something known as name server, NS generally we say. Okay, generally we say you can go ahead and give us the responsibility to manage the basically record set as well. Okay, so through the NS we can go ahead and connect as well. This is the second scenario or this is the second option where I'm not telling or I'm not giving authorization to register to keep the record set as well. So how Azure is going to manage that? So for this, Azure needs to basically come over here and there is a service name as in DNS zone. Click on create and we'll create a DNS zone over here with a subscription and all, and then we'll give the name of the particular website. Suppose I say pqr.com. Next, zone editor. So we can go ahead and upload the DNS zone file, or maybe we can do later. I can say tab, review, create, and finally create over here. And it is going to be deployed. Done. We can go to the resource over here. And you can see that we have the record set option. These are the name server. We can click on record set. The moment we'll click on record set, we can add the record set over here. So again, we have multiple record set over here the same way. A record set, AAA, then CAA, then we have CNAME, MX, NS, SRV, text, and so on. So we can go ahead and add one by one all these record set, and then we can go ahead and manage the complete, records for the particular website or particular domain name actually. So we can say Azure has a service name as a DNS zone. This is going to manage actually the public domain name, isn't it? The public domain name through the DNS, because these web domain names are going to be purchased from the registrar and it is the property of the internet basically. All right, so we can go ahead and do this as well without any issue. And we have multiple name servers. So these name servers, in that case, we need to actually, copy and give it to the basically, you can say, we can copy this one and we can put it over here. Okay. So we'll go ahead and keep this NS zone over here. All right. Yeah. So this NS zone we need to put over here. So if you check over here, we have name server details as well. So we need to put the name server basically list in the list. So it will come like over here under the domain name itself. You will have always a name server. Like I have the name server over here. We need to put the name server over here. Okay. So there are like 4 name servers generally people add that even you can see over here 1, 2, 3, 4. So NS1 -01 DNS.com and so on. Net or whatever, you can go ahead and put it over here. So like this, you can have name server. NS is the name server basically. Okay. So you need to provide the name server where actually you are hosting that record set, isn't it? So this is what the name server basically. NS means name server. So there should be, something basically over there for the connection. So in this case, the connection is basically name server. All right. So this is about the public, DNS. Now Azure says that, okay, we are not only hosting the public websites, however, we are also hosting the private websites. Okay. So what is this private websites? Means the websites which is going to a web applications that is going to be work within the Azure only, within the Azure network only. So in this case, definitely we don't need to, go ahead and purchase the domain name from outside. We can go ahead and create our own domain name because it is valid within, Azure Virtual Network. So you can see it's mentioned, use your own custom domain name, provide name resolution for virtual machine within a virtual network and between virtual network, automatic hostname record management, removes the need for custom DNS solution, and use all common DNS record type available in all Azure regions. So now they are talking about, like, if I need to go ahead and create a private like websites or which is going to work within the particular, Azure, then what we will do? So we have a Azure DNS over here, right? So you can see that this is a virtual network. Suppose this is a virtual network, and I have two virtual machines over here. One virtual machine is hosting a website. From the other virtual machine, I wanted to access this website which is hosted by this machine. So I'll send a request to the DNS, that is the Azure DNS. This DNS, I'm sending like a private.contoso.com. I know the name of the website as. So the Azure DNS will go ahead and reply the private IP address of that particular virtual machine which is hosting this particular website. So it is going to be 10.0.0.4. The moment it will get that particular, IP address, it will go ahead and, locate that particular IP address and it will serve to the basically user to this particular machine, right? So this is the way as well we can go ahead and define the DNS zone. Now coming back, how it is going to be configured and is it the same DNS zone we are going to use? Not exactly. We are going to use the private DNS. So we say DNS and then there is a private DNS. So we have private DNS zone over here. We'll go to the private DNS zone. We'll click on create and we'll start working on this. So we will have basically subscription. We will have the resource group and then we'll have the name. So again, I can put over here something as in private dot india.com, something like this. Okay. So we have like, so, or maybe like, simple private website or maybe mypayroll.com. Okay. So mypayroll.com is for my organization. Within the organization, I'm going to host this particular website where my employees can go ahead and see their, like salary details and other things. Okay. I don't want to expose in the internet. All right. So I'm creating my payroll.com. I'll go to the private DNS. Again, if I want, I can put it over here or maybe tag review create. So over here, again, what I'm going to do, I have a website name. In that, I can create again everything like an email address, then again, like a subdomain or any other as such options. However, I will have over here, this is going to be accessed within Azure only. So our complete infrastructure, suppose within Azure, then this is going to be helpful for me. If I'm going to, access this one from outside of Azure, it is not let me access because there is a not such entity as in mypayroll.com basically outside of Azure available. All right. So within the Azure, I'm going to keep it. How does it look like? And here we go. Now you can see one record set is showing over here. We'll click on this and we see like we have, one record set as an SOA is there. That's fine. Similarly, I could have, CNAME, MX record, and other basically record set. The best part is that within Azure, when I'm talking about, so there should be other networks as well within Azure. If I wanted to give the access to the other network as well, we will go ahead and just click on virtual network link over here, and we can add the other virtual network. We'll create a link, and if there would be other virtual network, even if it is going to be the other subscription, we can go ahead and select and we can go ahead and click on enable auto register. So if I have multiple networks in the Azure as well, we can give the connection to them. So in this case, what will happen? It is going to be accessed not only within the one virtual network, however, from the multiple virtual network in the Azure, this particular website would be available. So in this case, we don't need to put the basically, the Azure like those record set anywhere else as such, isn't it? Because it's not the domain name purchased by Azure only, and internally it will go ahead and configure. So we don't need to put anything, you know, anywhere as such in any registrar and all. All right, great. So let's move ahead. So this is all about, the first section of the networking module. So next module is module 5, that is related to basically, intersite connectivity. When we say intersite connectivity, we are going to talk about basically the multiple network which are going to be connect with each other. So over here, we are going to understand about the VNet pairing. We are going to understand about the manage and control traffic flow with routes. So these two concepts we are going to cover over here in detail. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the VNet pairing, the fundamental concept. So when we are talking about the pairing as such, you see like in this particular diagram, suppose we have multiple, virtual network in Azure, okay, and we wanted to connect those networks. So one way you have seen is like, we can access the websites through the DNS, but that is not a complete connection as such. That is just a, website access, nothing else. However, the complete connection is going to give you lot of control and lot of features and the functionalities that you can use between two networks. Okay, so Azure says that we will go ahead and give you something as a peering option. So we have global peering and we have local peering, sorry, regional peering. Now, if I'm going to connect two virtual networks which are going to be in the same region, as you can see in the picture, in the region 2, we have two networks and the network name is VNet2 and VNet3. If we are connecting these two virtual networks, then it is considered as a regional VNet pairing. Okay, it is considered as a regional VNet pairing over here. However, on the other part, we have the other network in the region 1, that is known as VNet 1. So if we are connecting this VNet 1 to VNet 2, which are basically in a different region, one is in the region 1 and the other is in the region 2. In this case, we say that this is considered as in basically global pairing. Okay, global VNet pairing. So how these particular virtual networks are going to connect, that concept we need to understand, that is known as pairing basically. However, it could be regional and global. Now, is it like something where both the networks are going to be in the same subscription, then only it is going to be connected? No. It can be connected even if they are in a different from different subscription. It can be connected if they are, as you can see, in a different region. It can be connected if they are from a different tenant as well. Okay. It is easy to set up, great performance, seamless data transfer, and this all could be possible because Azure is the backbone. So the privacy and the security is also not the concern because all these are basically in the Azure. So let's go ahead and try one lab over here and understand how does it work. So I have suppose one network, something like this, and there is a other network on the other hand. So we say like suppose VNet P1 is the first network, and similarly, I have VNet P2 on the other side. So in the P1, we have a subnet. We have suppose default subnet, and on the other hand, again we have default subnet. Now over here we have one virtual machine, and similarly on the other hand, we have one more virtual machine. Now, if I say I have something as an IIS VM over here, and on the other hand, we have client VM. Okay, so we have one side as an IIS VM and the other side client VM. Now these two network needs to be connected. The moment it will get connected, they can come. These machines can be, these systems can be, communicate with each other. However, we say that this particular machine can be connected through the private IP address. Now, why I'm talking about the private IP address? Because if the public IP address is going to be there, then there is a no, sense of the connection, isn't it? Private means what? They trust each other and there is a connection between these two networks. So if I say like this connection, the network connection between two machines, sorry, not two machines, two networks should be there and there is a link between them, then only a machine can communicate with each other. So this is something as in P1 to P2 connection. And similarly, on the other hand, the network connection would be P2 to P1. All right. So if the connection is between the virtual network, that is VNet P1 and P2, with a certain link, then only the communication could be possible through the private IP address. So this is what we need to understand, and this is what it is going to be work. So let's go ahead and try to deploy this, and let's go ahead and understand that how it could be work over here. Now I have mentioned as an IIS VM, it means that in this particular machine, I'm going to install the IIS as such. So I'm going to deploy now two virtual network, name as in VNet P1 and VNet P2. So I say virtual network, and quickly I'm going to create a virtual network over here. I say VNet P1 in the East US next, and then the security part I'm just going to keep as it is, and this is the IP address, and there is a subnet. So I will go to the architecture diagram and I'm going to put it over here that this is going to be in the East US and the IP address is going to be suppose 10.0.0.0/60. All right. So this is all about the P1 VNet P1 over here. So we can put it something like this. Let's go ahead and make a global peering. Okay. So I will keep this one as in suppose WEST West US and IP address. Definitely I don't need to use the same one. Otherwise there's a duplication issue, isn't it? So I'm going to have a basically VNet P1 and VNet P2 and over here East US and the West US. And the IP addresses also, you can see one is 10.0.0.0/16, other one is 20.0.0.0. So let's go ahead and make in this way. Next, next, and create. Similarly, other side as well, I'm going to have basically one more tab over here and going to create a second virtual network. So this is getting deployed right now. The second one is getting ready. Let's see. Okay, this is ready right now. VNet P1. Let's put it over here. This is getting open. However, while this is opening, let's go ahead and open couple of more because we need 4 tabs over here. So I'm going with the basically second one. So VNet P1 is ready. You can see like a lot of details under the settings. We have address space 10.0.0.0/16. We have connected devices. There is no device connected as of now. Subnet is there 10.0.0.0/24. I'll come over here. I'll go to the virtual network again. Create a new virtual network name as in VNet P2. Okay, and now this one I'm changing as in WEST West US. So I will put it over here WEST West. Okay, so West US. All right, click on next. Next IP address. I'm going to change from 10 to 20. Next review create. So this is my second virtual network I'm trying to create in the West US. All right, so this is in a deployment phase. So as per the architecture diagram, I have VNet P1 ready. I have VNet P2 ready. One is in East US and other is in West US. And again, we have default subnets are there. We need to go ahead and start with the deployment of this particular virtual machine. So I will come over here and I will start the deployment of the virtual machine. So I say virtual machine, click on create virtual machine. I see someone has asked some question. All right. So I'll come over here. Again, the virtual machine. I'll go with the ADF over here. Then I'll give the name as an IAS VM. Definitely, if you remember that this I have kept in the East US. Okay. So I'm going to keep it in the East US. This as I told earlier also, I'm not going to take any infra as of now. Security I'm taking as a basic. And since it is IAS, I'm taking as in Windows Server 2016 data center X64 Gen 2. Coming with the B2S username password, I'm going to put over here. Okay, I'll come down. I'm going to open ports. So you can see over here HTTP, HTTPS, and this one, the port, inbound port I have opened. I'm going to the disk part and I'm going to select the standard HDD and again networking. Now in the networking, definitely as per the architecture diagram, it is VNet P1 as you can see. Inside that, I'm going to keep my virtual machine. So I'll come back and definitely over here VNet P1 is there. Under the default, there's a public IP address is going to be created. So this is the one that is going to be created automatically. And NSG, I'm going with the basic one. Okay. And then we have basically over here, we will go ahead and click on management and again review create. I don't want to go to the other tabs as of now, as I told earlier as well. When we'll cover the virtual machine, that time I will go ahead and show a lot of details over there. So what I have done, I've created this virtual machine right now. Okay. So this is the particular virtual machine. Just now I have tried to deploy, right? So now after this, I'm going to start working on the client machine over here. Okay, so create. Now I will come back. Then again, over here, I say virtual machine, create, coming over here, resource group. Now second virtual machine is client VM. Now client VM, I'm going to keep where exactly in the West US. Okay, so I will select over here West US, no infra, standard over here. Now client means Windows 10 machine. Okay, let's consider as in Windows 10 or Windows 11. I'm just considering Windows 10 over here. And then again, this is the size, same size B2S I'm taking. Username, password. Then again over here, I'm just opening one port because it's a 33 like Windows 10 machine 3389. Licensing, whenever you create any client machine, you need to confirm the licensing part. Disk. Okay. So basically, like over there in the first virtual machine, I had selected VNet P1. And now in the second virtual machine, I am selecting VNet P2. Okay. Now the same thing, management, then again this monitor and review create. The first virtual machine is ready right now. I go to the IIS VM and you see that the particular virtual network is showing as a VNet P1 and this is the default. Okay. Similarly, the second virtual machine is getting ready. So let it be ready. And then if you see the VNet P1, if I say connected devices, so I have this IIS VM 396. This is nothing but the NIC network interface of the first virtual machine, that is IIS VM. So if you go to the networking and this, so you may see ISVM 396 and this is what we have, ISVM 396. Okay, so this is connected and similarly in the VNet P2 I'm expecting this virtual machine would be ready. So while that is getting ready, I will go ahead and basically connect to this virtual machine and install the IIS. So hope everyone knows now how to install the IIS, isn't it? I have shown you that we can go ahead and connect and we can solve. But today, I'm not going to basically show that way. I'm going to basically do the IAS installation by the command line. So we need to go ahead and little bit, talk about the command line now. Okay, so Azure is giving the command line feature, the PowerShell feature as well to go ahead and set up our servers. Instead of connecting to the server, I will go ahead and just write certain commands and then I can install the IIS. So let's see how I can do that. So this is the second way to install the IIS or web server in the basically virtual machine, Azure virtual machine. So I'll come over here and there is a section as an operations. Under that, we have run command, guys. We can come to the run command and we can run a lot of commands over here. So the first option as in run PowerShell script, execute a PowerShell script. So I can go over there and I can run the PowerShell scripts from here. Now, what is the basic PowerShell script to install the web server in any of the Windows machine? You can basically go ahead and check over here. Simply search. Let me show you how you can get it. So simple, you need to go ahead and Google. You can use a chat GPT as well. That's a very simple process. Simple a command. So simple one command that you need to search. So we can go ahead and write, like suppose PowerShell command to add the web server role. Okay. So we can have install Windows feature kind of command. All right. We can check that. Suppose we'll go over here and simply you can see install Windows feature. Okay. So this is the one install dash Windows feature name web server. Till this point also it's absolutely fine. If you want to have like complete server name and all, you can go ahead and put over here. However, I will just copy this one and go back over here to the run command and I will put it simple this way. Install dash Windows feature dash space dash name web server. I'll click on run. It will start installing the IIS over here. So as you can see, it's showing as a script execution in progress. We'll wait for a few minutes and we'll see the result in the output window at the bottom. So let's go ahead and wait. And while this is going on the other side, our client machine is also ready. So definitely we can connect to this client machine. So I say connect, download RDP file, double click on this, run, typing the password, click on yes. So my virtual machine is getting ready. It's loading over here. So client machine. From here, I need to go ahead and connect to the IIS VM. So let's go ahead and minimize this while this is load. And meanwhile, I'll see like what is happening on the other hand. So it is still executing. Okay, I think it is completed. You can see script execution complete, and we have this one completed successfully. Success true, restart not needed, exit code success, and this is common HTTP feature default document, and that has been completed. So you see that the website, like the particular web server is installed. How to check? So definitely one is, as I told you earlier, also through the local host, but I am not connected to the virtual machine, so that's not the way. However, there's a public IP address. Copy this one, put it over here, and I'm expecting that IIS page to be open over here. And you see that it is not showing. Then where is the problem? So I'll come back. I'll go to the networking and network settings, HTTP as well as HTTPS. Okay, we can try this HTTP. Okay, so you can see like HTTP is working fine. I may have like SSL and all, then only HTTPS will work, but that's okay. So we have HTTP is opening. You can see like it is fine. I'll go to the client VM now, and it is still loading. I say accept and yes, continue browsing. Start browsing without data. Confirm, continue, continue. Our data, confirm, browsing. Okay, so this is also good. Go ahead and close this one. I will say like Google, it is open. Okay, I will minimize this one. So let's get back to the architecture diagram, guys. Now, in the architecture diagram, as per the architecture diagram, if you see, we have VNet P1, we have VNet P2, two virtual networks. VNet P1 is in East US, VNet P2 is in the West US. Then both the, like, both the network had default, again, subnets. I have installed ISVM. Over there, I have installed basically again the IIS. And then client VM is also ready. But I don't want any user to go ahead and access basically this machine from the internet, like I'm able to access right now. I don't want that. What I will do, I don't want this connection to be like basically established. So what should I do? One of the best option, block access from public IP, right? So that is actually the best option. I will remove the public IP address from this machine, isn't it? Then there would be no way that anyone would go ahead and access through this. Making sense? Great. So let's go ahead and check over here. So everything will be going to be client VM. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and remove the public IP address. Now the question is that how I can remove the public IP address from this particular virtual machine where we have already public IP address assigned. So I will go to the public IP address over here and I'll go to the overview. Now, this public IP address, if you remember, I told you is already a resource over here. So definitely in the Azure, it is going to be there, but it is going to be removed from the specific virtual. How it is going to be removed? By clicking on this disassociate. So we will go ahead and disassociate the public IP address from here, and it's going to take few minutes. Okay, I have clicked 2 times, so it is happening. What will happen if we'll delete that? So if you'll delete that, so definitely it is going to be completely delete. Okay, but I don't want. Maybe I will use this for, with other virtual machine as such. Okay, so the best way is go ahead and disassociate, or maybe in future I will use it. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and see now. So this is the IAS where we had this public IPS. I will refresh this one. So I'm expecting that it will not resolve. It will read the error message that this is not available or site not reachable kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah. So this site cannot be reached, right? This is what I was expecting over here. We were expecting. Now, if I wanted to connect this virtual machine, I'll come to the ISVM again, refresh over here, and I don't have the public IP address. I'll have only private IP address. This is 10.0.0.4. I will just go ahead and copy this one. Okay. I'll copy this IP address. I'll come to the client IP, client machine, and I will put it over here. 10.0.0.4. Hit enter. The moment I'll hit enter, you may see that particular website again will open over here because both are connected. All right, just wait for a few minutes and let's see, is it connecting? 10.0.0.4. So as of now, what we have done, we have just created, but did we create the connection as of now? Actually not, right? So let's go ahead and quickly make the connection, isn't it? Right. So in the flow, even I forgot that we did not connect it as of now. So for the connection, till the connection, definitely it is not going to work. So to make the connection, we will go to the VNets over here, VNet P1 and VNet P2. So I'll go to the settings, and over here we have option as in peering. We'll go to the peering option, and then we will go ahead and peer these two virtual networks. So I'll click on basically add, and as per the diagram, if you remember, I have created something as in P1 to P2 and P2 to P1. So either of the side you can make the peering. So I'm going to deploy in the VNet P1 side. So I say it is basically P2 to P1 is the connection name. Okay. And then I say that it is through the virtual network deployment. So like we had before resource manager deployment, before resource group deployment method, we had something as a classical method. So even the legacy virtual network, old virtual network, we can connect by clicking on the classic. But both the virtual network we have defined by using the resource group. So we will go with this. Then I know the resource ID that you can, like every network would have resource ID, you can connect over there as well. Otherwise, you can go with the subscription. And then the other virtual network is VNet P2, right? And then we can have allow VNet P2 to access P1. I say yes. Allow VNet P2 to receive forward traffic from VNet P1. I say yes. Right? You can enable all these. Similarly,
the other side, like, we can connect P1 to P2 as well. Okay, over here itself. You don't need to go to the basically P2 over there. And you can allow this. And finally, you can click on add. The moment you'll click on add, you see that in the right section in the notification, we have two basically, connections are getting create over here. And we'll wait to complete this. And finally, it has been connected. So you see that it is showing P1 to P2 connection has been done. Okay, this side over here, fully synchronized, connected. I go to the VNet P2 and same option as in peering. And you see that over here it's showing as a P2 to P1 connection has been done, fully synchronized. Now, if I go over here to the browser, yes, we can do from the one side itself. And I say 10.0.0.4. There is a private. Hit enter. Now it is opening. So through the private IP address, the communication has been stable, right? Established over here. Now, this is the way that we can say the peering could be done. However, can we create the peering from the to the multiple networks as well? Yes. So you can see over here we have again we can click on this add and create a connection to the other network. So if I want, I could have one more network connected to this network, like VNet P1, P2, and then VNet P3 as well, or P4 as well, and we can connect each other. Is that making sense? So it's a very simple connection that is getting established, and we are getting it. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to understand more about intersite connectivity and other things. So now about this diagram, what it says over here, determine gateway transit and connectivity needs. Now you see that we have VNet A and VNet B, and the third network is Hub VNet. Now in this case, in the Hub VNet, if we will go ahead and deploy a subnet specifically for the firewall, NVA is a kind of a firewall, you can say. And the other one is a VPN gateway. There's a gateway machine which takes to the takes uh, traffic from outside to the our network, or maybe from here the traffic goes out. So this type of transit uh, architecture is known as hub and spoke architecture. Okay, so this hub and spoke architecture over here, as you can see, that this hub VNet is considered as a hub virtual network, is a hub virtual network. Over here, it is connected to the multiple network, behind this hub VNet. So if the traffic needs to reach to the VNet A or VNet B, it needs to go through this hub VNet. So this is like one of the architecture diagram that is going to be, helpful for you to understand. And many in the enterprise environment, many people basically go ahead and deploy such type of architecture diagram. So I have shown you how to do the peering. Definitely you can go with the peering option. However, to complete this, we need to understand the VPN concepts as well as the firewall concepts, right? So VPN and firewall, there are two concepts that I will go ahead and show you, next, which is going to help you to understand about the basically, like deploy such type of virtual network, such type of architecture diagram. So to start with the firewall, we need to understand a concept of the routing over here in the Azure, and then I will come to the firewall where I will use this routing concept over there. Okay. So when we say the routing is a basically service which is going to give the path to the traffic. Okay. So consider that generally when we try to connect to the virtual machine, definitely we connect, suppose from the virtual, from the internet, like over here you can see that we are in the internet and we come to the suppose front end subnet, and over here I have the virtual machine.
Okay, so if I'm connecting this, so definitely the internet, from the internet to reach to the virtual machine, there is a proper system route defined. And that's the reason we don't need to define, or we don't need to basically write the routing table over here. Who is going to take care of that? Since it is a system route table, it is going to be taken care by the Azure. So, as it's mentioned in this slide, direct network traffic between virtual machine, on-premises network, and the internet. In this case, there are in Azure, we have basically two types of route table. First is the system route table, and second is a user-defined route table. The system route table is defined by Azure, but we should be aware of that in which particular area this system route table has been defined. Is it everywhere? Absolutely not. It is only to the specific, like, area over here, specific connections over here. So there are, particular network connections where the system route table work. It has been mentioned in this slide. It starts right away from the traffic between virtual machine in the same subnet. So suppose we have this particular subnet over here. If I say, like, we have basically one subnet, this one, and we have machine over here. There are two machines. So if these machines communicate with each other, so definitely there should be a communication in the traffic. And this is what basically the first option shows over here. Okay. First option shows over here, like, traffic between the VMs in the same subnet. All right. Second one, we have between VM in a different subnet in the same virtual network. So we have one virtual network over here. We have this subnet and we have this subnet. If I say that this particular machine want to talk with this machine, then definitely it could be possible with the help of, this particular system route. The third one is basically over here, data flow from VM to the internet. This is what basically data flow from VM to the internet. So over here as well, we have system route table already defined. Now they say that communication between VM is using a VNet to VNet VPN. So suppose there is a two virtual network and the VPN has been defined between them. So in that case also the system route table is defined. Then again, site to site and express route communication. So when you define the gateways, basically at that point of time as well, it is basically going to be defined over here. Okay. So these are the basic, possibilities you can say where the system route table generally work. Then what is the need of the second one? That is a user defined route table. So consider a situation. Okay, when we say route table, guys, so you need to understand it would be mentioned over there in the table the source, destination, and in between if something is going to come. This is what has been defined. However, there are a lot of situations where we say if I am going to be have the communication from the basically Azure subnet virtual machine to the internet, as it has been shown in the last particular slide, we may have over here virtual machine or a appliance IP forwarding, or we can say this is virtual machine appliance. Generally, we say that is nothing but you can say like a firewall kind of thing, which is going to give the security to our virtual network. So in this case, the system route table doesn't work because in the system route table, there's a no, like, there's a no option as in like such type of devices, okay, like a firewall. So in this case, we need to define our own system, like a user defined route table. So in the user defined route table, we will go ahead and define that if the traffic is going from the virtual machine to the internet, or maybe from the internet to the virtual machine, vice versa. In that case, there is a device in between that is known as firewall. And this firewall is going to forward the basically traffic to the virtual machine in the Azure. So we are going to put over there, and that is going to override the system defined route table. Similarly, even between two subnets, if we say that we need to go ahead and put a firewall in between, in that case as well, the same thing will happen because there would be a lot of chances in the enterprise, applications in the enterprise infrastructure where we say like we have two departments, one is HR department and second is the operations department, and we don't want to give access of HR department applications or the system by the people who are sitting in the operations department. So those things we need to go ahead and control through the firewall. So in such cases as well, the system defined route table doesn't work. We need to define our user defined route table. How we can define? This is what we are going to see in the next lab, basically, that is going to be related to the firewall. First, let's see one of the lab that is related to the firewall. So consider that we have one virtual network. In that, we have a subnet and we have virtual machine in that. Now we have second subnet, and I will tell you what we need to do in the second subnet. So this is Azure VNet. Similarly, we'll have over here default and we have IaaS VM. Okay. Now, there is a user sitting in the internet, and this user is going to approach to this subnet, and this subnet will forward this particular traffic over here to the virtual machine. Now, in this particular subnet, we'll have actually firewall. So this is a simple diagram simple architecture diagram that I'm going to show you, and over here I will explain you how does the firewall work, and then you can go ahead and deploy the hub and spoke similar to this. Just for the understanding, I have taken a basic architecture diagram. However, this is also very helpful and many people use in their production. So we can say Azure firewall subnet. So whenever you define the subnet, you need to understand that in Azure, you need to define within a virtual network, number one. Not only within a virtual network, because it's a network, service as such, network security service. However, you need to define in a dedicated subnet as well. You could not keep any virtual machine in this particular subnet or any other service. So you need to make sure that you are going to keep over here as in like, in a dedicated subnet that is known as Azure Firewall subnet. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with this diagram. Okay. With this architecture diagram. So I'm going to home. So whatever like services I had created earlier, I'm just going to delete that. In fact, we can use one of them. Okay. To just save a time, what I am going to do, you know that we have already defined a virtual network, isn't it? So let's go ahead and take one of the virtual networks. So you see that we have peering. I'm just going to remove the peering. So how to remove the peering? I'll come to the peering part. I will select and I'll say delete. Okay. And then I say delete because I wanted to use this for the firewall. So both the site connections are getting delete right now. Okay, let's wait. And I'm going to utilize the same virtual network over here. So instead of giving this name, I say VNet P1, and then ISVM is already deployed over there. So this has been deleted. I will go ahead and refresh, and here we go. So we have virtual network over here already deployed. In that, I have a connected device, and we have ISVM. Now in this ISVM, again, as I have, okay, let's go ahead and close this one. Yeah, okay. So in this ISVM, we have a virtual machine, isn't it? Now, the virtual machine that we have in this particular, ISVM, I don't want directly this user would go ahead and access this virtual machine. Okay, I don't want that. I want whenever this user want to connect to this virtual machine, it has to go through the firewall. This is my basic expectation. Why? Because I wanted to, through the firewall, I wanted to go ahead and basically check that the traffic which is approaching to my network is basically not a malicious IP address or malicious FQTL. There's no bad, like, users are going to approach, bad traffic is going to approach. This is what the job of the Azure firewall. It is a fully managed, a firewall as a service, you can say, where Azure is making sure that firewall has all the capability so that it is going to basically block the traffic which is not good for the network. Not only this, whoever approach this particular network, it is going to keep the monitoring part as well. It keep the even if it has been blocked or allow any traffic, it will keep like who try to attack on the firewall. And that monitoring, logs are going to helpful in for the future future decision making as such, that okay, this type of people are trying to attack on the virtual network. Also, in the firewall, we are able to go ahead and define certain rules over here. Rules in the form of basically like network rule, NAT rule that we are going to see, and the application rule, that which particular traffic we are going to allow, which traffic we are going to deny, or maybe NAT means network address translation. So this is all about. So as of now, what we have done, we have created a virtual network name as in VNet P1 over here, right? And also there is a default subnet over here. We have a virtual machine as well, which has the name as an IIS VM, and we have installed the IIS as well in that particular machine. Not only that, we have removed the public IP address. That is what the expectation, because I don't want anyone to connect this virtual machine directly. Okay, now the next step is we need to go ahead and start working on the firewall part. So I'm going to start working on the first of all this particular, you know, Azure firewall subnet. So let's go ahead and check our virtual network. So this is my virtual network, that is VNet P1. I'll come to the subnet, and I have only one subnet that is default. I need to create a one more subnet over here. So I will come to the subnet section, and in the subnet purpose, I will say that I need something for the firewall. So there is a default template for the Azure firewall. You can go ahead and select. Automatically, it will select the name. You don't need to give the name because this is the standard name. And then it is this particular network, and the subnet is also going to be automatically selected as in /26. That is the standard, like, subnet range that we need to go ahead and always use. And then I just go ahead and click on, and you can see like 64 IP addresses they are getting. This is the range. I'll click on add. The moment I'll click on add, you may see that there is a second subnet is going to be ready as an Azure firewall subnet. Yeah. So as per the architecture diagram, my subnet is also ready. Now, the next is basically need to deploy the firewall. So I'm going to come back over here, and like in the client VM that we don't need. Oh, what I've done, I need to open portal.azure.com over here, log in, and then I will go ahead and deploy the firewall from here. So let it be open. So here we go. So I will select over here firewall, and I can go to the firewalls. Okay, we can get the same window even if we'll go to the subnet, and we can click on firewall in the VNet P1 and click on the click here to add a new firewall. So a new window will open the same thing. Okay, so that is also we can do. So either of that option is basically same. So we have Azure Firewall. I'll click on create, and it is going to deploy. I'll select ADF. I'm going to give the name of the firewall as in firewall, or maybe my firewall, something like this. Now you need to make sure that you are selecting the same region where your virtual network is there, because ultimately you are going to deploy over here, right? So VNet P1 is in the East US, if you remember, right? So I'm going to keep it East US only. Okay, so this is East US. So I'll go ahead and keep the firewall in the East US. And availability zone, right now I'm not selecting. Now there are three types of firewalls that we have. I mean to say there are three SKUs, stock keeping unit for the firewall. Basic, standard, premium. Now, when we go with the basic one, it is going to select some basic options. Okay. When we go to the premium, automatically it is going to manage everything. However, there is a standard. This is most of the people are going to use who are basically IT experts, because it is going to give us the management control to us as such. So you have use a firewall policy to manage this firewall. as well as there is a radio button if you see in the firewall management, as in use firewall rules classic to manage this firewall. So I'll go with this basically classic rules, and then it is asking that where you want to deploy the firewall. Is it in an existing network or in a new network as such? So I say no, I have the existing one. I will go with the existing, and I will select the existing virtual network as in VNet V1. Now over here they say that firewall tunneling required. This virtual network have a subnet named as an Azure firewall subnet. I say that it is already done. We have already there, but over here they have like okay tunneling required. So we will go ahead and see enable firewall management NIC. So I don't want that. I will just go with the basic, you know, firewall over here. So you may see that it is showing the firewall IP address. So if you see, like automatically it has taken. So critical firewall feature such as post turning or packet capture required management INC to enable. I go ahead and do this. Post tunnel required this virtual machine network have a subnet name as an Azure Firewall Management subnet. So this is what we have done that. IP address is disabled. Yeah, that I'm going to enable. No worries. Okay, even if you don't do that, that's okay. Fine. I'm going to click on IP address and I will say firewall IP over here and click on OK. All right. So this is like, we have the firewall ready and we'll click on tag and review create over here. Just go to the subnet. Why actually Azure firewall subnet management? Okay, the name that has been given. Okay, fine, that's okay. That was a other name. Otherwise, that doesn't matter basically. So the firewall is getting deployed. We just need to wait for few minutes over here and then it will get ready. Okay, one more thing, like over here, definitely as I told earlier as well, we may need to go ahead and define, a route over here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start defining the route, but I'm waiting for firewall to be deployed. Why are we not deploying the other firewall that was created in the subnet? We are going to use the same firewall. I have not created any firewall in the subnet as of now. I have just created a subnet over there, nothing else. Okay, in that subnet, so this is the subnet, right? This is what we have deployed, like created. And inside that, I am going to deploy the firewall right now. All right. So once the firewall will get deployed, you may see there is something as in, yeah. So you may see like connected devices over here, and there would be firewall. See, my firewall came over here automatically. Okay, correct. That's right. Over here we can create one. Yeah, internet gateway is different thing basically. That is internet gateway. I don't think that is a firewall. That is a, like kind of a VPN. We are learning over here right now. The firewall gateway is different. It's a security component. Okay, so this is going to take little time. Let me create one more tab over here actually for the routing table. Let me share with you. So you can definitely always check the Azure Microsoft Learn, and then you can go for the Azure Firewall and check over here. You have a lot of things related to the Azure Firewall. So this is very useful, guys. Go ahead and try this. It may take some time, but your complete concept is going to be clear, and there's a lab as well. You can step-by-step lab. You can go ahead and try this. Hub network topology. Lot of time, lot of questions in the interviews. You may get such like questions from this architecture diagram. And if you deploy yourself, you would be like very much confident to go ahead and understand the networking concept in the Azure. Through the portal, how you can go ahead and deploy, they have given with the steps and all. Okay, coming back to the route table. So we can go with the route table concept. So over here, we need to define the route table as well. Why route table? Because definitely, like, whenever traffic is going to be enter, the route table is going to be, take the traffic to the Azure firewall and from Azure firewall to the basically VM. So we should have a proper route table defined over here. So I'm going with the route table. Meanwhile, the Azure is getting ready. Azure firewall is getting ready. So we have our table, suppose the name. We'll click on next, review, create over here. Go to resource. So this is the resource group. Actually, the route table we need to check. So this is our table we have over here. Let's see the firewall. Okay, my firewall is also ready. So now, as you can see in the firewall, we have a SKU as in standard subnet over here, public IP address. We can click on this and we can get the public IP address of the firewall as well, right? Private IP address and other things. Why private IP address? Because we have defined within the virtual network over there. Now we can go to the settings and we have a rule as in classical rule, and we can go ahead and define the classical rule. I'll go over here. As you can see, you have three types of rules: NAT rule, network rule, and application rule. You can use this, manage this particular firewall rule through the firewall manager as well. Either of that option are correct. There is nothing right or wrong. Okay. So there are two ways you can say. So few people use firewall manager, few people directly go ahead and start from here itself. So to define the NAT rule, first of all, you need to understand what is NAT, why we are using NAT over here. Network address translation. So if I go ahead and define NAT rule, so the traffic will come over here. And this is like, suppose we need to access this virtual machine. The users are actually going to use the firewall public IP address. It will go ahead and take the traffic in the firewall public IP address, and then the firewall will go ahead and translate that public IP address to the machine private IP address. And this is the way that the particular traffic will reach over here. That's the reason they say that NAT rule. Okay. So this is what one we have the NAT rule. Similarly, we have network rules collection where we can go ahead and manage the network. We can allow the network, we can block the network, and multiple things we can do. We can also have an application rule collection where what we can do, we can block the some websites, for example, the social media websites and all. So these are the basic things we can go ahead and do with the help of these rules over here. So before we apply all these, we need to start with the routing table, because in that case, the particular traffic is going to be go via the basically firewall, okay, through the firewall. So let's go ahead and start creating a route table. So we will go with the route table, and then we go with the routes. So I'm going to click on add. Now over here I give the route name as in firewall route. Okay. Now they say that first we need to define the you know destination over here. So what is destination in this way? They say that the address prefix can be IP address or service tag for this route. Service tag are predefined, sorry, predefined identities that represent a category of IP address. I say that I'm going to be have IP address over here. Okay. Now, which IP address? So they say from where the traffic is actually come. Okay. They have mentioned destination IP address, but that's not the like. If you see over here in the information they have mentioned the source IP address range in CIDR notation that this route applies to if the destination IP address of a particular field in this range, it matches this route over here. So over here, this is going to be something as, and I'm going to put something as this. Now, what is this IP address? It represents any IP address. So our traffic is going to come from the internet, isn't it? It could be basically anywhere. Yes, anywhere. So it is private or public, anywhere. So this is what I'm talking about. Now the next hop IP. Next hop is what? Next hop type is virtual appliance. So firewall is a one virtual appliance. So I'm going to put over here virtual appliance. And finally, next hop address, once it will reach over here, I need to give the next hop address as in firewall address. Now, firewall private IP address will mention over here because I'm in the, within the virtual network, there is a service as in route, service, route table service. So I will check what is the private IP address of my firewall. So I'll go to the firewall and I see I have a 10.0.1.4. I'll copy this one and I'll put the private IP address of the firewall. And I say add over here. This is the way that the routing table are going to be defined over here. So once the particular route has been defined, we need to also mention that once the firewall will get the particular traffic, it needs to forward to the this particular subnet. Okay, it could be like multiple machines over here or a single machine. So that we need to go ahead and click on subnet for that, and we'll go ahead and associate with that particular subnet. So you can see like this is the network and this is the subnet. So we have two subnets. So definitely we are going to talk about the default subnet over here. So we have associated where the IP is going to be forward to this particular subnet. So this is why how the network has been like route has been defined. So the next step is let's go ahead and define the rules over here in the firewall. I'll go to the firewall and I'll come to overview, and then I'll go to the classical rules. Start with the NAT rules. I'll go ahead and click on add NAT rule collection. And I say rule as a NAT rule. Okay, simple. Now priority will be 100 because we can define multiple rules, and again if there would be conflict, so higher priority is going to be applied. Now we can have R1, and the traffic is going to come from either of that TCP UDP. It's going to be basically source IP, like source IP is IP or IP group. So IP group is a concept in Azure where we can have group of IP address you can define, even if it is from multiple networks. So I say single IP right now, and the source is going to be what? So source I say from anywhere as such. Okay, asterisk sign. Destination is definitely it is going to come from anywhere and it is going to the firewall, right? So firewall public IP address we need to check. So I'll just check the firewall public IP address over here. I'll go to the firewall public IP address. So this is the firewall public IP address. I'll copy that and I'll put it firewall public IP address. Okay. Now on what port? Suppose I say 33 or maybe 3389 port we can put, or let's go ahead and put it as a 1000 port number, customized port. And over here, this is going to be the translated address. So what I told you that suppose I need to reach to this virtual machine, okay, to this virtual machine. So I need to put the private IP address of this virtual machine. So I'll go ahead and check, and already I know it's 10.0.0.4. Still, I'm going to check to confirm the virtual machine. So we have ISVM, and I'll try to check over here, and it's 10.0.0.4. Okay, so I will put over here, and over here again I'll put 3389. Now I'm telling that the translation is going to be happen from this Azure firewall public IP address to the virtual machine, Azure virtual machine private IP address, as well as the port 1000 is going to translate to port number 3389. I say add. So this is going to be applied, and on the virtual machine, it is going to reach on port number 338. Similarly, we can create something for port 80 as well, but let's go ahead and first check for port number 3389. So remotely we can connect to the virtual machine from public network through the Azure firewall public IP address. So let's see. So we will just wait to complete this process. Okay, finally it has been completed. Now let's see what I'm doing. This is a public IP address of firewall. I will go over here and I will say MSTSC, that is a remote desktop, and I will put the public IP address with colon, and then I have the port number as in 1000 that we had defined. And I say connect. It is asking for the credential. I'll put the credentials over here. So I have used the public IP address of the firewall. However, you may see that I'm able to connect to the virtual machine ISVM because it has powered the traffic. And finally, I will reach to the Azure virtual machine. And here we go. By using the basically Azure firewall public IP address to the private IP address of the virtual machine where the traffic has been forwarded, I'm able to reach over here. So if any malicious IP address or the FQUT and try to reach over here, it will give them the error message. Okay, it will go ahead and have a secure connection over here to the firewall. So this is the one thing that we can deploy, right? We have complete virtual machine. So I'm going to disconnect from here. So through the Azure firewall public IP address, I have reached to the virtual machine. Yeah. Now the second rule I'm going to create where I say I'll get into the same priority rule and I'm going to create R2. Now you will see what I'm going to do. Again, I'm going to say again IP, same asterisk sign, same Azure firewall address, and I say 2000 over here. And again, I say 10.0.0.4, and I'm going to put port 80 now. Okay, and I say save. Now what will happen? Like on 3389, because of 3389, I was able to connect through the RDP. Now, because of port 80, I'm able to open the IIS page, the website that is hosted over there in the virtual machine on the browser. So let this be update, and then I will show you. Okay, so we can see that you have the updation over here. So I will again take the firewall public IP address, and that is on the port number 2000 as we have defined. Hit enter, and you see that it is showing over here IIS. So this is like, something where we need to understand that the firewall is helping us to go ahead and secure our web connection as well as our RDC connection on any port. We can do that. Now, apart from this, we can come to the firewall again, and then we have, this is the basically NAT rule. Now we have network rule as such. Okay. When we are talking about the network rule, again, we click on add network rule over here. Now, over there, we have just allowed the direct connection, but we did not have option in the NAT where we can allow the traffic or deny the traffic. So in the network rule, we can go ahead and allow or deny both. Over there, we were just, making as a like allow as such, right? So we can put over here net rule. That was NAT rule, there's a net rule. And then we can give the priority, suppose 100. And then we have allow deny. So suppose I say R1 inside that. Again, traffic, TCP, UDP, ICMP, any. In fact, put it any. Over here, IP, source from anywhere. Now, destination, IP address. So destination, we need to put maybe like, or anything as such. And then on port number, we can say like port number 338. Okay. And we are going to say allow, suppose. Or maybe destination would be suppose 10.0.0.4. Okay. Or maybe like see 10.0.0.4 is a virtual machine IP address. I say 5 over here. So if someone is trying to reach to 10.0.0.5 as such the second computer over there, right? So we can go ahead and say, please go ahead and deny if someone will come to this, isn't it? Right? So that is one of them. If we set the NAT rule and we disallow same rule in the network, which rule will be present? So you need to understand that we have like we could not have both the options because you see the destination over there we have put the firewall, isn't it? Right? But over here we are not putting the firewall because that is that is the firewall which is going to apply all these. So we need to put the destination as in some machine which is behind the firewall, isn't it? Right? So there would be no conflict situation as such. So this is what, so we can go ahead and say, suppose deny. So definitely the traffic will not reach to 10.5 as such. Okay, so such things we can do. Similarly, we can have a service tag and we can go ahead and add that. Now, similarly, if I'm just going to cancel this one as of now. Now we are going to have an application rule collection. Now in the application rule collection, similarly, if I go to the rule collection over here and I say like app rule, and over here I am saying like suppose again 100,
and then allow deny. So we have FQDN, fully qualified domain name tab, right? So source suppose any FQDN. So we have like, over here, like service tab, FQDN tab. So if anyone want to use like, Windows 365 and all, basically Office 365, SQL Server and all. So that we need to go ahead and allow. However, if you see like tab over here, something as in suppose R1 in the target FQDN. Again, IP address, asterisk. Then we have HTTP ports and protocol. You can put, and over here, target FQDN. Suppose we are trying to, open like Microsoft.com or Facebook.com or something as such, we can put over here and add. So, and then we can say deny over there. So the target when we are talking about FQDN, it means that the traffic going from the Azure to the basically, yeah, this particular website. And that time the firewall is going to basically, blocking that over there. So in this way, you can block the social media website to be open from this firewall. So this is what happened with the application rule over here. So I have shown you basically three types of rules over here, and these three rules are going to be worked accordingly. Now, the last part of the firewall is the firewall manager. I just want to show you that as well. So you can come to the firewall manager as well, and you can have a create Azure like firewall policy, add security, virtual hub. So those things we can do. So for that, you need to again click on this, and you will come to the firewall manager. Now it will take you to the same place if you notice over here, and it is going to show you like protected by firewall and all those things. Okay, VNet. You can go to a deploy. Again, you have virtual network deployment over here, create a new secure virtual network. You can see VNet 1, VNet V2 is basically over there. It's a no firewall, it's a firewall managed by rules. Then you can go ahead and have a firewall policies over here again. And then you can define the policies by creating the Azure firewall policy. So that is what you will come to the DNS setting and all those things. So these are the certain some advanced settings that you can actually do. Otherwise, you can come to the Azure firewall again, and then you can deploy the policies. So there are a lot of things in terms of the security that you can go ahead and define under the Azure firewall policy, where you can have basically policy name, then DNS and other things. So again, same thing like the standard basic policies premium. Then go to the standard one, then the parent policy, there is nothing as such. You can give the policy details over here, then DNS settings, disable, enable, then TLS, then rules you are going to come. So again, the add rule collection. Once you are clicking on the add rule collection, you have proper network rule collections over here. So those are again, options that you have. You can go with the IDPS, basically then threat intelligence over here, allow the IP address list you can define and tag. So what I suggest first, go ahead and define the particular, classic rule that I have told, and then you can come to the firewall manager. So these are little advanced things, but that is also few options that you have. So first, I suggest personally that go ahead and understand the basic deployment of the firewall, and then later in the advanced security, you can go for that. All right. Okay. So first of all, when we talk about the endpoint, endpoint is nothing but the last point, as simple as that. Okay. Last point. So if my traffic is moving from source to destination, so what is the last point in that particular, traffic journey, you can say, because after that, I'm considering that traffic is not going to be go forward or maybe move ahead as such. So that is what considered as an endpoint. Now we have service endpoint. Service endpoint means definitely that endpoint is going to be certain service over here, isn't it?
So we use the word over here as in service endpoint. Now, the traffic may start from any source within the Azure, like a virtual network, like virtual machine as such. However, it is going to be end to the other service that could be a storage account or maybe Azure Key Vault or maybe like Cosmos DB as such or SQL or maybe Event Hub as such. So as per the diagram, you can see there is a traffic getting start from the virtual machine. It is generated from the virtual machine maybe, and it is going to the storage account. So we are telling that this storage account is basically like, our service endpoint. All right. So this is going to be considered as a service endpoint. All right. Now, why we are doing this? The question is that we are doing this because I want that I will, start the message from somewhere. I will start the data from somewhere, and I will do certain set of processes on the data, and finally I will keep safe in a specific location. And most of the time, it is related to somehow a database, like it would be storage account or maybe Cosmos DB or maybe like, XYZ kind of, place where we can keep the data safe. Now, to keep the data safe, it means that I'm not going to give the access to the internet. I may not go ahead and give the access to anyone, in fact, with whom I am very much trusted. So if I am trusted with someone, I will go ahead and give the access. Otherwise, I will not give the access to the anyone as such. So this is what the service endpoint. Lot of cases, lot of scenarios, we use the service endpoint where we wanted to keep the data very much private as such. Okay. So this is what the service endpoint. Now, there is one more thing that is known as private link as such. Yes, that is the storage. So the end service end is basically the particular service that is considered as an endpoint, that is a storage. So, but again, it is not only the storage, it could be any of these basically services, as you can see. It could be Active Directory, it could be Cosmos DB, it could be Cognitive Service, Container Registry, Event Hub, Key Vault, and so on. Okay. So either of that basically. Okay. All right. So coming to the next topic or next concept over here is the private link uses. Now, what is this private link? So they have mentioned as in at the bottom, you can see it's showing as in private connectivity to services on Azure. Traffic remain on the Microsoft network with no public internet access. Integration with on-premises and peered network. In the event security incident within your network, only the map resources would be accessible. Now, what do you mean by this? So consider that I have basically a compute like web servers over here. We have suppose multiple systems over here. The place where we are telling like as in compute. Okay. So consider that I have web server over here. Now the data is going over here basically to the database. Okay. The data are going to the database, either this one or maybe this one or maybe like over here this one basically. Okay. Now in all these basically data is going to the like either of that like a load balancer. Okay. Like you can say like if this database would be free, then data will be come over here. If this database will free, it will come over here, or maybe this one. Either of that, the data will come and it will sync with each other, basically. Okay. Now there would be chances that this particular database, okay, and this particular database, both are filled, okay, both got filled over here. Now, if both got filled, then or maybe like there would be chances that there is a virus basically in these two databases. Okay, there would be virus attack in these two databases. In this case, these two databases are supposed not working. However, I have the third database which is absolutely, working fine.
In this case, what we can do, we can go ahead and make a private link between the server to the first database, which is working fine. And we will go ahead and keep a private link till the time my other databases are getting fixed. So this is how it is going to help us in case of the security incident, in case of any like you can say data full incident where the other databases are in trouble right now. This is not only in case of the database. However, if such type of connections would be there, then it is going to be very helpful in other situations as well, where the communication generally happens multiple, machines at the end. So this is how the particular, private link we create for the most of the time security regions over here. All right. So this is what we have basically, you can say, private link as well. Consider there would be a situation where we have a over here the application server where we connect and take an example of hospital. So this is the application server where we go ahead and deploy one of the hospital management application, and we go ahead and fill the application details, the patient details over here. The moment we fill these details, it goes to the basically database. Okay, the moment we'll click on submit. Now, these are the three databases which are deployed over here. Whichever would be free, the data is going either of that, and they sync with each other, on a regular basis. Suddenly, it has been noticed that two databases stop working, and we came to know this is because of the virus issue. There is a security incident. Now there are two are basically you can say like in a problem. So the third one we will consider that we need to work till the time only we need to work with that till the time those are going to be fixed. So what we will do, we will go ahead and create the only access map resource, that is the first one, and that is considered as that we can do only with the help of private link. So we can create a private link for this first one, and we keep on working so that our work is not going to be hampered. However, till the time it is going, like when the other databases are going to be fixed, we will remove this private link, and then again it is business as usual. So this is the way that it does work, private link. Now, these are the two aspects of the private link that you need to like consider. You have again one lab over here where we have private link and other options are there. DNS options are there. You can go ahead and basically perform there. Okay. All right. So going forward, apart from these particular topics, the main topic over here where we are going to like where I will show you maybe the private link option as well, the service endpoint mostly, not the private link. So we will go ahead and start with the administration of the traffic management. Okay. So I will go ahead and create virtual network over here. And in that, I will show you how does the basically, or maybe a virtual machine, and I will show you how this service endpoint generally work over there. Okay. So in this network traffic management, we are going to understand about the load balancer concepts. We are going to understand about the application gateway. And if time will permit, we will go ahead and basically understand about the network watcher as well. That is a network monitoring service that we have. So let's go ahead and try that. Start with the load balancer. So in Azure, we have four types of load balancer. Now, before I get into these four types of load balancer, I will go ahead and basically give you some basic understanding about the load balancer, exactly what it does. I'm not sure how many people are aware of the load balancer right now. This is not something which has been started with a cloud. However, it has been basically introduced long back, even in the on-premises environment as well. People are using for a long time this load balancer concept. So when we talk about the load balancer, so consider this. This is suppose a network. You can consider as an AZ VNet. Inside that, I have a subnet. Name of the subnet is default, and we have
load balancer over here. We can put over here Azure Virtual Machine. Consider that, sorry, I have two virtual machines. Okay. So when we talk about the load balancer as such, so suppose we have over here a user and it needs to basically access a website. Consider that. So website is suppose testxyz.com. There's a website, and in both these servers we have a website already installed. Now this load balancer will go ahead and basically access the both of these machines over here. Let's go ahead and give the name of the machines over here. So suppose I give the name as in LB1 and we have suppose LB2. Now we have LB1 and LB2. What does it mean? These are the two machines, load balancer 1, load balancer 2. Now what I am trying to do over here, I have installed the complete application of text XYZ in both the basically machines. Now consider that this is an e-commerce application. It is getting installed in both. So whenever the first user is coming to access that, the load balancer is going to take the traffic to the LB1. However, when the second user is coming, we consider that the LB1 is busy with the first customer. So why don't we go ahead and divert the traffic to the LB2? So that the traffic is going to be distribute in a very optimum way. And there would be no load between these two machines as such, right? So this is the job of load balancer. However, this is considered as a distribution of the traffic, and this is just one set of job. There is a second set of job is to go ahead and check each of these machines which are behind this load balancer in every couple of minutes, you can say, or in every couple of, you can say, seconds as such, whatever we set over there. Now, what will happen? It is going to check the machines are up and running or not. If it is like, uh, not up and running by any chance, if it is not like it is going to knock the machine, keep knocking the machine in every second that, yes, are you up? Are you running? Right? And if it will not go ahead and, give the reply or the acknowledgement, the load balancer will understand, okay, this machine is not up and running right now. If it is not up and running, so definitely we need to go ahead and like, we need to go ahead and like divert all the traffic from those machines which are down right now to the basically machines which are up and running, right? So checking the health of the machine is also one of the job of load balancer. Okay, so there are two set of jobs that we are considering over here. Now, if I go ahead and try to test and check how does it work, we will go ahead and deploy the same lab that I am going to, for that I have created the architecture diagram. So let's go ahead and do that. So the plan is we will go ahead and basically create a virtual network. Inside that, we'll create a basically this particular default uh, subnet, and in that I will deploy multiple virtual machines. Okay, however, I have left you with a slide that I need to cover. So let's go ahead and first cover and then we'll go for the lab. So the load balancer that I talked just now was basically normal load balancer. This is the load balancer, the third column as you can see. This is also considered as a network layer load balancer, where the network, on the basis of the network, the traffic is going to be distributed. It is going to be distributed on the basis of the IP address and the NIC. Okay, you can see the protocol. It has been used as a TCP and UDP over here. That is a network, and the security is going to provide as an NSG. The environment is Azure, and if you will go with the user, it says that balance inbound and outbound connection and request to your application or the server endpoint. So over there, as you saw, the server was both the servers, that is LB1 and LB2, are considered as an endpoints over there. Okay. So this is what the basic load balancer that is a network load balancer we have checked just now. Apart from that, there is a second load balancer is also which we are going to cover today is the application gateway. That you can see the first column, the out of four, the first one mentioned as an application gateway. Now over here, the protocol that is working, that is HTTP, HTTPS, and HTTP2. Now you can understand by the name that we are talking about the web application. So definitely the protocols are also going to be changed as in HTTP2, and this is going to work on L7, that is the application layer. So it says that optimize delivery from application server farms while increasing application security with web application firewall. So over here, for the security, we have web application firewall is also there. So how the firewall generally work with the applications. So or maybe with the load balancer, like security generally work. So this is the basically way over here we have web application firewall, which is going to be considered like a type of the application gateway. So this is one thing, and we can go ahead and when we talk about the environment, we can have Azure, we can have non-Azure cloud as well as on-premises also. In that environment also we can deploy the application gateway. So these are the two types of load balancer which we are going to cover in this particular course. However, there are two more types, as you can see, that is a front door and the traffic manager. As it's mentioned again, front door is also going to be work on the basis of the application only. And it says over here that security, scalability, enhanced delivery, point for global microservices based web applications. Again, we have NSG and WAF, both are going to be work over here. So generally, this is related to the edge technology where the front door generally takes place. Okay. So when we are talking about basically the traffic manager over here, okay. Now, when we talk about the traffic manager, uh, you may see that it says the protocols any. So it is going to be like work with network as well as the application layer. So it is going to distribute the traffic to the service across global Azure region while providing high availability and responsiveness. So in the traffic manager, the main feature of traffic manager is you will have a set of algorithms. Either of that you can use over there. Suppose you wanted to set a algorithm to divert the traffic on the basis of the certain algorithm. So there are 4 5 algorithms on the basis of location, on the basis of basically like weightage. So those things you can basically set up over here. So that is what the traffic manager basically. So distribution on the basis of certain condition that you can set up over here. However, in other basically like normal load balancer, it is decided by the Azure itself, and most of the time it is randomly. Application gateway you can definitely set up the thing and front door as well. But application gateway there's a something path-based routing that we are going to understand. Once I will come to that, I will go ahead and show you. At that time only, we will go ahead and talk about the reserve proxy as well. Okay, that you were talking about. So let's go ahead and start with the basic load balancer right now. And gradually, you may get a lot of options over here. So one more thing, when we are talking about the basic load balancer, so take this particular, again, architecture that I have shown you over here. It is going to show a similar thing. Now, this is considered as a public load balancer. Now, what is happening? So the traffic is going to come from the basically internet on TCP port 80, and there is a backend pool, or you can say like all the machines are in the same subnet. So it is considered as a backend pool. The machines, the collection of machines we are going to basically, have behind the load balancer. So over here you can say like backend pool, or it's mentioned as in web tier subnet. Now, because of load balancer, the traffic is going to divert or distribute among these three machines over here, right? And in these all three machines would have your basically web applications. So this is the way it is going to work in the normal load balancer. But when we talk about the application gateway, there is something different that we will talk very soon. This is one thing. And similarly, I have over here internal load balancer as well. Now, when we talk about the internal load balancer, since our load balancer exposed to the internet, that's the reason we say this is a public load balancer. And if you see over here, the load balancer is not exposed in the internet. It is between the two set of machines. First is like web application maybe, and second is basically the database tier, right? So now we can go ahead and define both the direction, like how the traffic is going to become over here in the load balancer and how it is reaching to the database, right? So if we are going to define that over here, we don't need the public facing load balancer. It is an internal part, right? So that's the reason we say this is an internal load balancer. Is that clear, guys? Over here, which is facing, I don't see this is so you have right now only this load balancer. So this is not basically facing. So maybe if you are considering that there is a one more load balancer over here as such, which is basically coming, which is going to come from here, something like this, that is fine. So that is a public load balancer. However, this is going to be an internal load balancer. You can consider that this is a public load balancer, PLB. Okay, hope that's very much clear. Yeah, so that is fine. So you need to consider that like which one is basically like public load balancer and which one is going to be considered as an like internal load balancer. So this is the internal, and if you wanted to like say that there is a load balancer, that's a public load balancer. Nothing wrong in that. Okay. So one network could have multiple load balancer. That's not a problem. Is that clear? Yeah. So this is the way that our load balancer generally work over here. Now we have two SKU in the load balancer. First is a basic SKU and second is a standard SKU. Now, if I say basic SKU, definitely everyone remember what do we mean by SKU, stock keeping unit. We have seen earlier in the case of basically IP addresses, public IP address and all. So when we say basic SKU, there are a list of features over there. You can see that backend pool size. So at the backend, how many basically uh, machines we can keep over there. So they say 300 IP configuration single availability set. So there are 300 machines, and over here we could have up to 5,000, instances. On the other hand, health probe. So the health probe generally work on TCP and HTTP port. However, in the standard SKU, the health probe communication happens on the TCP, HTTP, and HTTPS. Then again, availability zone, it is not available. It means that there is no backup of the load balancer in the basic SKU. On the other hand, when we talk about the standard SKU, they say that there's a zone redundant or zonal front end for IP. So if this is the case, then zone redundant means what? We have the multiple zones over there. If we have the multiple zones, definitely that's going to be the backup over here. Okay. So when we are talking about basically the health probe over here, so we have this is what the availability zone. We have the backup as well. So in case we are going for the standard SKU, so if the main load balancer, the primary load balancer will go down, then definitely the secondary load balancer would be available for us. Now, multiple front end. So in the basic, we have inbound only. Okay, we are talking about the both the directions in the standard SKU. However, in the basic, we have only inbound on which we are going to work. Then we have secure by default. So they say by default open to the internet, the basic SKU. However, in the standard SKU, close to inbound connection unless opened by the NSG. So NSG is going to be work over here. SLA not available under the basic. Now, not available, what does it mean? it means very clearly, like, yes, in the basic SKU, we don't have the backup, then the SLA we are not able to give you, isn't it? However, when we are talking about the standard SKU, we are going to give you the backup as well. So we are going to be have 99.99% of SLA over there. All right. So this is the basic concept related to the load balancer features over here. So create a load balancer rule. So that's what I wanted to show you over here in the lab and try to check that how does it work. Let's go ahead and try one load balancer as per the architecture diagram that we have created. So instead of name, I will have some IP address, suppose. So I say IP address. Okay, this is a public IP address that we are going to use. So let's go ahead and start. So I'm going to be have the Azure portal. I'm going to start with the virtual network. We need to create one virtual network over here. I'll give the name, suppose, as we have given in the architecture diagram. AZ East US. Next, security front, nothing we are taking. IP address going as per the suggestion. Then simple review plus create over here. I'm going to open two more tabs over here. So I'm going to have a virtual machine and creating a virtual machine. Now, the virtual machine I need to create, let's go ahead and see what is the status of my network. Okay, it's ready. So I'll just refresh this one over here as well, virtual machine. So still loading. Now I am going to have, suppose, LB1 in the East US availability zone not available, standard security over here, going with the server 16, putting the credentials, adding this networking, AZ VNet, only one network, default, review, create, and finally LB1 is getting deployed over here, create. Going to the second virtual machine, name LB2, no infra, standard 16, same machine, coming to the username, password, and then over here as well, I'm opening 80443 disk. Suppose I have taken HDD, networking, again, this is AZVNet, same default, and finally review create. So this machine is also getting ready. First machine is in progress right now. I'll go ahead and click on create. So both the machines, okay, first machine is ready right now, LB1, and finally it says that LB1 is ready. LB2 is getting deployed. I'll come over here and I will go to the run command. Now, hope you guys remember that how to deploy the server, isn't it? Now we can go ahead and what I need to do basically, I need to deploy the server through the PowerShell. And then I wanted to create a simple HTML file over here. Okay, so I don't want to get into that as like through the command as of now. Let's go ahead and connect to the machine like this because I wanted to show you something that how the web server actually works. Okay, what exactly we are going to do through GUI. If I will show you, then it would be better for your understanding. Okay, so connecting over here to the machine, and over here the second machine is still getting deployed. So my machine is getting ready right now. I say yes. Now if you see, if I go to the simple Windows Explorer C drive, in the C drive, I don't have like these are the familiar, you can say, folders over here. Okay, I will go ahead and basically install the IIS, and you may see a new folder is going to create name as an inet pub. Okay, I don't have that inet pub over here folder. So let's go ahead and start the installation first of all. Add roles and features. Next. IIS web server. Add features. Next. Install. And you see that my application has been installed over here. Sorry, the IIS service is installed. The moment IIS service is installed, if I just refresh this one, you may see there is a inet pub. There's a new folder has been created. Inside that www root, and inside that I have the exactly same IIS start page that we generally see as a default page of the IIS. So this is what we have. Now I'm going to just close this one and we will go ahead and create a simple page over here to understand that, okay, this is a basically, LB1 server, and this and second one is LB2 server. So I will put it over here, a simple one-liner HTML code. This is LB1 server. I'm going to save basically at the same location. C drive, inet pub, www root, and over here I'll make as an default.html, and I say save. So if I go ahead and launch the browser and I say local host, I have this one. However, if I write default.html, it will take me to this is LB1 server. This is what I wanted. Now I'm going to sign out from here, and then I'll come to the second server over here. Now, as per the architecture diagram, I have installed basically the web server over here, as well as the particular, small page basically over here. Okay. But I don't want to expose again this machine to the internet. I wanted to keep it behind the load balancer. Okay. So definitely I will go ahead and remove the public IP address from this LB1 very soon. So let me in fact do that. So I'll come to the LB1. I'll go to the public IP address overview, and I'll say disassociate. While this is getting disassociate, I will connect to the LB2 as well. I will say yes. I'm just waiting for the server management to open. Click on add roles, next, next, next over here, web server, add feature, next over here, and click on install again. Again, that inet pub is going to be create over there, and we need to go ahead and start making the same HTML page. So I'm waiting to complete this. All right, this is done. Okay, just give me 1 minute. It seems I got disconnected. Let me connect again. All right, so C drive, inet pub, www root, and we don't have that file. So I'm going to create a notepad file again over here as well. And I say simply over here as an H1, this is LB2 server. Coming back over here, default.html. And again, I'll go over here and go for the basically local host. Over here, I can put it basically default, again the same thing, .html. You may see it's showing as an LB2 server. Now again, I'm going to sign out from here. Again, I'll go ahead and in a LB2 server, I'll go to the public IP address overview and click on disassociate. So you may see that from LB1 server, I have removed the basically the LB1 server. I'm refreshing and I don't have the public IP address. Similarly, over here, I have removed the public IP address from LB2 server as well. This also went out. Now we need to, if I go to the architecture diagram, we have deployed virtual network, we have deployed the default subnet, we have deployed LB1, we have deployed LB2. Now there's a time we need to work on the load balancer basically. So let's go ahead and start working on the load balancer. I will go ahead and open a new tab and I will search over here, load balancer. Now these are the 4 types of load balancer. We are going to start working on this load balancer. I'll click on create, go with the ADA, and I will give the name as an LB test. Okay. Definitely I'm going to keep it in the East US. Now we have 3 SKUs. In fact, apart from the basic standard, we have gateway as well. So I'm going with the standard one right now. This is gateway's direct traffic to the network virtual appliance. So this is basically going to the, you can say, either the VPN or maybe like, firewall as well. So that is, you can see backend resource. This is a basic one and this is the virtual appliance. I'll go to the public IP address. This is tier regional global. I say regional. Then front IP configuration. This is where we are going to create a public IP address for the load balancer. I'll click on this and give the name as an LB IP. Create the IP address. Again, LB-IP. We are going to give the name of the IP address. And we have over here the front-end public IP address I'm requesting from the Azure for the load balancer. I'll go to the backend pool, click on add backend pool. It will ask me like name of the pool. I say
back end pool dash LB. Fine. And then I need to define the basically virtual network from where we are taking the backend pool. And backend pool configuration on the basis of NIC or the IP address. This is what the network, load balancer, that's why we say. So I say NIC, I say add. The moment I'll say add, I have both the machines coming. Even if we have like more machines over here, it is our choice that which machines I need to go ahead and take in the backend pool. Okay, it doesn't mean that we have to have take all the machines. Click on add, then save. This is what we have. Then we have inbound rule as well as outbound rule. You can see both rules are there. So we can go ahead and define that as well because we have taken the basically standard load balancer. So let's go ahead and create a rule over here. So this is what we need to understand again, one of the most important part. I'll click on add load balancer rule and I'll put it over here, LB rule suppose. Now front end IP we have already created, backend pool I have already created, IP address UDP, UDP, which protocol you need to use, I say TCP. Port number, I'm going to work on port number 80 because I'm going to deal with the basically websites. Backend ports again, port 80. Health probe I have not created as of now, so let's go ahead and click on create. I'll give the name as an HP, and I have option TCP, HTTP, HTTPS. I say okay, let's go ahead and work on TCP on port 80, and then they say that interval. So every 5 seconds, I'm going to check the system over there. Okay, HP TCP 5 seconds. Okay, I'll say save. So I have created every 5 seconds we will go ahead and check the system. Then we have session persistent. Now this we need to understand. So suppose I say that I have reached to the after load balancer, I reached to one of the servers. By any chance I got disconnected, maybe it is an internet issue or maybe any other issue as such. So again, like suddenly I am going to connect back to the load balancer. In this case, it will take me to the, maybe same server I want. So I have on the basis of like the source IP, I have on the basis of source IP and protocol. So either of that you can select. And ideal timeout is 4 minutes. So if I will go ahead and get back within 4 minutes, then only it is going to take me. Otherwise, it is not. However, I'm going to keep it as a none as of now. Enable TCP reset, we can keep it over here and enable floating IP. Floating IP is what it may be getting changed. So without floating IP, Azure expose a traditional load balancer IP address mapping schema for ease of the use of VM. So let it be that. I'll click on save and my rule is ready. Then I have outbound rule as well. So if you want, you can go ahead. I don't prefer in this particular case, but still like outbound rule name you can give IP, then front end IP address. So if you go, it is going to be the IP address of the basically, since the source is going to be basically from the LBIP to be created. Okay. Then we have protocol and then ideal timeout. Again, the backend pool, you're going to put it over here. So outbound ports and all, it is going to be defined over here. So that is one of the things. Okay, session persistent, stateless or stateful. It is basically going to be stateful. Okay, so this is outbound. You can create. I'm not going to create. Then tab and then review create and click on create. So the load balancer is going to be deployed, and then we will go ahead and test that where my traffic is going. Is it going to LB1 or LB2? And we will come to know because we have created the HTML files over there. And here we go. I'll click on go to resource and we have load balancer. So we will see like details over here. I'll go to settings and we have front end configuration where I will have the public IP address. I'll copy this one and then I'll go over here and put it HTTP. Okay, on port 80 it is working. So you can see it's opening. However, does it approach to the
LB1 or LB2. So we will put away default fault.html. You see that it's showing as right now LB2. I'll copy this one. I go to incognito mode and I'll put it over here. I may get LB2 or LB1. Let's see. Okay, continue the site. And over here also it's showing me LB2. So it is very much random. Now I'm getting LB1, you can see. Okay. So you may see like, sometime it goes to the LB1, sometime it will go to the LB2. It depends basically. Okay. So as you can see, like in my normal system, like normal Chrome, it went to LB2, and in the incognito, it went to basically LB1. Now I will go to the again over here and check what is happening. It is giving me LB1 only. Okay. Now what I will do, this is the first thing where I said that it is going to be distributed sometime LB1 and sometime LB2, right? Now the second thing is if I will down either of these machines, either LB1 or LB2, then my complete traffic should be divert to the like definitely other machine, right? So everyone should go ahead and get a single machine. So let's go ahead and check over here. How does it work? Yeah, one instance. So I will go over here and this is LB2, this is LB1. So let's go to LB2 and I will go ahead and stop this machine. Okay. How I will stop? So I will just go ahead and basically there is a stop button over here. Okay. So I'll go ahead and click on stop and I say yes. So if I'm going to stop this machine, okay, this machine went down. I'll go over here. I refresh this one. You see that there is now showing LB1. I'll go to this one as well. I'll see this is LB1 over here. In fact, I will go ahead and close this one, copy this, again go ahead and open incognito, and over there as well, I see always LB1 basically should be coming. So this is how the load balancer will work when we talk about the basic load balancer over here as in network load balancer, L3 load balancer. Okay. So I'm sure that everyone got it. You can try at your end. It's very easy to deploy. Okay. Coming back to the second our slides over here, the similar concept of the application gateway. Okay. So when we are talking about the application gateway, now in the application gateway, as you can see, it is again a load balancer. So again, both the things, like both the features are going to be there. The both job, that is a distribution of the traffic, and second is going to be like, going to be kind of like health probe is definitely going to be there. However, there are a couple of things over here. We need to concentrate on the HTTP and HTTPS. Now, when we are concentrating on this, the backend pool is going to be VM, VMSs, or maybe server, or maybe like, web app services as well. So anything, any services which can host the websites, basically, everything is going to be over here. So on-premises servers, we can just go ahead and give the server like website name. It is going to be reached over there through the public network. App services, Azure App Service is a place we are going to cover that in the module 9, where you may see that we can go ahead and host the websites over there. So in the backend pool again, we can put the app services as well. We can put virtual machines because again we can host websites in the virtual machine as well. You have seen VMSS is just like kind of a scaling of the virtual machine, multiple virtual machine we are talking about. So in the backend pool earlier, since it was working on the TCP and UDP, so we could take only those services where we have the IP address and the NIC both. So right now in the application gateway, we don't need to work on the NIC and basically the IP address. IP address is still there, but NIC is not there. Okay. So if there is no network interface card, so the services
which can host the website without the network interface card, that also we can consider over here. Okay. Now, when we are talking about over here the backend pool, this is what the difference, where we can have like VM, VMSS, as well as basically, app service and the server. On the other hand, you see that we have something as a browser through which we are going to reach to this particular, machines. Again, application gateway is going to basically accept the traffic, and there is a listener which is going to understand that on which particular service the request came in. It is basically on a HTTP or HTTPS listener. So either of that, it needs to basically, accept. And finally, there is a rule. So the rule could be like, multiple things, and then there is a HTTP settings. We'll see the rule basically in the next slide. HTTP setting is basically whenever we talk about the application, web application, so there are settings like the cookies and session persistent and all. So those things we can define in the HTTP setting over here. So the application gateway is going to be utilized in two like ways. So this is what the proxy setting, we are going to basically, talk about. Definitely, we are going to do the lab over here. So these are the two scenarios where we are actually going to deploy the application gateway. So when we are talking about the path-based routing and multi-site routing, so these are the two options which we are going to have over here. Now, to go ahead with this, let's try to understand the scenario. Why this particular kind of routing actually we require? Okay, that is important to understand. Then only the lab makes sense. So consider there are a lot of like businesses. Take an example of healthcare. So in the healthcare, we need to go ahead and manage a lot of data, isn't it? And there are different types of data. So patient data, even if we are considering this just a one part, we need to go ahead and keep a lot of images that is related to the lot of testing, or maybe personal information of the patient, and a lot of X-ray report and other things, ECG report and all. Those are the images, and the size of the images are not small. Even if you go ahead and zip that, still the size would be good over there. On the other hand, there are a lot of situations where we need to keep videos as well, or maybe like certain documents, set of documents, and we need to go ahead and keep all these documents and images for longer period of time. So medical in the healthcare IT, medical professionals are facing this, hospitals are facing the issue for a long time to manage their basically data, because they need to go ahead and keep the data maybe 10 years, for 10 years, for 20 years, as such, as per the compliances, generally HIPAA policies and all says like at least 10 years, right? And government generally say to go ahead and follow that. Now, if we will go ahead and keep these all data in a very much organized way in the server, then we can go ahead and basically uh, predict that how many days we need to go ahead and add the storage basically at the backend, or in case of cloud, in how many days the scaling is going to be required as such, isn't it? So for these type of arrangement, for these type of situations, we have over here the multiple pools option. They say that if there is a contoso.com is a hospital website, if the patient is putting their form like details and all, and uploading the data, the moment they will click on the submit button, it will go ahead and filter that the document files are going to be go to the one server, the picture and other things are going to be in the image server pool basically, or same goes with the video server pool. So the job of the application gateway is going to identify that what type of data exactly doctor is going to put or nurse is going to put over there, and on the basis of that it is going to divert the data on the respective server. Okay, so this is basically adding the data in the server. At the same time, whenever any any patient or any doctor wanted to check the data as such, that is, read the data. So again, it needs to be read from the multiple server pool over here. So the job of load balancer is to understand that and fetch the data accordingly. If I need the image file, so I'll go to the image server pool and read the data from there. So if you notice over here, there's a path-based routing is going to be happen, because whenever we say that contoso.com slash image slash and then star, the word image is coming, so I'm sending the data suppose to the image server pool. And when the word video is coming, I'm sending the data to the basically video server pool. And it could be managed easily. Yeah, now the web application firewall is as simple as like it is going to give you security, because your data is going to come from the internet, isn't it? So, or maybe like, even inside, it is going to give you the security. So it is giving extra layer of security. Okay. So right now, this is one thing that, I hope everyone understood, the path-based routing. So this is the one website, and again, slash image. So there's a continuous with the like, website name as image and video as per that. Now, coming to the other one, that is a multi-site routing. So multi-site routing. So now there are cases where we have a hosting companies, right? Now these hosting companies are talking about basically like keeping multiple server pool for multiple websites as such. So in this particular case, again, we can use a multi-site routing. So we could have like, multiple websites, and through that we can go ahead and manage this particular every server pool is responsible for one website, and we can have multi-site routing concept also we can deploy. So today we are going to see the pathways routing, and over there I will show you where you can go for the multi-site routing. So this is what we are going to do. All right. So what we are going to do now, we'll go ahead and try to understand about the path-based routing. So consider that this is a virtual network. Now over here we have virtual machine under the subnet. Now in the application gateway case, we need to actually define one subnet over here. Name as an application gateway subnet. And inside that we'll have a GW as an application. Now we'll go ahead and send the data over here. And from here it may go to the basically either the image server, or maybe it will go to the video server, suppose. Could be either video server or image server on the basis of the suppose on contoso.com. So definitely there would be image, something like this, contoso.com slash image slash this. It will go over here. And on the other hand, if it is something like this, it's going to be over here. So either of the particular, direction, it is going to the basically either image server or the video server. Now we need to go ahead and basically understand how it is going to be work over here. So what exactly we are going to do, we'll go ahead and define the image server and the video server. Inside that, we'll create a folder name as an image and the video. And then we will go ahead and again put a default.html under this particular image folder and the serve video folder. Okay. This is what the basic plan. So let's go ahead and start. So definitely I'm going to start from the scratch so that people will not get confused. I'm going to delete everything, including like load balancer and other things. Start from scratch by creating a new virtual network. I could use the same, but it seems like we will get confused, everyone. So I'm using like AZDNet underscore new over here. Okay. So when we go ahead and define that, we will go ahead and basically deploy the virtual network, and then we will go ahead and deploy the virtual machines over there. So let's go ahead and start with the virtual network. So this is my virtual network is getting deployed. Okay.
So my virtual network deployment has been started. I'll wait to complete this one. So like a firewall, this app gateway is something which is going to be always in a dedicated subnet. That's the only thing. You could not deploy without it. So I'm putting it as a name as an image server over here. No infra, standard, 16, username, password, disk, management, review, create. This is one virtual machine. Similarly, I'm going to deploy the second virtual machine over here. This is suppose video server, no infra, standard, username, password, networking, review create. While this is getting deployed, we will come to the virtual network, click on subnet, and over here we have, you may see firewall management. Okay, no worries. Be over here. You can click on, you can type application gateway, something on GW, and we can keep as 26 over here. And so that has been created. Machine is ready. Second one is also ready. Now in the image server, similarly, we need to go ahead and create a IIS installation, and then we'll create a folder that I've told you earlier. So getting connected to the image server right now. At the same time, we can, while this is getting load, we can connect to the video server as well. So it's getting load right now. All right, we'll go with the add roles and features with server install. Same, we will go with this machine as well. Together, I'm trying to install the IIS. So this is the image server. I'm waiting to complete the setup of IIS over here. And here we go. Since it is an image server, as we have seen, so what exactly I'm going to do, I will go to the Explorer and in the inet pub www root, and over here I will create a new folder, name as an image, and inside that I'm going to basically create the H1. This is image server / H1, and over here going with the C inet pub www root image, and over here default.html. Now what happens if I go to the basically browser over here, and you may see that it's going to be open, this default.html opens under the image. So I say local host, and over here if I say image / default HTML, it's showing as this is image server. So I'm going to sign out from here. So basically the word image is coming over there, isn't it? Same goes over here. IIS has been installed. I will go ahead and create a folder, name as a video. Inside the video, we'll go ahead and type in notepad, and I'll put over here H1 suppose. This is video server / H1 inet pub the root video, and over here I'll put default.html. I'll close this one, go to the browser again, and over here I will put local host and then the word video and then default.html. You may see that it's showing a video server. Again, go to sign out from here as well. Now there's a time when we need to start working on the basically application gateway. We have created this virtual network, subnet, both the servers, and we have respective folders and the IIS has been installed. So I'm going with the application gateway over here. There's other type of again load balancer. Click on create, go to the ADF and type over here app GW test. Now definitely it's going to keep in East US. Again, we have now the option is basic, standard, V2, and then WAF V2. So if we'll go with the WAF V2, we will get the firewall security as well. So L7 firewall or application layer firewall, nothing else as such. So I'll go with the simple standard V2. It's a completely managed, okay, fully managed firewall. Auto scaling, I say no. We can keep basically the VMSs as well. So where auto scaling comes in picture, I will talk mostly once we'll come to the virtual machine, module. Instance, I'm going to keep as in one. There is zone one, zone two, zone three. So let's keep it zone one only. I don't want to make a lot of machines, backed machines as such. HTTP 0, IPv4. Now it will ask you which particular virtual network, you want to keep your application gateway. So you can see automatically it has taken this particular application gateway, isn't it? So if I would not have this application gateway subnet, it would not basically let me create the application gateway. Since I have already subnet ready, that's the reason it is letting me allow. Front end. Now, again, like in past, we are going to expose this application gateway to the internet. So we need to provide the public IP address to this application gateway. We say add new. I say IP app GW. Okay, backend pool. Now this is important to understand backend. Earlier we had directly we used to put the backend pool. Now I need to create two types of backend pool. One is the image server pool and second is the video server. So I'm creating image pool or simply image server pool. And over here we have, like, as I was telling you, that we could keep on-premises server to their IP address and fully qualified domain name. We can keep over here the virtual machine. We can keep VMSs. We can keep app services. So I'm going with the virtual machine and I'll select the image server over here and click on add. There's one thing. Second pool is going to be, so I can add multiple machines as well. Second is basically video server pool. So we can again keep virtual machine. We can go with the video server pool. We can add again, like, multiple machines similarly. Right now we have since two targets only, two machines. So we are keeping it as in like one over here. Then we'll go with the configuration. Now we have front end ready. We have back end ready. Now we need to go ahead and work on the routing rules over here. So I'll click on add routing rule. I'll put over here GW rule priority 100. Now I have the listener, basically listener name. So I can put over here, suppose L1, which listens the traffic and understand is it coming, like, where. So we have IPv4 public IP address. Listener will listen the HTTPS protocol, and finally it will take us to the port number over here. So I am keeping as on port number 80 because we are talking about the application gateway. So by default also it is giving the port number 80. Listener type, again, this is the place where you need to understand you are going with the path-based routing or the multi-site routing. So you can see, like, basic is the path-based routing and multi-site is the other one. Okay. Now you go down and then we have certain page error messages and all. If you want, you can put it. Otherwise, you can go to the backend target. In the backend target, you have basically start with the backend type. So I say like backend pool. So I have, by default, I'm giving as an image server. You can give either of that. And then we have backend settings. So I say, okay, let's go ahead and have a, like, add new. And over here, you are going to create, like, HTTP settings, actually. That is what the backend setting. So you can see, like, it is on HTTP port this. Additional setting is that cookies based affinity. So as I told you earlier also, that cookies are very important in terms of the applications, right? It gives the session and other details. So as you can see, it's mentioned the application gateway can use cookies to keep a user session on the same server. You can enable this feature if the client supports the use of cookies. So this is one thing. Second, connection draining. What is this? So connection draining helps gracefully, basically, remove the backend pool members during the planned service updates and all. So these are the options. So we have, suppose we'll give the name as an HTTP settings, and we have created this settings and say add. Now it'll come over here. Our backend setting is ready. Once we come down, you have basically path-based rules that you need to create. So you have add multiple targets to create a path-based rules. The moment I'll create, I'll say, like, image this, something like this, or we can put over here star image. Okay, we can remove that also. That's not a problem. Anyhow, it will start with the IP address. This is the path. This is a target, so I say image server is the target. This is just a name. Backend setting, HTTP setting, and backend pool would be image server. This is one rule I'm creating over here. The second rule is going to be again video, and then target is video server, backend setting HTTP, and over here video server pool. Click on add. So that is also ready over here. So you can see I'm specifically mentioning that in the particular URL, if we will have the image word, then please go to the image server pool. In the particular this thing URL, if you have video, then go to the video server pool. I click on add and then click on tag, review, create, and finally, so you may see like we have application gateway over here, and it is going to be basically come to the settings in such a way where the traffic is going respective server as per the URL. So we'll wait for application gateway to deploy. Okay, so we have our application gateway ready. We'll go to the resource group, and over there we saw the application gateway. So as we can see in the application gateway, again we have a front-end IP over here, but we did not remove the virtual machine public IP addresses. So let's go ahead and remove that as well, okay? Because ultimately in the load balancer, this is all behind that load balancer. So in the same manner like we have done last time, you can go ahead and remove the disassociate the public IP address. Done, refresh, public IP address removed. Over here as well, public IP address removed. Now I will go to the application gateway, copy the public IP address. Okay, so I have this one and I put over here, suppose image slash default dot html, and you see that there's an image server. Similarly, I will instead of image, I'll just put it over here video word, and I see that video server. So as per the again, we are using the public IP address of the application gateway, and just for the word, image and video, it is basically going to the respective servers. So this is what the beauty of application gateway, which is very popular and people are using that. All right. Now coming to the basically the next topic, that is network watcher. So as I told initially that this is a network monitoring service. We are going to use this when we will deploy the virtual network in the Azure. Now, in the network watcher, we'll have a lot of networking related monitoring we can do. We can go for the lot of troubleshooting steps on the basis of the data that we get from here. And also we can go ahead and perform like certain tools would be there where we can perform the network troubleshooting. Now, the most fundamental thing is that the moment we will go ahead and create the virtual network in any specific, location as such, in any specific region as such, automatically the network watcher is going to create in that particular region. Okay. So if I will go ahead and create a virtual network, suppose in the East US region, automatically the network watcher is going to create in the East US region. If we'll create a network watcher in the virtual network in the West US region, automatically one network watcher is going to be created in that specific region. Now, the basic features are going to be covered with this. So a regional service with various network diagnostics. Suppose we have monitoring section where we have connection monitoring and topology. In the network diagnostic tool, we have IP flow, NSG diagnostic, VPN troubleshooting, next hop. These are under the network diagnostic tool. In the traffic, we have flow log, we have traffic analytics, through which we can go ahead and analyze the traffic over here. So these are the three types of basically services we are going to get under the network watcher. Now it looks like this, where we can review the IP flow, verify, diagnostic, where we can keep the details about the basically the network and the IP addresses, and it is going to be, click on check, and it is going to give the details as an access denied because of maybe NSG or any other options. Similarly, we can go with the next hop. It is going to show you that exactly the traffic is going where with the help of next hop diagnostic. And then we have network topology similarly. So all these we are going to see right now and we'll try to understand. So definitely we have created one virtual network. So there should be a network topology in the specific region where we have deployed the virtual network. So we have deployed the virtual network in the East US region. Hope you guys remember. So we are going to see the network watcher, at least one network watcher in that same region over here. So let's go ahead and start to check over here. So we'll go ahead and search for network watcher, click on the network watcher, and we may see that there is a network watcher in the East US location. Now, over here, you can see under the monitoring, we have topology and connection monitor and traffic analytics. We have network diagnostic tool like IP flow, NSG, and other options are there. And we have metrics over here. So when we go to the topology, so it shows the topology over here. You can go ahead and click on that, and we can see the details about this topology. So we can click on expand by putting over here, and you can see we have like this particular option. Then click on expand again, view details, so it will come over here. However, we can, this is virtual network. We can set up the monitor, set up the analytics like this, traffic, connectivity, and other details. So zero hidden, download the topology, and I will go over here. It is going to show like this. Here we go. Now it is showing properly. So you can see over here we have this one as an L1 listener. This is an app gateway, public IPs. There's an app gateway rule. And from here, it is actually going to the IP config one. This is the IP config. So there's a word topology. Then you can go ahead and download this one as well. You can see like this is working something like this. So those are the basic things that is going to be, work over here as in topology, and we can check how the flow is there. Coming to the connection monitor, we need to create a connection monitor where we can go ahead and provide the details about the network, and it will show the flow basically. Traffic analytics, similarly, we can get a lot of details about the traffic, where it got failed, where it reached. So those things we can get. Main thing is these diagnostic tools basically. Now coming to the diagnostic tool, you need to go ahead and select suppose the virtual machine. So I say suppose image server. Then over here we have network interface, TCP, UDP, inbound. Automatically it took the local IP, local port, suppose I say port 80, remote IP address. So I say suppose I'm going to this remote IP is 0.0.0. You can say /0 as well. This is done. Remote port is suppose port 80. So this is what the flow that I wanted to check. I say verify flow from the machine. The data is going to anywhere as such, maybe internet, you can say, non port 80. They say access allowed, and this is because of the security rule, this one. Once you go over here, since HTTP is open, so it is allowing that. So this is what the IP flow. Similarly, if I say over here, suppose port 22, okay, and verify IP. So port 22 is definitely not open. It should show access denied. This is what the expected result over here. The access denied because of deny all inbound. Okay, so this is how it is working. Similarly, we go to the NSG diagnostic. Again, we select suppose video server, protocol any, inbound. This is the inbound, and then we say again internet as such /0 because it's showing as an CIDR as well. And destination port, suppose port 80, I'm putting. NSG diagnostic. So which NSG rule actually going to be applied over here? You can see basically with this diagnostic type, NSG diagnostic. So it's going to give the result. You say, see, this is showing as a denied. Okay, now let's go to the view details. Once you go over here, it will show that does not match. This is because of this, it has been basically denied. Okay, so this doesn't match because of protocol. So ports are matched, not applied actually. This is so on port 80, we have put any actually. So if we'll go over here and say port 80 TCP over here, maybe let's see, and say allow, right? If we go over here, you may see like this is matched. Okay, so this was TCP actually. So that's the reason it got matched and it is allowed. So this is the way that we can go ahead and check a lot of traffic flow exactly. Similarly, we go to the next hop. So suppose I say resource group, this is image server, and then I need to go to the basically again any network as an internet. Next hop, I would like to check. It should be internet definitely to reach over there outside of Azure. However, one important and interesting thing you will see, it's showing as an it has been see it's the internet it's showing, but the important part is the route table. So it's showing as a system route. So when we are talking about the system route, it means that okay, it has followed the system route of Azure. So routing table that we have learned that matches over here, isn't it? So whenever traffic will go from the Azure virtual machine to the internet, it actually followed the system route over here. Similarly, we have effective security rule. Now again, we say virtual machine. So it's a video server or image server, either of that. So suppose it's a image server over here. And then this is a network interface, associated NSG. Now, if I go ahead and click on this image server dash NSG, it'll get all the NSG details with the IP address. Even if you say any, it is going to show you what is any actually. The source port, destination, and everything. Similarly for the outbound as well. So the port number starts from specific part, 0 to 65,536. Similarly, source over here, IP addresses, port number, and all. So this is the way that you can go ahead and find out a lot of basically, you can do a lot of troubleshooting in the network watcher, which is going to help. But again, at the same time, you need to understand that network watcher is a particular service which is going to start when you go ahead and create a virtual network over there. So this is how we have network watcher, and you can get the details. So this is all about the networking concept in Azure, guys. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay-as-you-go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity. You will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services, if you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. And then S3 and blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay per hour model and pay per minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down, because AWS does not have a pay per minute model yet. It charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you are running the same server, Linux server, in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes. In AWS, you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are 3 main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IIS, which is basically a web server, and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the back end part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the 3 main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the three most basic roles. And the next question is, so this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the three most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've chosen databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform it can be basically anything, but here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform, and I also would say databases because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record, or structure information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage, and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is, if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it. And in service bus you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services, you can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is storage queues are simple, REST-based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, so the next question is, what is stable storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, so now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically, an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have 3 different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike, and inside Adidas you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity which defines that particular entity. So inside a table there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It's a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is. The next question is, what is auto scaling in Azure? So what is auto scaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you have done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are 2 virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has 2 virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website. So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. And there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have 2 virtual machines and the work overload goes very high. So right now you want 1 virtual machine, so it will launch 1 virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the 3 virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch 1 more, and again if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch 1 more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it? So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances, as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be, what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code, and you can integrate it with Azure App Services so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity, that is, you can launch any number of services. It can go up, it can go down. You can have any number of users. You can provide the access to users. You can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to maintain, monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users. So anyone can use it. while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization you can launch applications, so you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users, a mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity, private cloud, and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud, and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter as such. But if you're trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or Azure CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account. So you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager. So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are 3 distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name service, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with auto scaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines, and connect two auto scaling groups together, in which the traffic manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one auto scaling group there is app 1, in another auto scaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the traffic manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 auto scaling group. So this is how you can use traffic manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure Portal automatically calculates your existing charges, as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge, even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself, and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure Portal itself. And also you can access Azure Portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is Elastic Pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL Database Elastic Pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an Elastic Pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an Elastic Pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases, and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the Elastic Pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that Elastic Pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is Elastic Pool. Next is, what is Azure SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services, where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily, because it is basically the same relational database on your local system, hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply. SQL Azure database is a database server running in the Azure data center, and to which you are given remote access to, so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility, and security in the core. Microsoft Azure SQL database has an element. It makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database, because it does not take backup. It has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about three maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BLOB, which is basically binary large objects, blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So that's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools, and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place so that it is easier to access them. Also, finally, you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So to be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for Azure App Service, where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service, and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will, as told, it will launch servers. It will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again, you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again, you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you cannot just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into CMD let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So CMD let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So CMD lets, command lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command let. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate CMD let commands which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, cmd let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using cmd let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoints, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services and you can click on Insight, or you can just search Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm, and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm, as such, it is a distributed fault-tolerant open source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is Insight. So Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch Insight, you'll just have to go to the Insight cluster, and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So Insight, again, it's an analytics service, and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Machine? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis, in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys, and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1 it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0 it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see. This for sentiment analysis. And key phrase extraction, in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the text analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that the best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the data set and call this API to run on the data set and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a text analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative, and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment. And the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset, and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer. Migration, a migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud, or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure Cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be a Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is, what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a roles instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time, and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. So we've come to the last question of this session, guys. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.